Welcome to the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, week number 2, and they say Friday nights for fighting, and that's just what we'll do, because one of these days, these UEL boots are gonna walk all over you. I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say we get down to that UEL beatdown?
Oh, you already know what it is. It's Friday night beatdown time. Thank you, Logan. It's time for another UEL week. It's your boy, Third Anarchist, joined by the
Wk2, the worst of all time Hollywood.
Hey.
And we're here for a great game between the Reapers and the newly rostered Wolves.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got the Wolves already at 7 points.
7-16, Reapers 24-7 to Reapers.
We're going crazy already.
Oh,
Jokes
that's
aside.
not even possible.
Jokes aside, we got an interesting matchup today with the newly rebuilt Wolves with a lot of familiar faces from the Gorillas, now known as the Click, going against this former man's team, the Reapers.
Yeah, I think we have Bernays' first game of the season coming from the Wolves, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know Cat, he's going to be a little late, so I don't think he's going to be here for the
That's
first few
senior
rotations.
vice president
Senior
of
vice
promotions.
president, 3-time champion.
3-time.
Cat. The Cat. No Midnight today. No rookie from the Reapers. Unless you count Caliui. I know he played in the league season 5. So, I mean, technically no rookie, but you can still call him one.
Speaking on this Caliui Midnight, when I watched the performance last week, I was impressed by both of them. Personally, I would like to see Midnight get a lot more reps in because he is still brand new and he performed very well. And I think this would be another really good benchmark for him. But if you look at that Wolf side, all returning faces by, except for, who's that third guy? Is that Doomsday?
That can't
starting?
be Doomsday.
What year is this?
I don't know.
But yeah.
But shout out to Doomsday.
Yeah.
That man's looking great.
So we got Caliui coming back again for a second game, and then we got Bernays for his first game of the season. We got Doomsday starting for the first time since what? Season 4? Season 5?
6. I think
6?
6, yeah.
Yeah, because
He
him
came
and
the
Electric
season
did play a
after.
game against y'all
Yep.
that season. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting day today, and man, I am pumped.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Wolf squad. I see 3. They're tier 1, 2, and 3 today. Snappy, Pip-Boy, Doomsday. I'm not expecting anything different from what we already know from them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at how the 3 X-Rays performed today. They were both, or all 3 of them, I think they were on the Gorillas last season.
Correct.
They
They
were
were
all
led by
3 on
Mers
the
and
Gorillas.
Garnage and them.
Yep, and I want to see how they improve. Last season on the Gorillas, they were kind of quiet. They had a couple games that they were pretty good at, and I think the Gorillas were just hoping for the games that they were in for that they don't know, like they don't specialize. Cool, we going over there.
But we're heading over to the gauntlet right now to see how this RPS goes and see what we got coming up first.
Yeah.
We got the tier
Cutters
1 show
versus
off.
Snappy.
Good hair
Cutters,
versus no hair.
old man versus young man.
And Cutters continues to let me down
takes.
like he's my dad.
Yep.
That's crazy. Loses RPS, that means to
Yeah, he's 0 for 2.
just like my dad.
Oh, yeah.
It's a cry for help.
I'm looking at them hoping that they really improved this offseason. I hope they knew that they were going to the Wolves. Snappy, Pip-Boy, and Doomsday. Okay, Snappy, Pip-Boy, and Doomsday. How can they kind of counteract with what they're weak at, and how can they support them in those roles that Pip-Boy with the fighters, Doomsday strategy shooter, and then Snappy, that all-around tier 1 player that they have.
I think it's a very interesting point. But speaking about that, the senior vice president promotion
That
back
is-
from
boys.
Boxing Say has returned. There
This
is no war.
AV coming from the floor. I'm letting you boys know the Cat just walked in the building before the first game was
champ
even
is here.
played, and they
champ
are
is
ready
here.
to go. we're going to go ahead and get that wheel spin brought to you by
SurfThing
SurfThing.
PC.
Let's go.
baby. What we got? What you thinking? What you think, Hollywood?
NCAA.
Maelstrom.
No way. Is that NCAA?
Nah. Ain't no way. That's how y'all got first pick last season or this season.
Hey, come on.
Manipulating the wheel. I see how it is. But NCAA up with both teams with full rosters available. We have X-Ray Gurns and potentially Pitbull probably going in for this, I think. Didn't Pitbull touch some of the sports games, or was that more of a...
That was he was in on wins. That I don't think he's their sports guy. I think last season on New Moon it was more Snappy, Nexus, AJ, and Spicy. So those were kind of the four. I don't know. Maybe Punisher though, the rookie. Maybe he plays some sports games.
My man got the slick back, long hair. If that don't look like
he
a businessman,
looks
I don't know
like
who.
Cat's lost brother, but not the fro. He got the.
Are they
slick
actually
back.
related? I thought there was a joke running around, or the potential that Cat had a brother or a family member in the draft.
Nah, he doesn't.
Okay.
I don't. I'm
Oh, so it looks like the Wolves are actually going to
Wow.
throw that back. I don't know. Maybe they're wanting to save that for a potential time burner later on in the game?
I'm taking that to the house because I don't think any of the Reapers play that.
Nah, QWERTY.
Oh,
QWERTY's
yeah,
actually
QWERTY.
said, oh.
I forgot.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
let's go.
That boy good. All right,
That
so
was-
we got Siege as the secondary role.
I mean, you can't ask for two better commentators for Siege.
Oh, my God. Let's go.
Let's go. Yesterday, disappointing performance from my team for Siege. So hopefully we get to see two top teams. I know Snappy's excited. Doomsday's excited. And then on the Reaper side, Cali, Yui, Ricky, QWERTY, they're all excited.
Exactly. And I was about to make a comment about NCAA. QWERTY formerly, teammates with Boseve and then really tight friends, and I believe roommates to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I've seen QWERTY playing NCAA with Boseve, so I knew that quality of gameplay was there. But Siege rolling right after that, like,
Can't ask
you
for something
can't
better.
ask for, like, oh, we're not playing?
Yeah.
Siege.
Yeah, I
we
think-
have to play this.
Yeah, I think both teams were like iffy on NCAA.
It's like, we got
I think-
one guy.
Yeah, we got one. I don't know how good y'all are, so we'll just skip it and we'll see if it pops up a little later and we can see the collegiate. I'm waiting to see somebody pick a wild team,
like for
just a great like ODU. I want to see ODU or like North Dakota State, like somebody
Like,
just super cocky.
if you're
come
not
in,
going for
I'll
like
beat you with
top
trash.
10, top 20, or like Big 10 or whatever, like I would probably go with like VCU as a decent team outside of like the rated teams. Part of me wants to say Nebraska, but they haven't been good since I was 15. So like,
I know a lot of people from the area that I grew up playing versus because I played football in my high school days. Some people I know, they all went to Indiana. They're all at Indiana now.
True.
So
Like,
a lot of people from this area, they were formerly at JMU, going to Indiana. So I would like to, hopefully somebody else is around
also
here.
the West Virginia squad that Pat McAfee, went to.
Yeah.
Like that team has been like quietly, consistently good. Like not a lot of bowl appearances, but still just a very solid team.
Solid team. I don't think they've been ranked, but they're always like bouncing right outside the top 25 the past couple seasons.
But speaking of top 25, how do you think this lineup setup or this the agent setup's going to be for Siege? Are we talking about open roster? Are we going to do a year one, year two? Because that's always been a point of contention in the league.
Okay.
Not a problem. But it's always been a point of contention where you guys have to vote. Now that this is $1 million season, these players are getting these guaranteed pay from tier 1 to tier 7. Are we going to finally see people take the training wheels off and actually see this high-end Siege counterplay? Or are we going to see people kind of default to hiding behind those year 1 and year 2 and base operators?
Yeah, I'm hoping that teams, at maybe not the first couple weeks, but after those weeks when they start getting back to being comfortable with Siege, because it wasn't on the wheel last season, so some people are starting to get back into it again. Hopefully they start using these $2,500 checks that we're getting every game for tier 1s, and hopefully we're spreading that out to get DLCs for all of the players.
Yeah,
so you come in and they're not used to some of the DLCs, but we are, and we're going all ops. We have an advantage.
Exactly, and that's maybe probably why a lot of people get away or hide behind that tier 1, year 2, and then base roster, because some people don't have PCs or some people aren't comfortable with Siege. So it's just like, hey, my man, you're going to pick Monty. You're going to stand in the corner.
You're going to go Clash. Hey. Shock them up. Shock them up all day. You don't got to do nothing else. Just sit here and hold right trigger in their face.
Actually, speaking of doing nothing, I just want a quick shout out to our newest sponsor, Valari Gill, with these pillows. Like, I've had it on for about sitting here for about 30, 40 minutes,
Yeah,
and
it
honestly,
gets more comfortable.
the more I'm sitting with the look, you see the red popping around, got the nice little Oni skull in here, matching, wrong arm, this arm.
Yep, and then what is this? Teen Titans?
Yes, Attack on Teen Titans.
Attack on Titans. I don't watch any anime, but they have a whole bunch of different designs, anime going. At least from what I've seen, it's a lot of anime.
Pause the screen,
So-
zoom in on the QR code, check out Valari Guild. Thank you once again for this great product you sent us. This is actually, I'm shocked at how quick I got comfortable with this.
When I first put it on, it felt a little uncomfortable, like tugging me. But now that I've been sitting here for 5 minutes, it feels like I'm just at home with a pillow on me.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah.
I'm chilling.
But about a minute left on setup.
No Ricky. So that was a person I was very highly expecting to go in for this. Ricky and Rez and me, at least, we were R3 Rainbow guys. What was that, season 7?
Mm-hmm.
So Cat, I know, not as experienced in it. Cutters, not as experienced in it. But Caliui, I'm sure he is, Ricky's cousin. So I'm expecting him to go in. He's a mouse and keyboard shooter. This game highly favors mouse and keyboard players. So I'm expecting him to do well.
And then, honestly, we already saw it coming with the Wolves, Snappy, Doomsday, and Pip-Boy all going in.
Yep.
And you see X-Ray Gurins, and then who was the last person?
We have a timeout for the
from
Reapers.
the Reapers already.
So we have Snappy, Pip-Boy, Doomsday. Kenny is going in.
Okay, Kenny. Yep. Kenny,
Kenny
not
and
Kevin.
Gurns.
It's hard to tell the difference between the two because one has their hair slicked all the way back and one has their hair slicked to the other side, and it's slicked to the side that you can't notice 90% of the time when you're looking right at them. So,
But leaving Punisher and Kevin out, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel leaving one of the X-rays out with a rookie where now CTR may roll, which that's kind of like a vet game. Like
Yeah, it is a
nobody
veteran
comes in like, oh yeah, I'm nice as CTR. Unless they've really been practicing that, I'm scared on that. Hopefully Punisher practices NCAA. I'm just looking at the 2v2 and 1v1 games right now and who would win that. And right now you have to go to the veteranship of the Reapers to take that depending on what roles.
yeah, it's just a weird spot to be, but at the same time, Snappy's been with this team for about a month and a half now before they've played.
Yeah.
And so he's already has a week of video to look at, and then a week and a day of video to look at for how these games are played. So maybe his decision is, hey, I know the team that I'm leading. Because I think Snappy's playing double duty as GM as well. Or no,
No.
just head coach.
He's just basically like head coach, leader of the team, tier 1.
All right, but Eye from the Sky, AV, what you got for us, brother?
Bro, I am on the floor, and already with this timeout, it is hilarious. What is that player's name? Kalui?
Caliui?
Yeah, he said that he don't know who he gonna play for Siege. He said,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I think he's picking random.
Is it I don't know who I'm picking. Is it, man, I got all these options, or is this like?
He said I can play anybody.
I don't hurt. You don't
Are
hear that
we
from
watching him?
I would
Is it-
believe him.
Are
I
we
would
are we
believe
sticking
that.
on him tonight?
He's probably
If he falls on his face, I'm roasting him the rest of the night.
look. People,
Sounds like a plan.
People argue Ricky one of the best shooters in the league. Cutter's one of the best shooters in the league. There's only one person I know Ricky will bow down to when it comes to shooters, and it is Caliui.
Really?
Yeah, his cousin. He says Ricky is so confident. Overwatch, Valorant doesn't matter, but his cousin is Caliui. Sorry, I need to stop referencing him to that. He's the real deal.
I gotta see Ricky. Man, you don't understand. This is my Cali Lee, man. My cousin.
Yeah.
My cousin. He cracked. I mean, he good. I mean, he better than me, but ain't nobody else better than me.
I mean, he is really good at shooters. I know. I practiced with him before. I played with him a little bit here and there as well. He's the real deal. And but going against Snappy, one of the best mouse and keyboard shooters in the league. It's gonna be tough, especially in Rainbow.
Oh
One
my
shot to the.
God.
Why are we seeing Oregon? We got Oregon yesterday. I did not want Oregon.
I don't think we've seen we haven't seen anything.
It's only
Once again,
Oregon.
like you said, though, it's the beginning of the season. A lot of players didn't have access to a lot of their operators. So
Yeah,
who we got on
it's
attack?
Just
So
trying to get comfortable, I guess, with the game again.
all right, so we'll see what we got going on. We got looking at Cali right now. It looks like we got the Jackal, Sledge, Dokkaebi, the Best Bay, Ash, and Ying.
Oh, Tekken.
Ooh,
I
Tekken
don't
up
know
next.
how I feel about Ash and Sledge. Whoever's on Ricky's account, I like Ash, one of the best guns in the game. Has a 2.0 now again as well.
Because that was a good idea.
Yeah, that was just amazing. But Sledge, we have no Thermite, no Habana. But from the ops that we're looking at, it looks like it's based season 1, season 2.
Yeah, that's one of those things that we might not see much evolution from because of the rules. They went basement first round.
That's what we did as well last night. Basically, like the Ying is just such a threat on kids. Like sitting behind that bunk to the right of main window, and then flashing out. If we get the thermite wall open in closet, just yinging that out and getting the plant down with smokes. It's just too big of a threat.
And just to your point earlier, you see that they realized they're in basement. There's an immediate swap to Habana, so now they do have that hard breach they needed. So it was looking like they were going for the rush.
We took out Doke though. I really like Doke. Especially on a basement attack.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would maybe their Sledge player is just the least experienced. So maybe look, it's just a big hammer. You go swing at a wall.
And honestly, like, I would have probably swapped out the Jackal for the Dokkaebi because the Jackal's information or intel gathering is very circumstantial, whereas Dokkaebi's just a flat-out phone call. And we see a drone get destroyed going on the main stairs. Meaning
we see a Cade. So maybe it's all ops. But the Reapers just see that they have an advantage with these operators. Let's just rock with this.
And what you're being spotted by a scan. Nobody took out the default camera out front to the right. So
QWERTY with a team kill on PC3.
So it looks like he's holding an angle and the teammate ran in front of him.
Rez. I think he took Rez out.
Ooh.
And Rez being one of their best Rainbow Six players on that team.
All right, as the Reapers are really slow playing right now, playing for top-down control as they roll into stage.
Yep.
They'll see if that hatch has been reinforced or electrified, and it looks like it was not electrified.
Rez is still up. Maybe he took out Cutters.
All right, so Habana opens up into, I believe that's electrical?
No,
that's not electrical.
I call it like connector.
So connector's open. That means the entire defensive side of the Wolves have to respect that hatch now.
PC11, so Mira
QWERTY goes down.
So that's a great Halbana onto that hatch in connector, closet, whatever you want to call it. Because I guarantee you they're playing Mira out onto out into the backside by construction. They're playing a Mira there. I'm expecting to probably see a Mira here to the left on kitchen. But
yep,
instead
there
they're
it
playing
is.
main. Instead they're playing it on main.
All right, so the mirror on main, that means they might have that backside, not the backside, but like you said, construction side, dirt side, they might have a mirror set up there. So they have a nice little double peak box going.
Yeah. See, since they've updated this map and put those two walls looking into kitchen, we don't see a lot of mirrors in pro gameplay playing here in closet. They usually play it right here to the left, right there.
Yep.
They play it on that wall to make sure that we're watching kitchen. Because it takes away, and someone's in the room and challenging the mute.
And that's one of the situations where if you have an Ash and you see that soft wall, Ash should be blown out immediately, or your Sledge or whoever it is. That should be that spot is always watched, whether it's double reinforced with the mirror.
Rez picks one off, makes it a 1v1, getting the bomb down.
But what is going to happen? Rez with sub 25% health is going to play that mirror.
I like playing the mirror here, but
the problem is he didn't plant that bomb just out of sight enough. So if they go for that bomb, the defuse, they'll see him right there at the corner.
You're also tucked into closet, nowhere to get out. You're versing a mirror with a nitro cell.
Oh, no.
If that mirror has stuck with her nitro cell this whole round, you see the laser pointing too. I'm lobbing it. Oh my God, he peeks it and gets res.
That angle, look at this angle, paper thin.
Yep. Great pre-fire. I want to know who PC11 is. PC11, I need to refresh this. I'm sorry.
We'll get to you with a call out.
Yeah.
All right, but we go on to the defense side. Now the Reapers have a chance to choose their site and figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to attack that. And that was a very close game.
I think that was Snappy playing mirror. I think he was setting up on PC11 out there. Yeah, he actually is because he's the railing behind him.
Yep.
It's right there. So that was Snappy that clutched up the 2v1 with bomb plant clutch. I like to see that from a tier 1 though.
Yes,
Taking
yes.
a big round. I mean, this is best of 3, so every round matters.
Now the question is how do the Reapers answer back with a defense? I didn't see what point they took. Did they take upstairs or downstairs?
They're taking kids with a Fenrir, Capcan, Legion.
So it is
so
open
they're
rosters.
they're going for full information, full traps. You see Legion, Frost, Capcan, a Valkyrie for information, and Fenrir if they get through the traps.
I like the Fenrir pick. He's probably one of my favorite ops right now because his ability to just have free information. You place you put the Fenrir drones or the little mines out, and then you can manually activate it. But the really amazing thing about him being technically a trap information specialist is that those mines are marked by the room that they're placed in on his screen.
Yeah.
So you know exactly where they're at and exactly where to activate, and you just have so much free information with him.
Yep. And this is the Reapers on defend. So I like what I see. At least from the operator choices on kids, you don't really need a bandit, a Cade, a mute. I'd like to see a smoke possibly over the Frost. Just smoking out and delaying that entry on big window, or if they're trying to plant behind the bunk after entering through big window. I like to see smoke be played with the shotgun here as well, with the SMG.
I would personally prefer a mute on this site because the implications of losing tower and then also that push through game room where that can give you a little bit of control on those devices.
Yeah.
Because with the operators they chose, they don't have a strong retake option, especially against this team with Brava, Jackal, Thermite, Doki, and Ying.
Yeah, so this is a great pick, I think, for Brava to go in and hack the Fenrirs or hack the Capcans where maybe the Reapers don't know. If you go hack the Capcans, someone's like roaming, and they come back and hit your teammates' Capcans. We have a Thermite to get the closet open. We already seen no reinforcement denial, so.
And nobody
Drawing out
really
trophy.
watching that. It's one thing I've been playing with recently, and I still don't know how much I like it or dislike it, is leaving that soft wall, half that wall open in attic, and cracking open a couple of holes to see across and then see the stairway.
Yeah.
And right now, you would have seen this drone coming through, so we'll see how they approach with this Ying right now. There's no reason to burn a Ying immediately taking the space.
Yeah, I mean, he already droned out bed. He droned out trophy as well. They have bedroom reinforced. So if nobody's playing in that, I don't see a reason to reinforce that. And you're not
room either.
You don't have that reinforced as well.
What is going on? What is it? Are they playing for retake?
Nah.
They can't
I
be
mean, they
playing.
only have one nitro with Valkyrie. Unless I don't think Fenrir has a
Fenrir
nitro.
does not have one.
Yeah.
He has a bulletproof camera, and I think
That's one down and attic. Gets the frost.
Ooh.
Gets 2.
Ooh.
Good shots from
Good
Snappy.
Ying out.
Yep, good Ying as well. Okay,
What
have
do
the
you-
Brava going below, but we're already entry through that. You need to go to the other side and shotgun underneath
You
kids.
can get upstairs.
Valk picks up a kill on Snappy, the biggest pick off.
And that is huge. That just
Going up white.
alleviated a lot of.
Yep,
Was that
big Capcan, I think.
Was that a Capcan or was that a C4 play?
Actually, that can't be a Capcan. It has to be a Nitro. So Valkyrie wasting the Nitro, not picking up the kill, but
But
he's
doing.
one shot.
Yeah, that is.
Behind the shield, yes.
Oh, yeah. So,
2v2.
and don't forget, they also put a frost behind that. So he's gonna jump over it. He has to climb over that unless
We
he's
have
just gonna
8
hold the cross.
seconds.
They have to plant.
They need to get. Oh, they were getting bombed down. So I think. Oh my gosh. 2-0 Wolves take Rainbow Six.
Wow, very convincingly too. With the planting game and having to answer that, I think the Valk being put in a position. I think that Valk being in that window position on Kid's bedroom is such an obvious spot that everybody peeks from. It's just not a good place to be. And you had an idea that you were coming from that game room side in white, so why be there just standing in a position where you're trapped?
I don't know. That was QWERTY playing at kids window. Like maybe they had the rotate hole going into attic, but you know someone's white. You didn't get the kill unless you're expecting them to rotate all the way around to go up main stairs. You know they're on white.
Yeah.
If you have a shield there, so your traps, unless they jump over and you have a Capcan or Frost below.
I think they put a frost there as the shield went down. So.
But they can shoot you from the shield. I don't like the positioning from QWERTY at all.
Yeah, Can't bag on Cordy, but at the same time, the Wolves taking advantage of the style of play the Reapers went with. Not a lot of reinforcements, not a lot of retake potential, and then just some weird angles, forcing them to be trapped.
Yeah.
Like, the game room take was solid, and then the push-up white with – honestly, if that C4 had killed, we'd be looking at a different game, a completely different game.
I think if Cordy kills Gurns with that C4 on white stairs, I think he's not getting picked off from white anymore. You know he's in room planning. So you have two people now that can push him while he's playing.
And then they rotate from attic door and then from the kids' room, so they have to look either right or left.
Yep.
And then you two push it and you get disabled and you go into round 3.
Yeah.
But speaking of round 3, we got 5 of them coming up with Tekken 8, 5v5, 1 life apiece. Chaos at its finest.
And we seen the Reapers drop this game last week.
We also see you almost
I dropped it. I mean,
hey man, that Azucena, I saw it. I'm like, all right, Hollywood got this.
Nah, near the end of the game, it was like I seen the finals roll. My team, we love the finals. I mean, I think it is one of the best additions that the UEL has added this offseason.
Second best Maelstrom. I actually really enjoy Maelstrom.
I enjoy Maelstrom as well. I just love shooting games. I love the finals.
Maelstrom is shooting.
Yeah, technically you're shooting. But like, I actually like first-person shooter. Like those are my favorite kind of games. So seeing the finals get put on there, there's quick movement. Like I love playing light.
I play medium.
Yeah, light and medium. I just love having the grappling hook, being able, in the map that we chose yesterday, being able to just grapple on top of any building you want. I love it. So when I seen that roll, everybody died to X-ray aspects. I mean, I took out X-ray, but then with the Victor, I mean, it's your Victor is 2-shot. If he's in heat and does that, what is it?
Which one?
Up 1+2.
Oh, the
up
drop down.
1+2 in heat. I was hoping that they nerfed it where you could sidestep. So I tried to sidestep, and I was like, if I get hit, whatever, I get to play the finals. If not, I get to launch and win the round, and I probably win the game with it. But it's not sidestepable, I think.
It's the timing for the sidestep is as he's coming down, by the way, because it's either sidestep or 3D move, like an input that allows you to move.
Yeah.
So like how some characters, like I think June has like a spinning sidekick that she does.
Yeah.
She can step that because I've been hit out of it. Also, sometimes just raw challenge it with a high.
Yeah, I mean, I can with her while running. You can actually interrupt it playing with Rez. I mean, he was the Victor, him and Cutters actually both played Victor, so I was able to, luckily, I mean, they just do it raw sometimes, so I would be able to do my while running, while running 3+2, or while running 3-2, and it would hit sometimes. But at the end of the day, we wanted to play the finals.
That's fair.
So.
But the Wolves did burn a timeout for setup. Now, actually, it looks like there was a second timeout. Looks like somebody – no, the Reapers called the first one.
Reapers
So
took
it's 4 timeouts apiece right now. We're getting a little bit of a time delay on Tekken 8 getting started. But pretty much the usual suspects going in, I think, for this. We got the reset coming from Punisher and X-Ray, Kevin going in, and then Bernay and Kat going in, and then reset from there.
With the Wolves taking a timeout, I feel like they weren't set up for Tekken. And you had Kevin and Punisher left out. They probably had no idea how to set it up. So already taking a timeout. I know Kevin, he plays Claudio. He actually knows
so
what
he's
doing
a 4-forward 3 enthusiast?
Yes. But King, though, you never know. I mean, Bernay, he's definitely been practicing as well. So. And
Bernay not on the simple controls mode anymore, which is a great thing to see. There's that forward 3, that running 3, and then there's the Claudio nonsense. Out of heat, and there goes the low to remove the King from the round. Yep. Bernoulli, not like this.
Bernay 2-0 or 0-2 for the repayers.
Ooh.
Already to start his first game off this season, 0-2.
That's rough. That is a rough start.
Yep. However,
but speaking of rough starts, it is the senior vice president of promotions, the Cat, just fresh off the plane.
This is the first game Cat is going to play in season 9. And Tekken is not the game that he wants to roll.
After at least 18+ hours on a plane back from China, too.
Yeah. I'll tell you this right now. Cat, when we played the Ghost last season in the playoffs, almost swept with Eddie spamming it. And he picked Eddie again, and I still don't think he owns the game. He's getting skill checks from Kevin right now on Claudia.
It's interesting because Eddie
Grab.
isn't a bad character. He's a really good character, but the problem is so many of his things have changed from Tekken 7 to 8 that a lot of people who even knew Eddie don't know. Oh,
Confirm. Oh, he had to confirm it, didn't choose
yeah.
it.
He has a life lead. He can just start challenging with a
Yeah.
lot of these buttons because Ricky with a very, very loud, lemon-scented button check. Button check.
So we're going to see a king here again.
Yeah, but Ricky's king is actually kind of terrifying.
Yeah, so the thing with Ricky and Tekken, he does not know how to play the game. But he knows Death Cradle. He
Which
knows
is-
the grab strings.
Which is crazy because I have played a little bit against Ricky, and it was kind of back and forth. I'm not going to say I'm a good fighting game player, but it is annoying on how the amount of grabs Ricky knows the inputs for and how fast he can get them off in rapid succession.
Yeah.
It's actually mind-boggling. But we got the button check coming from Ricky right now. So what do you think? We're going to see an RDC outbreak or maybe a tombstone? Or
I think as soon as he unpauses this, I'm hoping he just
Just-
goes straight for a grab.
What is
He's
it?
like,
It's
I'm good.
So it's 2-1, 1+2 break for RDC.
I have no idea.
I'm telling y'all. I think
Yeah,
is it
it's
or is
all
it
you.
1-2? No, it's 1-2, 1+2. So I'll give y'all the bet. So that's what square, triangle, and then square again. There's the armor kick. Let's see, we got.
Yep.
Ricky, let's grab him. Ricky, grab him.
I'm expecting to see Ricky to engage with his heat here and then instantly use it. Ooh,
Oh, Rage Art, he wildin'.
that's
Hey,
a
what?
He pressed.
Why are you pressing buttons? That's a
It's gonna be
king. He's
big
always
damage.
plus, baby. Show him the pyrotechnics, king. Let him
Big
know.
damage. On the knee.
All right, he still has heat engager available, so
Got him with
ain't
the
no.
grab.
Oh,
Got him with the
tornado
grab.
DDT to take the round. It's Ricky Rockham with the God of Pro Wrestling King. Let him know. Splash.
And, I mean, Ricky's, when he comes to fighting games, he loves playing, like, heavier, like, bigger characters. Like we seen last season in DNF, he was the Crusader. This, in Tekken 8, he's King. Street Fighter 6, he plays Marissa. So he loves playing these big characters. You got to know coming in what, like, if I'm going to play the Reapers, and I know it's a 5v5, Ricky is likely going to be in for this game, and I cannot get grab cheesed. I need to learn and practice these breaks coming into this game.
And one of the funny rules in the FGC about King players is
King versus King.
Kings love using throws, but they don't know how to break them.
Yeah.
So if you,
You asked Ricky, how do I break Roland Death Cradle? I don't know.
I don't know, man. You just don't get hit by it.
Yeah, just duck it. Back up.
So we'll see the King v. King mirror, and looks like Grunge went with the quinceañera fit, which is 16 birthday in Spanish for all you non-Espanol speakers there.
That's me.
The second best costume he's got. Let's go. Let's go.
What
it's
is this?
it's simple.
Hey,
Ooh.
grab him to death, Ricky. Grab him to death. If I see this, I'm grabbing him. No way.
Ooh, face breaker. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Ooh, tries to go for big swing.
Says, get off me.
Come on. See.
He's
Oh, elbow drop.
I have not seen Ricky use that move.
Oh,
Another grab.
the shiniest of
Puts
wizards.
him in a rage art. Ooh, good heat
He blocks the
engage.
heat engage.
Okay.
Snap kick. Heat engage. Oh,
Uh-oh.
heat ender.
This is gonna come down
Stage
to
break.
this hit.
That's a stage break.
Oh.
Does he have the combo? Rage art. Just rage art. Just rage art. And he's
Oh my
dead.
god, I think he's dead. Wait, I think he's dead. It's gonna be a sliver or death. I
No,
don't
it's
know.
death. He's low enough.
Is he?
Cooked him.
Yep, he
Well
is.
done. Hold that.
I think a tad more health he's living that though.
Nah, with the amount of damage he had in the stage break off the heat ender, he had to be at least at half health in order to survive it. And even then, he'd be very low.
Yep. And here comes Cutters. The 2-2-2-2-2-2 with Victor.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
then after Cutters, you're gonna get another Victor.
The dude. Actually, no. Rez actually plays Victor.
Rez has a Victor. And I know probably after the last game with them dropping Tekken as one of their games that they did lose to, who did they play last week?
Who was it?
I don't know.
I am drawing a blank right now.
Who did they? The Ghost. They played the Ghost.
Yeah,
They dropped
yeah,
it to LJ Skater Girl. I guarantee you he's been on this game practicing more and warming up for this match. Especially, you still have Pip-Boy's Fang. Pip-Boy plays Fang. A very basic Fang, I would say, though.
A fundamental Fang?
Yeah, like he understands what Fang is supposed to do, but he doesn't understand the strings and the timings with it. Because it is, if you play Tekken a lot and you play a few Fangs, you kind of start to understand when they're going to do that like low jab or the low into like the grab where he spins you up in the air.
Junk punch from King. Down, tries to go for the counter hit sweep. Nice little leg drop. Yeah, brother. Heat engage from Cutters.
He's gonna I knew
up B.
Yep.
Yep.
He's gonna do it again. Or
Nope.
ooh.
Tries to go for the plus. Oh, heat in
That's
there.
some
That's a
whip
stage
heat.
break. That's always a stage break. All right, you got combos, or are you just gonna?
Grab.
Ooh.
I don't think Rez is going to have enough time, or Cutters, sorry. Cutters does
Leg
not
drop.
have enough time to get off his last heat engage.
Oh, he pressed.
I think
He went for a grab.
I think he went for the grab.
Yep.
He-
That
he
might
lives.
kill.
Nah, he definitely
Nah,
lives.
Victor's kind of egregious with the damage when it comes to this Rage Art, especially on counter hit. Let's see what happens.
He lives that.
But
So it's going to come down to what's the mix.
was he
The
something
mix.
funny? Was he
Is
something funny?
going to
Was
use
he-
gun? Yep.
No. You're supposed to cancel that stance. You could have died there.
Okay. He's still plus.
And there's the
Ah.
counter hit sweep kick to get the win.
See, there is like a iffy like situation after he uses that big swipe with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know frames like that, but I'm pretty sure he's still plus after that, and he can go into that. He's not. Okay.
Because if he connects, I think he's like +3, so he's able to continue. +3 means he has advantage frames, meaning he's able to launch another move that's quick or built
Yeah.
into that combo selection.
Or maybe it's not punishable in a way. I don't know.
It's weird because it does pushback, but there is
Yeah.
recovery frames on blocks, so he can't. Some people can actually
Yeah,
get
I think
into
it
that,
Depends character.
but he whiffs so far out that there
Yeah.
wasn't much you can do. But the problem is when you go in a stance like that against a more experienced player, you'll get jabbed out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And here comes the Fang of Pip-Boy. So
Alright.
Punisher is still left to go. So is Punisher a fighter? Are we saving Punisher? Is he not? Is he nasty?
If he selects Steve, then I believe he's good at this game.
I think as long as you don't pick Victor or Eddie, and you're a rookie, you probably know what you're doing. Good grab. Good
Yep.
for it.
And there's the hop kick off of Wake Up. Waking up pressing buttons.
Yeah, Pip-Boy does not have the execution on the wall.
Teleports back, and there's the
Armor.
heat engage with armor. And he tried to get him with the wall rousing one counter hit. Let's see. And he tries to backstash the teleport, and the Fang Stomp just puts him down.
So Rez now has to go through Pip-Boy and Punisher, which is a question mark. I'm excited. I hope Rez takes out Pip-Boy. I want to see what Punisher has.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting to see.
Because do you know anything about him? Coming into this game, he's like, you could tell me he's good at anything on this wheel, and I'd believe you. I just have no idea.
Yeah, it's one of the things, one of the cool things about being a rookie, but one of the worst things about being a rookie, because if you get put in a weird spot in the rotation and you haven't played yet, nobody knows how good you are, so they might respect you, or they might disrespect you, and you have to deal with the mental weight that comes from that. All right, Rez going through his button check.
Yep. Got a quick little button. Yeah, come on, Rez. I need to see Punisher go in.
All
We're
right,
live here.
so we're live. Now we've seen Pip-Boy's broken offense and just jabs. There goes the heat engager with armor. The stance
hold this.
change. There we go. And there's the
Gets-
run with the heat ender. He picks up.
I don't know.
There he goes.
Okay.
You're in a rough spot here. Doesn't
Big
break
grab.
the grab. And there's the
Oh,
hop kick,
that's
and
dead.
that should be
Straight
death.
through. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's dead.
Yep. And just
Man.
like that, the Wolves take Tekken over the Reapers. The Reapers now, what, 0-2 in Tekken now?
0-2 in Tekken, which we seen the Reapers were able to beat Pip-Boy. Sorry, not the Reapers. I was able to beat New Moon in the finals in Tekken. So somebody on that team has to step up and start start learning some more fighters, especially Tekken, because that's Ricky. That's one of Ricky's worst fighters, and you have Rez for it, but Ricky can't be that second guy to Rez in Tekken. I think, especially when it comes to playing these top teams like the Click. I think are going to be top this season. The Bandits, the Bots. Like when you start playing those top teams, Tekken is not a game you're going to win versus any of those players.
And the funny thing is, with the way the rules are set up now with Tekken, it does lean a little bit more favor to those secondary fighting game players, but you still have to have a deep enough game plan in order to beat them. And Pip-Boy will say it himself, he doesn't like a lot of fighting games.
Yeah,
He's not a real
doesn't like
fighting game
Tekken
player.
much. Or I
So
think he likes it, but he just doesn't enjoy playing it. I mean, Street Fighter is his game.
yeah, he does say he likes Street Fighter, but if you're
We get to see the Ricky Pip-Boy matchup again in Street Fighter. Because we remember in the finals, Ricky was able to sweep Pip-Boy and who was it? In Spicy or in Nexus at the end of the finals, and Cutters didn't even get to go in. I need to see Street Fighter.
Ooh,
Especially if you're saving Punisher for the end in Tekken. If he's a fighter, I don't know which way that goes. You have Cutters and Ricky. I mean, the whole Reaper staff plays Street Fighter, but
except for
Punisher-
Cordy, right? Yeah,
Cordy's
'cause-
a modern Cammy. He doesn't really have the execution. I think he knows the buttons, but it's not a game he wants to practice a lot.
That's fair. That's fair. But Lumina Rush, one of our newer games coming in. We got X-Ray Kevin, Doomsday, and Snappy going in. And then who we got on? Ricky, Cutters, and
Nah, it's so they haven't fixed the Reapers lineup yet. You're gonna see Cordy. You're gonna see Kaliui. It's a tough rotation, but you got to put Ricky in here. You can't go down 0-3 to Wolves. To start the game, that's a tough break if you go down 0-3. You have to put Ricky in, their best Lumina Rush player.
all right, I'm gonna trust your word on that because there's no shooting in it. So
Yeah, Ricky's just one of those players though that plays like the rhythm games.
Mhm.
Like I don't know what they're called. I can't
like
remember.
DDR, Osu,
Osu, and he just has random games like
that
that are
Mania?
like that. There's like Friday Night Funkin'. Like he plays those games in these speed races, like those weird kind of games that you don't expect a lot of our end gamers to play. But that's his stuff. He loves the speed racers. He loves the rhythm games, and I know that he's their best player. QWERTY, question mark. Kaliui, question mark.
I can see that. I can see that. And maybe Ricky picked up that fascination in those games because if Kalui's that good at shooters, maybe Ricky was just like, man, I need something to do on my own time to stop dealing with these shooters with this fool.
Yeah.
And that's how he developed those games. But looks like we got Kalui and
Kevin
Kevin
is
going
lost.
first.
Yeah, Kevin is lost. Kaliui playing
Ooh, we
on
got
this.
DVD coming up next.
Kaliui playing on this like the map
The overhead view.
Yeah, and you haven't really seen a lot of players play on that, but I know actually a couple people that prefer it. But I don't think we've seen it in the league played like that before. So it's interesting. It definitely shows he has some work in the game. I think they put Bernay in, but I may be wrong. I'm not sure.
And just to give our viewers at home just a heads up, there was a rule change for Lumina Rush before the game started. It is
Really?
now 3 maps.
3 maps. What do
Only
you mean?
3. So it's a setup team gets a choice first of either map or player. They either get to choose who goes in or gets to choose what map is played.
Yep.
So it's only a rotation of 3 maps, I believe, that they're going to be going through.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear the exact breakdown of the rule, but I did hear that was a new change. So we'll see how that goes going forward.
They do put Ricky in. I think smart. From Cat and Cutters and the veteranship, you can't go down 0-3. And here, I can tell you that whoever chose this map knows what they're doing. And looks like Ricky. Yeah, Ricky definitely chose it. That part
Oof.
is so difficult. I cannot get it.
It looks like a very rhythm-based interaction.
Yeah, you have to have the time down. And Ricky.
Ricky actively
trolling.
saying he is trolling.
Doomsday having Steam open. You see the keyboard pop up. This is the second time this season that I've seen it pop up. Snappy, being the veteran on that team, has to know, how do I fix that? You know that Steam problem. So if that continues to happen, you got to be able to fix that.
And just like that, Ricky takes the lead over Doomsday and finishes the course before him. Let's see, we're looking at so
Is that 35-12 from Ricky?
35-12 from
55 from Doom. Ricky being their best player. I'm taking that from Doomsday. Didn't look like he was very very skilled on it. I mean, I'm taking a 6-second difference versus Ricky.
Oh yeah. Like overall, it feels good to be able to keep up with that kind of number, but at the same time, it's not a winning number.
No, definitely not.
So Snappy has to catch up, and Snappy versus QWERTY going into this Luminous Rush round. I'm putting my money on Snappy, nothing personal, QWERTY, but I don't think this is your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I don't know how versatile QWERTY is on the maps as well. So, okay, this is the basic swing map. I think this is the first time that the game implements the swing.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is going to be very basic. But if you don't know what you're doing with the swing, and QWERTY doesn't, QWERTY's going the wrong way with that swing. But Snappy has no idea what he's doing.
All right, so this is the Deaf Lead in the Blind. But don't be speaking of Deaf Lead in the Blind, don't be one of them. Get yourself one of these quality SurfThing PCs, the in-gamer.
Oh, Snappy finishes first.
Oh, wow. That just threw me off completely. But the in-gamer certified PC, if you want a game like an in-gamer, you need the equipment of one. Drop by SurfThing PCs and get yourself one today.
Neither side used the swing. Neither
Bro,
side.
boy, ain't no way.
Jump through the swing and just land it on the other wall and just boost it up.
I mean, you and Reapers take the dub.
Oh, so okay, I know what you mean now. So it's not 6. Okay, so both players don't go twice. It's
It's
only go
3
once.
maps, best of 3.
Okay, I was thinking that 2 people were like doing the same map. So like, I don't know how I was thinking. I like that rule change.
I explained it poorly. I'll give you that much. I did explain poorly.
I understand. I'm just a visual learner.
Yeah.
So, like, if it comes to, go do this, yeah, you're going to have to come with me.
Yeah.
Show me the first time I got you.
Yeah.
every-
All right.
every
So
time,
this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But coming up next is Dead by Daylight, where I think the Reapers having set up, and Rez is available for this, which I think is the strongest killer on the Reapers.
Yeah, is it? What was the first game in this game? I'm sorry. Rainbow. Okay,
Rainbow.
so
It was
5-5.
Rainbow into Luminous Rush.
Yeah. So okay. So I think these lineups are they?
It should be accurate because
Well,
Kalalui, Ricky, and
was
QWERTY were all
Cat
in.
not available for the first rotation? Because we have 2 available over here, 1 available on that side. Okay, and we have Kali Uwe from the Reapers joining us for this little interview. Hello. How are you doing today? Pretty swell. I'm excited to ask about the score. So it's 2-1, Rainbow 6, first game. I know a lot of the Reapers, they're very confident in Rainbow. So what was your guys' mindset going into the game? How were you guys looking to attack, and how were you guys looking to defend and take the win, basically?
I can't speak for them, but I can speak for me.
Okay.
And I was trying to kill everybody I saw. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I did have the most amount of kills on my team. Now, as far as defense, I don't know what they were doing. You know,
Your team or you? Okay.
they were not
Not like. Okay.
fortifying the wall. There was a specific.
Not reinforcing. Not Yeah, I seen on your defense round, which was the second round, I believe. The reinforcements in bedroom were there, but not in closet. I was wondering, maybe was it a lack of experience on the map? Is it a lack of experience of your team on the game? What do you think about that?
Probably would say lack of experience. I feel like we should have Ricky in.
Yeah, I was expecting to see you and Ricky go in for it, but I guess you have to kind of hold him out in case he covers everything, so have to kind of look forward.
Ricky was in, it would have been a lot better. But you know, we win, you lose.
Yep.
But you know, it's 1-2. Y'all saw me in Luminous Rush. I kind of sold. I got 23 seconds though. You know, it's not that bad. All right.
Hey, I mean, you're for this base kind of. I'm gonna say that you're basically a rookie. I mean, you played a game or two in season 6, I believe, or 5. So coming in, what games are you looking forward to take over the Wolves?
Overwatch.
Overwatch.
Definitely see me in Overwatch. I heard there's a top 100 in the league. I don't care about that guy. I'm
that's
definitely really good at that. I could play anybody. So
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a great game. I mean, both sides I know are very experienced in Overwatch, so I'm excited to see you guys play it.
Very
Hopefully
excited.
it spins.
all right, man.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so much. Good luck in your games. And Wolves are going to be killer basing off of the setups. I see Cordian, I see Resin. Who is back there? Bernay and likely Cat. So
And
Cat and Rez have to go in. They put Punisher in, I think.
it's going to be interesting. The Reapers got Survivor on this, so I actually had it wrong, so it was a Wolf setup.
Maybe, yeah, because there's no way that the Reapers choose Survivor. Ooh, maybe they're playing it off of Punisher. Maybe they're hoping that he's not experienced. Because you have the guarantee win with Rez, I think. I'd say 80%. If Rez is killer, you're going to win.
And here comes another one of those SurfThing PC wheel spins. Let's see what we got.
I'm excited to see Punisher, man. This is basically the first time we see him. So, NHL?
If you can find the weakest link.
Okay.
If you can find the weakest link in a
So
map.
we have Cat, QWERTY, Rez, Bernay in
This map is
on the
actually
Survivor
easy,
side.
what the fuck? I would
Picking a little bit different of a
watch it
map.
for a bit and
An indoor
So-
map? Like, oh.
Delay of game from the Reaper. So I think
working?
they only have 3 timeouts left now. And it doesn't look like Punisher's controller's working.
That's on him. You got to check your equipment, and that's one of the
Welcome to the UEA.
yeah.
moments.
And with him picking Ghostface, that is a very high-end killer who takes a lot of planning and precision in order to get things going.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the-
okay. So the Reapers had set up for Rainbow. Then Tekken was Wolves. Lumina Rush was Reapers. Wolves.
oh yeah, because we are in the
are
fourth
killer.
game, so that makes sense.
So the Wolves chose killer. So they're confident in Punisher being their killer. Because I think they have a great Survivor squad with Doom, Snappy. I don't know, maybe. I mean, yeah, this is one of the more experienced killers that you kind of have to know.
And the way Ghostface works, for those who don't know, if you see that little portrait down the bottom left, he's one of the what you call a stealth killer. He activates that ability and he goes into stealth.
Oh, and going after the right Survivor. Rez about to have his first hook already.
And the funny thing is, if you looked at the beginning of that chase, Rez happened to just be caught in a situation where 3 people were on one generator, and he ran around a corner and got hit first. So he just became a victim of circumstance there.
One gen is popped.
start
I'm trying to see the. So his perks is that Pop goes the Weasel and
Nurse's Calm, Pop Goes the Weasel, Corrupt Intervention,
Corrupt, I think.
and then I can't
I
tell
don't
what's
know
that,
that left.
4th perk.
Yeah, I don't.
I
know
think
that
that's one of the perks from the night, if my memory serves me right, by that icon.
Okay.
I don't use a lot of the Knight's perks just because once you get to a certain point in Dead by Daylight, you realize trying to stick on brand with perks isn't a good idea. Some killers benefit from other killers' perks, but he just saw somebody and he's trying to stalk right now. And what stalking does, which I started to get to, is if he stalks a survivor all the way up till they're marked red, it's a one-shot down no matter what. So he's able to sneak around, mark survivors, and then when he gets that full stalk on, it's a one-shot down, and it's known to be very terrifying because some Ghostface will go an entire game without chasing anybody, just marking,
And just have it full on the whole time
and
just
then
go on a spree.
stalk down, stalk down,
Yep.
stalk down. You'll just lose in the flash.
And I don't think as a survivor you really have good pallet drop. I don't think the survivors like have any indication that his stock is all the way up.
Yeah, you don't get an indicator until it maxes out.
Yeah.
And the trick to counteract Ghostface is to actually constantly have your camera moving around you because he has to lean around a corner. If you see him, it breaks stealth. He still gets to keep his stock percentages that he gets on you, but it breaks that, and then he gets a terror radius again. Now he's back himself, so there's no terror radius until he pops up on somebody. And then he swings and breaks that for some reason.
This is an injured survivor he's chasing off of this gen.
And that is 2 generators completed for the Reapers. And I think this is Rez he's
Nah,
chasing.
Rez just got fully healed up.
So that's PC6 he's going after, and he decides not to jump over. And the thing is, that Survivor can play that palette really well. And this is one of the issues with the Institute. If you don't get the basement in that corner, you get caught going in a really bad loop constantly.
Yep. So I believe PC6 is Bernay, and he's going to go down. But at the same time, that was a long chase. They got Rez fully healed up.
And
You
Bernay
know
goes down in
that-
front of the ledge. Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh,
now he
yeah.
has to try and pick him up in a weird position.
Yep.
Oh,
my
no,
goodness.
not. And then Bernay calls it out to his team. So now he has to make a decision to leave Bernay down and try and put pressure back on these generators that we should be seeing the third generator popping here soon.
Just turn around like 180.
My brother, you
This
got
is
to
a
approach
very
it from a different angle.
Put your ass on his face and just press spacebar.
There you
we
go.
go. That's the third gen.
And there's a third gen popped.
That was about a 45-second engagement with the chase and making the mistake of vaulting over the wall twice. I mean, that cost you 2 gens. And Rez was healed up during that chase as well. So now you have 3 people with only 1 gen.
And he gets stunned right after activating power and getting flashlight stunned. Punisher, man, welcome to the UEL, dog. I'm going to tell you right here, right now, as experienced Dead by Daylight player. And that is it. That's all 5 gens.
It's going to be open.
Now, the question is, Ghostface is a great killer, but he has very, very weak in-game pressure because his ability to traverse the map is so slow. He just runs left and right. So now, guess for game. Are they at that one or at the far side? Fortunately, it looks like it's on the 2 sides of the map instead of straight across, and looks like he guessed right.
I thought he's on the blue. Am I tripping?
He,
When it's blinking like that, they're definitely on it.
if it's blinking, that means there's somebody over there.
Yeah.
And he didn't check the.
He can't get
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that means that they
Mom-
were touching it. Knew that
Did
was
he just
coming
try to
over.
kick a generator?
I mean, the game's over.
Yeah.
Welcome
Reapers.
to the new UEL Punisher.
Best advice, brother. Go ahead and switch to a simpler killer. That's all I can say to that one.
Yeah. Ghostface, it's a tough one. If you're going for someone, maybe Snappy just was like, look, I mean, really just go around and screw the ability, just go around and hit people. I'm going Legion. I mean, Legion, look, you press this, you kind of go a little quicker. And
The problem with Legion, especially as a Legion main, is once Dead by Daylight's been in and out of the league for what, like 5 seasons now?
yeah, I don't think it's been taken off since I've been here.
True, because last season it almost got taken off, but then it got
They
swapped
brought it
back
back.
on because rest in peace, the Jason game, Friday the 13th.
Friday. I'm telling you right now, though, that would be one of the Blazes' best game. Milk loved that game. I know a lot of people in this league love Friday. It was
so bad though.
No, I love it.
I'm not gonna call the game bad. There was a lot of inconsistencies in the programming and the interactions. And I
Yeah.
feel like it was, but that's neither here nor there. Because right here, right now, Punisher, welcome to the UEL. You picked a complicated killer and you paid for it. But hey, man, still got 3 hours and 17 minutes left in this game. We got NHL coming up next with Cat. With
Yep.
Cat and Rez coming up next, and
No, I don't think that lineup is correct. So Rez and Cat both had to go in for Dead by Daylight.
so that's a reset.
And then yeah, it's a reset. And then they had Bernay and was it Qwerty?
I think so. But
yeah, Qwerty. I think Qwerty was the other one.
so with that being said, 4 games down. How do you think these tier 1s are head to head? I do believe Cutters is actually the tier 1 today.
Yep.
So
Cutters
it's
is
tier
the
1
tier
versus Snappy.
Are we counting Cat?
I think Cutters is the tier 1 for today.
He
so
is the tier 1 for today. Just based off the name. Let's go with Cutters. Cutters versus Snappy. I mean, right now, Cutters. I mean,
getting dog walked.
They've had a tough rotation, I think. Having to put Ricky in early for Lumina Rush, but Rainbow them dropping that. Like I'm putting in my best for Snappy and company.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where I think. Oh, so it is we're actually tracking on Cat. So Cat's 0-2?
Yeah, he lost Tekken. Well, he just won Dead by Daylight, but he lost Tekken, and then
No, he wasn't in
for
for Siege. He wasn't for Lumina Rush, so.
I think we're tracking Cutters because he was in for Rainbow and Tekken.
Yeah. So yeah, this is
we're tracking Cutters for Snappy. I mean, Snappy's dog walking him right now.
Yeah, and there's never, out of all the people who came from, the former New Moon, Snappy is one of the few players that you've ever really had a lot of doubts of gameplay or skill about. He's nothing against Doomsday, but like Doomsday, Electric, some of the guys who didn't have as much time to play or didn't play as much. Snappy's one of those players where you always looked at him as like, yeah, that makes sense. When Snappy was announced as Tier 1, nobody really batted an eye. And it just goes to show with a new team, with just Pip-Boy and Doomsday backing him up, Gurins, Kenny, Kevin, and then Punisher, 2-1 right now is a strong start for the Tier 1 on the Wolves.
Yeah. But I think we have someone coming up in here from the Cloud. AV, what do you got for us?
Bro, I am literally on this floor. And let me tell you both, it is a little tense out there, man.
A little bit?
A little bit. I think more of a lot. Reds forgot to put in lineup, so they got a penalty.
Heard that.
Man.
I think should it be 3 timeouts Reapers for Wolves? I think the Reapers had host for Rainbow.
And they burned a timeout there, and then the penalty timeout should put them at 3. So,
well, I will find out. We don't need to worry about technical right now, but these guys, Cordy's looking over here because he know I'm about to start talking about him. So I'm sitting over there just waiting for him to mess up.
To mess up, Cordy.
He not even in. So,
yeah.
Yep, I'm going to be going back out there. We'll update everything as needed.
Cool. Thank you so much.
No problem.
So as AV looks into the technical timeout, shout out to our boy Logan Summit for kicking off the game and keeping us
entertained throughout the week and getting us ready for the games every week on Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
I've actually been a huge fan of it, and as much as I enjoy Titus talking in front of the camera, Logan's been a welcome upgrade. Appreciate you, Titus. Thanks for making that happen, and Logan, thank you for being here.
Yeah, Logan, he brings like a sense of entertainment that we don't have. I mean, he's not here with us, but like he's here with us. Like I can ask him almost anything about the league, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, this guy, yeah, he's good with this." Like I don't understand how we did the research on the whole league that quickly.
Yeah, because I saw him, I was like, all right, cool, this Logan guy, he seems pretty cool. Talked to him a little bit in the chat, but his ability his ability to get information and actually make it entertaining has been really well done. But speaking of well done, it's only 2-2. Who do you think is going to end up taking this game?
I mean, I think like NHL or the whole match.
Let's say the match. Who you got for the match? Because we didn't get a chance to do that at the beginning.
I mean, you can't bet against the Reapers when it's a tie game. I mean, the Wolves took the lead. The Reapers dropped Rainbow, I would say. I'd say they were advantaged, but then not putting Ricky in is a mistake. I mean, you kind of have to go Reapers, but I want the Wolves to win.
So
I'm going Wolves. Give me the Wolves, man.
All right, so somebody has to go back the other way and combat that. So I'm going to go with the Reapers because Cutters earned his C back on his name. He's no longer Reaper Utters. That is Championship Cutters. I'm like one of like 8 people in the league Ricky actually knows, so I got to support my young goat.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take Reapers on this. But compared to the Wolves last season, who were a team that was scrappy and had a chance to make the playoffs and barely made them, to the team now that looks like they're guaranteed to make the playoffs, this is a huge change. This shakeup this last offseason really put the Wolves in a more commanding position than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, Snappy, like the Wolves did such a great job grabbing Snappy in free agency and offering him that tier 1, because I was expecting the bots to make a move for Jury or Snappy. I think one of their weaker categories, surprisingly, like they're not bad in, but it's shooters. I think they cover like I'd say it's shooters and sports, but you cover strategy well, you cover fighters well, and racers, like they made an improvement with Dictator Chicken and Big Red. They both kind of play racers a little bit. I was expecting them to grab Snappy or Jury as well with the sports and racers. I'm surprised they didn't. But with Snappy going over there, he was able to bring Pip-Boy. He's able to bring Doomsday. And then able to grab the 3 X-ray, the trio X-rays from the Gorillas. And then an unproven rookie. I mean, I like the lineup.
Yeah, I think the only question mark, only question marks, if you'd say, would probably be the X-Ray Twins and Punisher, because the X-Ray Twins have done a really middling job of showing up. Because when they play and they play their games, they're great. Yeah. When they're not playing their games, you end up looking at them just as confused. Yeah, like, and then Punisher just being an unproven rookie, but Gurns has shown himself well. Doomsday was able to stay on New Moon, Karma, Eclipse, whichever iteration you want to choose, because of his dependability as a practice player and a source of information, and then naturally Pip-Boy and Snappy. So with only 3 real question marks, the Wolves are in a great spot.
Yeah. I mean, you have – it's just Snappy. I mean, you look at him as that, like, one of the best shooters in the league. but this is like one of the worst matchups you can go against for shooters. I mean, I would say by far the Reapers are the best shooting squad in the league. So, like, that's where I think later game where more of the shooters start to roll, or just more games in general start to roll, the more likely it's going to be shooters. And I think Rainbow may have been a fluke. They're like, okay, we need to start sending Ricky in more. We need to put him in for those shooters. Look, go ahead, go in there, and he's going to be able to match Snappy, and then he also has the backup from Caliui, QWERTY, Rez, Cutters. I mean, everybody on that team is a sharpshooter.
Speaking of sharpshooting, NHL still been a little bit of delay. We'll get into that game soon enough, but
that was a timeout from the Wolves. So it wasn't a setup issue. It was probably a controller issue. They probably couldn't get their controller set up properly. But
there's too much experience on that Wolves team to be having controller issues. And take it from me, with the game we had as the Cyclones, like, you got to be on top of your equipment. You got to have that stuff lined up and taken care of immediately, because this is not a matchup where you want to be wasting timeouts. It's the Reapers. This is the three-time champions. And having issues this early in the game, you'll get picked apart in the late game once they get comfortable. And that's where the Reapers are the most dangerous, when they know they have some sort of a resource advantage.
Yeah, and I hate the call from the Wolves here. I think if I'm going in versus Cat and Cutters, at least, I don't know about Caliui and NHL. I don't think as a tier 1, I'm not putting myself in if I'm Snappy. I mean, I think Snappy is good at NHL, but I don't think he's great enough to be able to carry Kevin and possibly Punisher if he's not well versed in NHL. I don't think Snappy can carry versus Cat and Cutters.
But after beating this game, settings taken care of, I believe.
Yeah, this is game settings. I don't know. I think maybe the Wolves kind of just got their controllers all set up, and now, I mean, the Reapers have to have time to set up the game.
Exactly. It's this is a rough situation because these are all
Set up the game. But the Wolves had Dead by Daylight, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, but either way, we're finally getting in the game, and let's see how this game goes. Cutters, Cat, and Caliui versus Snappy, Kevin, and Punisher.
Well, now maybe we get to see if Punisher's a sports game player, because he's not a Dead by Daylight player.
And we got the Reapers on the Lightning and the Wolves on the Oilers. That's going to be the Reapers in the blue Lightning jersey and the Oilers in the white. When did the Oilers get popular? Because that team is still kind of not that good, like as a hockey team.
The only reason people pick the Oilers is because of their one player. He's the best player in the league, Connor McDavid. He's the best player in NHL right now. So people pick him because because both he's great with right and left-handed, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at it as, if I don't have a good supporting cast, I'll pick the Oilers, because I can go out there, put myself on McDavid, and be able to kind of take over the game with that. But at the same time, now you have a worse goalie, you have a worse surrounding cast. I don't know. I don't see the reason not to pick the Lightning.
As a lazy fan of hockey, one team I've always loved since I was a kid is the Colorado Avalanche, and this is as an Avalanche fan, play the Avalanche more. It's one of the best teams in the NHL, top 5 guaranteed, one of the best well-rounded teams, and they also have one of the best defense programs in the NHL. So, hey guys, if you're not confident in your defense, but you feel pretty well balanced across the board, start looking into the Avalanche. But right now,
I also like the Maple Leafs as well.
Toronto's never been. I'm not saying never, but they haven't been horrible for a very long time.
Yeah, they're very I would say they're very diverse on their squad as well, with the offense, defense, goalie. It's all around 90 overall.
Also, I realized another reason why the Oilers are popular. Did you watch the Stanley Cup?
What a shot!
Wow.
I don't know who Kucherov is. So.
Wow. Was that a regular puck or was that a 2 puck?
I think that was a 1.
It was a 1 puck?
Yeah.
And then let's see. And just to let you guys know how we play NHL here in the UEL, it is a 3v3. And if you look at the bottom of the scoreboard, you see a row of pucks. Each one of those pucks can be a regular black puck, as you see, a +2 puck, a +3 puck, or a -1 puck, or a -2 puck.
But it looks like today we have no money pucks.
We are
on.
playing
No
regular
money pucks are
NHL
here.
today.
So whoever scores the most.
And it's a first to 5, correct?
First to 5, or whoever has the league after the 3 periods. If it's tie, then we're going to play until
First score,
goal to
sudden
goal.
death.
Yeah, sudden death.
No shootouts here.
Nope. That's why, what was it, 2 seasons ago when the Reapers played New Moon in the finals, we were watching NHL for 30 minutes.
I remember that.
like-
I think I commentated that
Yeah,
game
I
too.
think it was triple overtime. Like,
That was
it was insane, and back and forth, back and forth.
ooh.
No way.
The goalie gets punished on that because it hit the pad and flipped over. If you notice,
Looks like Kat is Kucherov, unless he just got hyped for his team. Looks like he's the one that's scoring both of those goals, which I would expect coming from Kat, one of the better NHL players in the league. But both of those goals don't look
it's not better than Bosif.
Yeah.
I got to talk my trash real quick. I ain't said nothing good about my team all day, so I have to say that.
Go ahead.
Bosif, I got you. You my tier 1.
I don't see those.
Oh no.
Either of those shots really though, are like shots that I see Kat really take a lot. So I don't know. Maybe those are luck, or he's been practicing the game more and figuring out different.
That's the end of the first period.
Dang, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, that felt like a really fast period because
Yeah,
2
scores
scores
as well, yeah.
and then a lot of back and forth, but a lot of it being held on the Wolf side of the ice.
Yep. And you see the difference in McDavid being that 97 overall, the highest overall player in the game. However, that goalie difference between the Oilers and the Lightning being I think
Very
it was
apparent.
93 to 88. And I mean, it doesn't sound like that big of a difference, but in NHL, every overall matters. They have no 99s, no 98s. So I would think every overall matters. Unlike Madden, you have some of those players that can be a 78 overall, 99 speed, and are just godlike.
Like your DK Metcalfs, your
There was
shoot,
somebody. oh,
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, Tyreek.
I don't think Tyreek's been rated lower than like a 92 though.
Yeah, not for a long time.
All right, face off to begin the second period.
Here we have the Wolves actually having that up, what is it, up ice or up court advantage.
Traveling up ice instead of down.
Yeah, traveling up the ice is like such a huge advantage. Everybody in the league, like, I know the Reapers when we were playing, if we're up, we're playing very defensive. If we're going down and we're up in the game, we're playing defensive. We want to have the puck going up as much as possible, and not try and overplay our players to go down. And I think here is Cat. I hope not.
And it's kind of weird because early in the season, you see a lot of teams struggling playing up the ice.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, down the ice. And then by like week 6, teams are comfortable playing both sides of the ice, and it's really weird.
Yeah.
Because like every season NHL's here, and they're traveling up the ice, like, or down the ice, like, oh, this is weird, this is weird. And then week 7, you start seeing like triple passes. Good spin move, but loses the puck to a poke at the end of it coming out. The see if he can sprout these passing lanes, playing the right side of the ice. Misses the pass for a nice shot on the corner of the goalie.
Yeah,
Flips it in, goalie traps.
I'm going to take a guess that the red circle on the Lightning is going to be Cat. Green is going to be Cutters. And I think that they're going to have Kaliui playing that defensive role for them.
You got to be careful because in hockey, it is some that players do get fined within the team or benched for is screening your own goalie. You don't want to do that. You want to cover that empty side of the net, not the side the puck's actively on.
Ooh, what a
nice fake into the pump. Ooh, ricochets off the pad. I'm seeing a lot of crowding right now, and this is something I'm not used to seeing the Reapers do. A lot of jerseys on the puck instead of spreading out.
Yeah, and the deep being picked apart by the Wolves right here, but wasn't able to get a great shot off from it. And we have Cat coming down the ice.
Let's see. Oilers holding that puck. That was just a weird pass, and now he has to reset all over.
Pass up. They overcommitted. They overcommitted. But they were able to get back.
All right, so let's see. Come down the ice again. We see a cross.
Pass over.
Oh,
Ooh.
bad pass. Creans off the stick. Gets control. I'm liking.
Good pass.
I'm liking this. They're spreading them out, and you can see that if the Wolves notice it's a 2v3, when they come down the ice on the defend, they might want to start doubling up on one of these players to try and get a fast break going.
Yeah, and I mean the Reapers on attack are having such good looks with with their movements going, like right here, being able to pass back and forth.
Ooh.
Great shot from Cat there. Definitely making his redemption from Tekken earlier. But, Cutters, please never take that hat off again.
I think it's Cutters scoring these goals. I think Cutters is going for the hat trick. He said hat trick.
I mean, somebody had a hat trick, and I think it – I don't know. I would think Cat is playing on red, or is the red circle for the Lightning. But never know. It's just I see the confidence coming out from Cat more than Cutters here.
And that's one of the problems dealing with the Reapers is, like, you want them as quiet as possible.
That second period. 3-0. Still, I haven't seen a money puck. Maybe.
I haven't seen any type of puck besides a regular puck.
Yeah, I think – because I think in the rules we've wanted it to be where there's no money pucks, but there was never a way, like, to turn it off. So maybe someone's been doing their research and found a way. But if I'm the Reapers and they did set the game up, I want it to be as competitive as possible to where I can't score 2 pucks in a row and then they get a -2 and now they win.
Exactly.
So I think if they found a way to do that, it's a great coaching from Cat and being able to find that.
But we've had games in the past where none of those specialty pucks come up.
Yeah.
And then we have games where it's like +2, +2, +3, +2, +2, and it's just like,
the game's
all right,
over.
game ends in 2 shots.
Yep.
Ooh.
Good look from the Reapers there on the attack.
Goalie saving that. That was a
Passed
strong
it right
88.
to him. Ooh, I think if he passed that back to Cat in the mid-ice, he would have been able to get a good shot.
I think momentum carried him and kind of had him locked into that. That was a good shot. Rolls off the stick.
Gets the puck back.
Holding up on one side of the ice.
Still
passes
has
passes
to
around.
Cat.
Oh,
Ooh,
nope. You're not getting to that.
Bad pass. We had a 3v2 situation there with Cat being too far up the ice. I think that's where you really need to lock down and get hold the lockdown. You really need to be able to get the execution. We have Cat in the middle of the ice, wide open. It was bad positioning on Cat coming up the ice.
Yeah,
he was too far to the right, and he's a lefty. He needs to be a little bit more straight on the goalie, like as middle in the ice as possible, to be able to flick it around him easier.
Just like in soccer and hockey, you do want to center a lot.
Shot! I knew that was coming as soon as I seen the pass.
Once again, that was from mid ice, wasn't that?
Yeah. Cat was a little more inside this time, and with him facing the opposite side, like where the goalie is looking down the ice, he was able to get it and flick it around for the goalie to not be able to react in time.
And once again, as I was saying earlier, that strong 88 showing itself.
Yeah. And right here, Reapers wasting
a couple times trying to pull defenders around.
Yep. Basically just trying to get the defenders of the Wolves to overcommit and then being able to get a 3v1 opportunity down the ice.
Oh, tries to get the pass up the ice, gets intercepted. Pass again. So Kyle with the puck. He's going to send it up to Cat or Cut potentially. That was a little greedy.
Yeah, right over to Cat.
Ooh. His back was turned into puck, so that's kind of an iffy pass on that one. See,
NHL's a little weird when it comes to the passing. It just go right through your player sometimes. But the Wolves
finally get one on the board, and there goes the Reapers' chance for a clean game.
Yeah, they were about to get a 5-0, 5 pucks, no money pucks still. So I think they've had to have been able to find a way to turn it.
There
is that one. So they've just been getting unlucky.
So the game just said, "Nah, y'all playing clean hockey for the first couple of goals." Now, do we see a game where the Reapers potentially give up 2 goals just to try and go for that 6-point game?
No, because I'll tell you this right now. Doomsday's already put in an L for NHL. So they're already, hey, just get it over with. Let's move on to the next game. What is the next game?
Yes, what is the next game? Your boy's memory is horrible.
Game?
So let's see. Well, we got Mortal Kombat coming next.
And Cat is not available. Well, we have 6 more seconds until we get to
the
that.
Reapers lock in their point.
Ooh,
they're trying to go for that 5th
right
point.
off that foot. But I think here it's just going to be wraps. They're just going to shoot it up the ice.
Yep, and
GG's.
just like that, Reapers take NHL in the commanding fashion, 4-1. And I don't think this is a world where the Wolves really compete with a lot of sports games looking at their lineup. I think Gurns is dependable at 2K, but for the most part, I don't think sports is really going to be the strong suit unless Gurns gets more help in them.
Yeah. I'm not sure about Punisher. I didn't see anything pop from him in NHL, but NHL is one of those sports games that not a lot of people touch. I mean, you just really have to have a passion about NHL to really want to play it. But like 2K, some people just play it. Madden, like everyone kind of has like a background of the NFL and kind of the NBA. So I mean, people play it, but NHL, like nobody will play that game unless you're really into NHL.
And which is weird because I'm a hockey fan. I enjoy watching hockey, but I don't care for the game.
Yeah.
But like, I don't play a lot of sports games on my own time. But I'd sooner be playing like 2K or Madden or NCAA before I'd actually pick up NHL. And that's not a knock on the game. It's
it's just an unpopular sports game. Like
Yeah,
one of
like-
the more unpopular sports games.
It still sells, but like,
Yeah.
eh.
And here, Pip-Boy as well. I forgot. So the Wolves, I'll tell you this right now, they have probably two of their best, definitely probably two of their best for MK here. Kenny or Kevin. I know they both play in Mortal Kombat as well, and Pip-Boy, I mean, he's one of the best in the league. Especially in MK11, he was one of the ones that you don't want to look into playing for the game. And then Kenny and Kevin, obviously solid. And here you're going to have Ricky, which I think he understands the game. I know he has it. He plays it here and there, but I think he kind of leaves that more to Rez and Cat. Bernay also no slouch in Mortal Kombat as well. I don't see Cat putting himself in here. I know he's been practicing it a lot, but he never wants to be the first one out of rotation.
That is true. And then one thing to say is Ricky was the former fighting game champion, the most recent of the formers, if you will. So him going in for MK1 does not feel as bad as it would be in a lot of situations. Like, like you said, you probably want Rez or Cat in, but Ricky going in does not feel as bad. And then you have Doomsday and Gurns. And like I said, Gurns is – I'm pretty sure Gurns is very comfortable in MK. Doomsday, honestly, is the biggest question mark out of everybody on both these teams right now, if he's able to perform in MK or not.
I just realized that Rez is playing his two twin brothers. I am an idiot. Rez is brothers with Kenny and Kevin.
Actually,
I mean,
legitimately?
legitimately.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, Kenny and Kevin are twins, and then Rez is the younger brother.
How?
I don't
Kevin, I gotta know.
why
How does it feel
I
that your
forgot
younger
about
brother is taller than you?
I don't know why I forgot about that.
I did not know. I thought that was just a running joke between y'all.
No, they're actually brothers.
That is insane.
Gurns is a friend, like how X-Ray Aspect is. They're all kind of in the X-Ray like clan or something. Rez was introduced to the league as well as the brothers from X-Ray Aspect. So Rez actually the one that's not in the clan. So I mean, he decided, nah, I'm cool.
Rumor has it that was just a tag that was thrown on during the draft, and you guys snagged him up.
Yeah, that's all it was. I mean, you put X-Ray in front of it. I mean, I think every X-Ray clan member that joins the league is kind of solid. But I think we're going to see Cat because I forgot about Pip-Boy. I think you kind of have to put in Cat here to be able to compete. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in this game.
I have faith in Ricky in this. And then, like I said, Doomsday Gurns. Doomsday is the biggest question mark between these two teams on how comfortable he is. But once again, he did play on a team with Pip-Boy, Nexus, Drury, and all them. So there's no guarantee. There's nowhere where he shouldn't be awful at the game. Like, he should be decent.
Yeah, he'll be decent for everything. Yeah, so you're probably going to see Ricky go in first to see if he can take out Kenny. And then I don't see a world where – all right, yeah, so we see – I think – is it Kenny? Yeah, so Kenny versus Ricky.
Ricky, you have an opportunity to do the funniest thing in the UEL right here, right now. For the love of God, Ricky, please. Please, Ricky.
So Ricky,
do it for your boy.
When MK1 first dropped, he played who's the guy with he's blind now because
Kenshi.
Yeah, he played
NCAA
Kenshi.
is the next game that's fun.
But
NCAA is coming up next, and that game that got threw back coming back this early. That's kind of rough. But Kenny smoked with some good. Oh, there's the grab, the DDT, and the slam.
Yeah, so Ricky then switched to Garrus a little bit of halfway through last season. Still not as clean with him though. But we see Kenny having those strings, having the combos as well.
But Ricky's this commitment to like the simple fundamentals is very huge here.
Yeah.
And like I said, Ricky is a memer when it comes to no matter what game he plays. So like I said, Ricky has the opportunity to do something amazing, and I hope he does it. Please, Ricky. All right, so the Empower teleport to get out of the pressure.
Yeah.
A good string. It's interrupt. Oh, Ricky, that was it.
And Ricky
And
wins.
Ricky takes
wins
round
the first
one.
round. So here, this is where the coaching becomes so much bigger than the game because Cat plays smoke.
So
he's able to tell Ricky like punish or this is like he knows what this does now. So he's able to kind of assist where now Kenny I don't think has a lot of help. Maybe Pip-Boy knows more for Garrus, but
and that's the
good
thing though.
punish
Ricky
grab.
is known to play this weird turtle style if he's not comfortable. Ooh, teleports out of the frost lock. Jumps in, jab, jab. Just holding his block, losing meter right now, standing in that assist right now. And it looks like Kevin's just going to come at him with it pressure. Because when you play a turtle style and you're not comfortable with the game and somebody knows more than you, they'll just rush you down.
Yeah.
That's all you want to block the whole time? Cool, die.
Yeah, we can do that game. I'll put you in the corner and hold you there for the whole game. But both players still have their fatal blow going into the last round.
And
So
it looks like Ricky's getting more comfortable too. But the problem is Kevin is just
It's that
Kenny's
pressure.
just
It's the pressure, the mix up the strings that he has against that wall. In the assist as well.
and the
getting
assist is
comboed.
eating up that meter. So
Yep.
if Ricky had any plans to use any meter, now
Great
Kenny's just
combo
putting on
from
a
Kenny.
clinic now.
Yep, and that's going to be game.
Confirming the
Oh,
fatal blow.
Oh, he's just going to jab him out.
Yep.
And that's going to be game. Luckily, I think Ricky did his job for Cat. Ricky going in and being able to get a life off Kenny, I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing.
And not to mention give Cat a very, very wide view of Kenny's game plan and how he's going to approach the matchup.
Yeah. I think Cat this offseason as well, though, may have been working on a new character. So I'm not 100% sure. We may see a smoke matchup. Maybe Cat pulls out a different character. And I think that's Kung Lao.
Also, another option that could have been
Who's that?
is
Kung
they
Lao.
could have sent in QWERTY. QWERTY's growth in Mortal Kombat has been huge, and he has openly said, I do not like playing fighting games, but he is very comfortable with MK.
Yeah, MK is like the
That's the
one
one
fighter
fighting
that
game
you
he
can
likes.
send him in.
But it looks like we got the Raiden versus Smoke. I don't know
Oh,
how I
it's
feel
Kung
about
Lao.
this. Is that Kung Lao?
Yeah.
No, that's Raiden.
Oh, it was. He was hovered over Kung Lao for a little bit. I know he wanted to learn
Ooh,
Raiden.
with the chameleon steps. The grab to reset from the invisible Empower teleport.
Yep. I know, like, Cat, this is one of the games that he really wants to lock down. Hold the lockdown again. 2 times.
No NSB.
Yeah, no, hold the NSB. Good interrupt from the assist.
I'm liking Cat's pressure. He's starting strings up and then stopping them because he's not pressing. And this chameleon coverage has been great, though. There you go. You got those. Ooh, okay, Cat. I see you. Interrupts the teleport, and then the reset for chameleon, and that's the last life from Kitty gone.
I mean, you have to have respect for Cat in this game. I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best, Mortal Kombat player in the league. I mean, he came in on Chicken Tech's rookie year where Mortal Kombat was Chicken Tech's game, and he came in and showed, look, you're the new guy in town, but I still run Mortal Kombat around here. So, Pip-Boy, though, I would say he's better in Mortal Kombat 1 than MK11. This is a game, like, I know he was practicing a lot last season, and he plays the like the war guy on the bad side. Like, I forgot.
Shao Kahn?
Yes, he plays Shao Kahn. I don't know a lot of the names, so the game doesn't. The game does not run on my PC well, so I can't practice it.
Sounds like what you need to do, brother, is reach out to our partners.
That's fact.
SurfThing PCs.
I need to get a SurfThing.
Get that championship money invested in one of those, my
Hey,
guy. Get
you
that
mean
equipment
that
up.
Tier 1 money.
Yes, sir. That Tier 1 owner money. Let's go.
Yes, sir. But Shao Kahn, I mean, this is Pip-Boy's main. I mean, he mained him since the game came out, since the beta, so.
The problem is, though, is in the UEL, people change their main so much and how much experience you have with certain characters. I don't think Raiden might be rated too high on the tier list outside of the UEL, so he might not have a lot of reps with it, but at the same time, everybody plays a character differently.
Yeah, I think Raiden recently got nerfed, like, in the past month or two. But Also, X-Ray or Pip-Boy had X-Ray on the New Moon last season, and X-Ray plays Raiden. So you got to think that he has sets in versus Raiden pretty well. But obviously, every player plays their character different.
And the thing is, too,
Wake up DP kind of, but that's gonna chip him out.
And that's another thing, too. Pip-Boy has 4 lives worth of people he has to get through. 2 from Cat. Actually, no, just Cat left. I forgot. Ricky lost. So he has to battle back with 1 life, and let's see how this goes. He starts off with the aggression well. No axe in hand, so his input's going to be a little different. And that pressure. There you go. Has axe back.
He's getting those low jab interruptions. After his strings are blocked, he's getting the low jabs to kind of interrupt what Cat wants to do. So.
And Pip-Boy with the breaker to kind of preserve that life. Now, if Cat lands another strong string on him, there's the grab to kind of reset him. All right, jumps in, tries to go for there's the overhead. I think that forward punch is deceptively long or deceptively active, and it just causes a lot of problems for Pip-Boy because it seems like Cat's been throwing it out there and everybody's been running into it. Another grab.
And you see Cat, I mean, this is one of his fighting games. Like, he knows how to keep that pressure. He knows how to keep that pressure, and he is super comfortable with his assist in this game. And I know he was struggling to start Mortal Kombat last season. He was struggling in Mortal Kombat. And it looks like he found his character.
And just a friendly reminder from the Cat, there's no fighters on this team now.
I mean, you don't really need a certified fighter on your team when everybody can kind of play their role in fighters.
But by the way, friendly reminder, our eye in the sky, AV's here to give us a little from-the-floor update. What you got for us, brother?
Boys, Cat is over here popping off, bro. I might just get him in for an interview. My man said –
I don't want to talk to Cat.
I don't care.
You're
I don't care. I don't care.
hate
He
him,
said there ain't no fighters on the team, though. What happened? There ain't no fighters on the team,
I
though.
can tell you what happened, though. Somebody might want to get your boy Pip-Boy Sly. It looks like he's asleep at the wheel. Thank you, Sly.
He's probably using one of those pillows.
Ooh.
Hey, I'm telling you, I've been kind of like –
it's hard to stay
I've been
focused.
chilling.
I've been getting so comfortable to the point I have people message, hey, man, like, close your mouth when you're done talking. Like, this pillow's just been like –
Yeah. when you guys don't see us off screen, I'm definitely slouching back
we're just
bit
like
with this pillow.
I enjoy all of our sponsors.
Yeah.
But the biggest surprise award
this
goes to these pillows.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's like, yeah, we needed a good PC sponsor. Great. Yeah, we needed an energy drink sponsor. Great. These pillows.
Yeah. When I seen the Valari pillow sponsorship for the UEL, I was a little questionable, but I mean.
Like
all it takes is like you just gotta try it. Like you gotta try stuff, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm pleasantly surprised with this.
Yeah.
But NCAA
rolled back, came back to it.
Yeah.
And now I think the Wolves have a disadvantage. I don't think either of those two you really want to.
Well, no, Gurns does play sports games. That was one thing he did do a good job with the Gorillas, now known as the Click. And I think Global's not here, so he's not on this team, so like he doesn't have that really dependable like sports backup.
Yeah.
But I think Doomsday
is not a sports guy whatsoever. I'll tell you that right now. Unless he loves college football.
But I don't think Doomsday's an absolute bot, though. I think that's the one thing that's going in Gurns' favor is Doomsday shouldn't be an absolute bot when it comes to these games.
Wolves forfeit NCAA. So that might have came back and bit them in the butt. Maybe they have a good lineup for it or a okay lineup where they would want to kind of contest it.
But Cordy available, Rez available, Kailui available.
That need for speed?
Ain't no way. Boy,
oh,
ain't no way.
My gosh.
Ain't no way.
Cordy. Would it be Cutters that go in as well? If you have Cordy and Cutters in, that's not what you want to see going into Need for Speed for the Reapers. You don't want Bernay. I know this is a game, the Reapers, when I was on there, this is like the intro game that we give to our rookies or people that haven't played with the team as much. So Bernay and Kaliui, I know they struggle in Need for Speed. This is like when I talk to Cat, when I talk to Cutters, they say, yo, our team, since you've left, downhill in Need for Speed. We can't, like, it's a hard game for them, I guess. So if you have Cutters that went in with QWERTY in that game or Rez, it's bad. But I think maybe they would put in QWERTY and Bernay.
And the question I have for you is this information that you received, Kat, about Kailui and Bernay, is that on the racer side? Is that on the cop side? Is that overall? Because there has been situations in the league where some players were just not good at Racer, but phenomenal cops and vice versa.
No, I think it's just an overall thing. Oh, no way you put in Cutters and QWERTY. Oh, so they put Cutters and Bernay in, which I think, I mean, you want
NCAA?
For NCAA.
Yeah, I can get behind
no
that.
Cat, no Cutters. That's their two best need for speed players.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And on the Wolves side, you have a reset.
A full reset, mind
Full
you.
reset. I mean, I don't think they want Bernay in for need for speed anyways, but you definitely don't want Caliui in. No Cat, no Cutters. This could be a game where this is one of the Reapers' most confident games on the wheel, honestly, I'd say. Until you have to put in those new players like QWERTY and Caliui or Bernay, it's going to be struggling. Especially, is it their setup? What was the last game? MK?
No, NCAA was.
Yeah, so
'cause
NCAA.
So
MK.
who had? So it was the MK setup, and then the switch. So
I don't know.
I think the
if
Wolves
the
called a timeout for MK. So the Wolves had set up for MK. The NCAA would have been on the Reapers, and then the Wolves forfeit that. So that means setup should be on the Wolves.
If this is a Wolves setup and they get cops,
this might be a bad game.
it's going to be competitive still, but I wouldn't lean Reaper side. I would really say 50-50. And you see the Wolves, they're going full out for the game. You're putting in tiers 1, 2, and 3, and then Kevin.
That feels like a cheap shot at the very end. Tiers 1, 2, and 3.
Well, I mean,
and
Kevin, he's tier 6 today. So, I mean, he's not one of those top tiers that they're looking to come in and really carry them in some games. So,
But as a tier 6, your job is not to be a detriment. So
exactly. If you're one of the lower tiers, either your team is godlike or
you're a role player.
I need you to come in. If your games roll, I'm putting you in. If not, I need you to just go in and not hurt the team in any of their games.
And the thing you were worried about just came through. So the Reapers will be the racers and the Wolves are the cops. So
this is where you cross your fingers and pray to God that Caliui is not the most wanted.
Oh,
I think if he's the most wanted, because when I've been talking to Cat and Cutters, they're talking about those new players just running into random cars, like the civilian cars. And if you're doing that on and you're the most wanted, you're going to end the game. You're going to lose the game.
What was it, last season against the Wolves, I believe, the Cobras ended up going against, I think Bernay or Alchemist were most wanted. No, we were most wanted. No, either way, a weird interaction happened with a civilian vehicle, and that's what caused the game to end almost instantly in favor of the Cobras. So, like you said, it's a good thing Bernay not be there, but if Bernay and Caliui are the people who are struggling with that racer role, we might see a quick game because of that.
Yeah. I'm just excited to see who gets most wanted. That's what I'm curious about, because I know Ricky and Rez, I mean, they have the reps in the game. They're solid.
I'm not
They're
worried
going to
about
be
them
solid.
QWERTY, I don't think, is in a bad spot either.
I don't think he's going to be bad at the game. I just don't think they're confident on him being that most wanted. Like, unless you have a really solid squad for Need for Speed, like, you kind of need one of your more experienced players to be that most wanted. But at the same time, it hurts you. Because if you have Rez or Ricky that's going to be most wanted, now they have less
less interaction with the police than
you have less utility. You only have 2 strips. If you're most wanted, you have no EMP. You only get 1 turbo, and 2 jammers.
Yeah.
So
and we saw what happens when you get isolated or left behind with 2 jammers. Like, you fought your hardest, but like you said, if that team's not that confident or not that capable, you kind of get left out there.
Yeah.
But Cat, with that dominant performance in MK, what are we looking at in these Tier 1 breakdowns right now?
Ooh. Okay, so we're still looking at, I mean, it's going to be Cutters and Snappy. Snappy, since he's lost, what was it? What has he lost lately? So one of these sports. So he went in for NHL, which I already. Okay, Ricky's gonna be
most wanted. So that makes me feel a little bit better. But like you said, you lose one of your more experienced defenders. So
yeah. But back to this matchup, you have Snappy. I mean, he went in for NHL. I already figured that was gonna be a bad call. Maybe he's their NCAA guy and he just wasn't available. So now they had to forfeit. We see a different series of cars.
I'm tired of it, but I'm happy. I'm tired of the Reapers doing a lot of these things first in the league. A lot of teams go, no, let's just play base. Let's just play base. Let's just play. And the Reapers being the first team to step out of the basic class, right?
I know Hope Road East is a Reaper's map, so they chose map. And I'm pretty positive when it comes to like if you already can't drive regular in the slower cars, you can't drive quicker in the fast cars. I doubt that the Reapers chose these different cars and they chose this map.
And now here's the thing that's kind of weird I want to talk about a weird segue about rhythm games. It kind of makes sense because Ricky's the most wanted. There's a lot of people in rhythm games that can't play the games at the normal BPM or the normal pace, so they put things on 2 times speed, 3 times speed. This might be a situation where Kalalui might be more comfortable in the higher rate of speed, and they felt more, and then it works out.
Yeah.
You could see, though. But I think that's Ricky and the Huracan just getting it.
Yeah, Ricky's definitely a little pretty comfortable. I mean, I know they practice the different car classes as well. Next game is going to be Apex, but Ricky's kind of cruising right now. And you see on the map behind him, he at least has 1, maybe 2 people still. Okay, I think none of the cops have caught up to the cars.
And this is one of the scary things about these superclass and these higher tier classes. Once that acceleration starts on the most wanted, it's a lot harder to catch up. And like, yeah, the cops are a little bit faster and they have the overall speed and they build turbo easily. But with supercars, the risk and reward is a lot higher than it is in any other class.
Yeah.
Whereas you're going, as you saw the race started off, Ricky was already hitting almost 200 miles an hour.
And PC1 crashes. I think that may have been into the roadblock from the cops. So already, I don't know who PC1 is, but
They're probably
it's Rez. Rez is going to be PC1.
So, but the thing is, too, Rez was back there with the police, so it wasn't a situation. Maybe I'm just giving Rez a little bit too much credit, but it might have been a situation where he was fighting with the cop and just lost the exchange for the shortcut or to the gap.
Yeah.
And ended up getting punched out. But as it stands right now, Ricky has wide open roads right now. There's not a cop in sight.
Yeah, it's close to. He's kind of close to escaping. PC5 crashes. Kaliui. That's 2 crashes from the races right now. But like you were talking about, with the higher cars, I think it kind of, they kind of help the racers out a little bit and balances out. Because if you can get the spike strips or a crash animation onto the cops, it's way harder to kind of catch up when they're already going max speed, going around 180, 170 already. Now you're stuck at 0. I think when you start going up the tiers of cars,
the punishment's a lot harder.
Yeah,
the racers take way more damage if they wreck, and the cops lose a lot more when these gaps start to open.
Yeah.
And Ricky's average is about 150 miles an hour this entire game, just now dropping down to about 140.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's where I would like to see people in the league where when if you're given the racer side, I'm looking to see you pick the higher class of cars because it actually helps the most wanted out a little bit.
yeah, because I'm able to hit top speeds faster. Yeah, the police can keep up with me because they're in the same class of car. But at the same time, the risk and the onus is way more on the police because if you crash and you don't die, you're able to get to accelerating a lot faster. Yeah, the cops can do it too, but you just have that better feeling as the racer knowing that I just need to go.
Yeah, going from like as the regular class goes around usually 150, 160. But now we see that he's climbing past 160 easily now.
Yeah,
going from 0 to 160 on that map, you're gonna start to see him make way more space after a crash from a cop. And PC5 already wrecks out one of the cops. PC5 gonna be Kaliui.
So Kaliui taking out a cop. So if Kaliui goes out now, he has literally done his job.
That's gonna be Kevin that goes out as well, though. So I would say probably their weaker guy going into Need for Speed gets taken out. The only hard part about that is the difference of now my best players are starting to get targeted.
And that's, like you said, that's the issue too. But Ricky will go ahead and hit a side road here and get out that straight line. The question is, will the Wolves respond fast enough, or will Ricky make enough separation on the side track? Because it's looking like, if you look at the map, looks like a cop might have got delayed on that turn.
Yeah.
And still, it's just a huge,
And he has his turbo. He's about to get out.
Now the question is
Ricky
Ricky going to take the risk? Because in these supercars,
he's in cooldown.
now the question is, he has a couple of hairpin turns coming up, and there's that first turn right there. It's the shortcut.
I think up here it's going to be another U-turn, though, going up. Yeah, it's going to be a long turn, so the cops are going to have time to catch up, unless Ricky can do with one of the hardest shortcuts in the race. He doesn't end up taking it. It's such a risk for that shortcut. It's just like the hardest shortcut in the game.
And not to mention in the super class, you would have to power slide. You had to power. You had to power. Ooh,
Oh no,
Ricky!
Cops are going to be able to catch up.
And this will be the first time Ricky's gonna have cops on screen. Let's see what that damage is. And
one of the cops is actually right in front of him, took the shortcut, and Ricky was able to dodge it.
And that's one of the weird spots about being a cop in the supercar.
2 cops crash. 11 and 12 Snappy and Pip-Boy crash.
And this is one of the issues with being in that supercar class because, like you said, these base cars, 0 to 60 is quick, but like the top speed doesn't match that fast. Ricky was already almost doing 100 miles an hour from respawn, so he was able to just gamble and make a miss hard as hell. So
I bet you that cop that took the shortcut that came into Ricky's front view ran into his own cop teammate.
Oh,
so they probably both took a crash damage right there and set them back. So now you have Doomsday just sitting up there, and like I'm just trying to make sure nobody crashes, and Doomsday does crash with QWERTY.
And I just heard Cutters yell out, I was like, how you going to crash on your teammate, bruh? So, yeah, I definitely believe you called that right. There was a teammate collision. So now Ricky's sitting in the middle of the police radius now, which is the closest the police have been the entire race, mind you.
Yeah.
But only missing, what, like barely a fourth of his health from one impact, but still doing really well.
He has a lot of health still.
None of his equipment used, by the way, either.
Yeah, he still has both of his strips, both of his jams. So he's looking good. I don't know what the health is looking like on the cops. Obviously, Pip-Boy and Snappy taking that crash, they're probably going to be down to around half health, if not less, because of the EMPs coming out from the Reapers, with the cops not being able to have a jam in sight. So PC-12 crashes Pip-Boy. That is the second or third time he crashes. He's probably one shot out. So right now it's
Ricky about to hit 200 miles an hour. Nope, decides to tap for the slide.
So this part of the map, though, is a big U-turn. It's a big circle. So actually, this is bad for the Reapers. He's letting them catch up more. And if the Wolves know that, they can turn around and easily start to try and get a head-to-head collision on Ricky and end the game.
But the problem is, though, isn't there another break-off potentially?
Yeah, well, the break-off is either right there on the left, or it's going to – okay, so he got off onto the highway, but you see this cop did not notice that. So now he's going to have to go up and then turn back around to go back into the other shortcut while Ricky's already going full speed down the highway.
And if my memory's right, this should break off into the Pacific coastline again, right, if he follows this road all the way down?
Yep, it's going to go into what the Reapers like. They like these highways where – if you're not experienced, you're going to run into these cars. And I know right over here, this is where they love to start the race.
But if you actually look in Ricky's mirror for the first time, you actually see a cop approaching up behind him.
Yeah, but Snappy crashes again. And I think Snappy was the close one. He crashed in the tunnel, and now he's on cooldown. He has his turbo as well. So
now the question is Ricky in oncoming traffic? He is. No, he's not.
No.
So the question is, does he want to take the risk? Or is he? I think Ricky's going to play it safe and not pop the turbo, because if you pop turbo and crash going like 250, almost 300 miles an hour, you will lose all your health.
I know up here, though, past this highway point, it's going to come into a straight shot, though. But it looks like he's going to be able to end the game probably. 3 seconds left. I don't think the Wolves catch him. And Ricky's
like
out.
That. And Ricky doesn't even have a driver's license, and he's driving better than Snappy and Pip-Boy and Doomsday, all grown adults with driver's licenses.
Yeah, I'm revoking that. I don't know. I think the Wolves kind of just they lost themselves the game. I don't think the Reapers did significantly great. I've seen a few EMPs, a few spike strips. I mean, that's going to happen when you're a racer. You're going to get those off on the cops. But Snappy and Pip-Boy being just crashing into themselves half the time, it's a bad look from veteranship. This game's been on the wheel for 3 seasons, and you're still crashing into each other. It's bad.
Is it only 3 seasons? I feel like it's been more. Because I've been in the league for 3 seasons, and Eve's been around. And I feel like it was on like season – because I came in, season 6? Yeah, I came in tail in the season 6, your first championship win.
I don't know if it was in on 5.
But, yeah, back to your point. With that being said, that's like, what, almost 2 years? 3 years?
The game's been on the wheel for 2 years straight.
Like, you can't let that happen at this point.
I mean, I get that there's new rules with the class changes of the cars, but at the end of the day,
the fundamental things never change.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot be running into your own cars.
But speaking of running into people, we got Apex coming up next. And
I mean, this is a terrible rotation for the Wolves. And this is the Reapers have full lineup priority. You're gonna probably see Rez with Tekken and Dead by Daylight off. You're probably gonna see Caliui.
And then you use
maybe Cutters.
Cutters, or do you send in QWERTY or Ricky?
I don't send in QWERTY. I think QWERTY's games are still to come. And then Ricky, I don't know. It depends. Maybe Bernay as well. I don't know. I'd send in Bernay, Caliui, and Rez. I think with that lineup, maybe Bernay isn't your strongest Apex player, but I think he holds his ground, and especially you see Kenny, you see Gurns. That's not their optimal lineup. I think you take advantage of that and set yourself up for the next game.
I think sleeping on Gurns or Kenny in this particular situation could cost you. But yeah, like you're up 30 minutes left in the first half. I would probably send that lineup in, and if it works out, cool, because you have confidence in those picks anyway.
Okay, Rez.
Like,
yeah, so you send in QWERTY?
I don't send it.
I mean, they're going for the guarantee. I mean, I think with that lineup, you kind of guarantee the win.
So it was QWERTY, Calui, and then
And Rez.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
And then that still leaves Cutters, Ricky, Bernay, and Cat out, which I think is a really strong coverage for any sports games that might potentially roll. Some of your shooters, like Bernay, is probably your quote-unquote weakest link.
Yeah.
But Bernay wouldn't be starting over Midnight if he was a weak link. So.
Yeah, actually, I know Midnight, he actually couldn't make the game. So
I'm trying to pump up Bernay.
I know. But I think because they were talking to me last week, and before they knew Midnight wasn't going to be here, they were already talking about playing Bernay.
Okay,
I think they're looking for that, like,
that extra veteran person?
That veteranship or the mix-up. Like, you have Bernay that covers different games. They want to see what works better with their lineup. So I think they're probably so close in skill right now that if it stays that way the whole season, if they run 7, who am I playing? I mean, with Bernay being one of the strongest bench players on the Reapers, you have to see what is going to happen moving forward in the season when it comes to the tougher games like the Click, like the Bots, the Bandits, the Ravens. What is my lineup going to look like? Or do I run 5?
By that time, that's a hard sell to your players to be like, no, we're running 5. Because then you're saying not only are you not good, I'm not paying anybody else to take that spot. And that's a tough sell to keep somebody invested in the team if you make that kind of decision.
The thing is I wouldn't put it past the Reapers near the end of the season. Let's run this 5.
Do that,
let's see it.
Just as a GM to owner/GM, or former GM to GM/owner, how do you get people to come to your team if the team feels a certain type of way that they're just going to cut 2 paid slots out?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, but when you're a winning team like the Reapers, you can do what you want. People are still going to want to go there. You see Bernay, Jorginho, and Big Bad MJ, all 3 from the Wolves. They want to stick together.
Didn't roll over there too?
I don't think so.
I saw him out there in the crowd. But Halo coming up next, and with Cutters, Ricky, and Cat available, that is a strong setup. But the Wolves do have a full lineup reset, I believe, with actually one person being down.
But you have Snappy and Doom on the other side, which Halo is going to be a great game.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be a good game.
But the thing I'm starting to notice about the Wolves lineup is you need Snappy or Doomsday in for the shooters. If not, you're going to lose. I'm seeing for Pip-Boy, he needs help in these fighters. And then sports, you have Snappy, but he was never that strong sports player on New Moon. They don't have the coverage. I don't think they've built this team great around Snappy. Just from what I've been seeing at the moment, it's looking tough on Snappy. Like, he's kind of in the same position as some tier 1s, like myself or Spicy. Like, when do I go in? Do I try and have my team, like, go in for Halo now? But now we're worse in it. I don't know. I like to see what he does in this next one.
But we have Gurns here on the
Bangalore.
I don't know why it is like brain farted that bad, but we got Bangalore.
Good crack. Oh my gosh, Gurns with the beam.
I told you.
Take it back. Take it back. Let's go Wolves.
Wolfpack. Oh, but the high ground on top of town. See if they.
That's where it's gonna come down. It's gonna come down
because you can beam somebody on the same level, but if they get the high ground, if you're able to contest it, you'll just lose out. And we see them pushing underneath the main buildings right now. See if they try to rotate up and go from there. And then let's see. Are they trying to just play off the respawns and then trying to get back together as a team?
I mean, maybe they're doing what the LAX Scots did yesterday when they took advantage over the Blaze when they got a kill or 2 up in gun run. They kind of sat in these rooms and made them kind of make the other team push them.
Yeah, you can be good at Apex. You can learn playing Apex, but this is the UEL. Sometimes you just got to UEL it out.
That's exactly what happens. I mean,
He's cracked.
And Gurns only dies because of the gun switch, but he does a great job winning that engagement. And a call out from the crowd, you better whoop your brother Rez. So we'll see how this goes. We got Gurren switching to the Pathfinder, which
I didn't
if
even
you
know
already
you could switch.
you didn't know that?
No.
Hollywood, come
I
on,
did not
dog.
know. And I play Apex. I
No,
had no idea.
Clearly
you could
you
switch.
don't.
I was sitting there. I was like, did the stream just rewind 5 minutes?
Nah, man.
I had no idea. that
Mid-game,
could
you
do
can
that.
just swap out. And if
That's
they're within the rules that
insane.
you agreed on, if you go, oh, I don't need Bangalore, cool, swap. Or
Oh
do we
my
need a
goodness.
Gibby more than this?
Because they also switched out the lifeline for Gibby
Which
on
is
Punisher. So.
Which is a good swap in my opinion because Lifeline she loses all of her versatility because there's no more downs.
Yeah, I hate Lifeline in this game, in the game modes that we play in the league. I think online she's a great character, but with playing on these team deathmatch and gun run kind of game modes, you have that passive healing already that you don't need her.
Yep.
If
And
you have unlimited heals, there's no need for her.
and if her drone came out instantaneously, there might be an argument for like dropping it in the middle of a gunfight to trying to like heal up while you're shooting, but that's not the case, so she's just not that good.
Yeah.
All right, so we see we're looking at Kyle Louie right now, and they're just
They're up
holding the
one gun.
They're just holding the angle.
Yep.
Because we
And-
can easily see this go for 8 minutes, and then the Reapers just secure another point.
Yep. And this is why I love Gibby. Gibby is my main in this game.
I don't like it.
I like seeing him because in this game, like in the game modes here, you have an advantage in fighting. You have the bubble already first shield, being able to push those tight spaces, but also you have the gun shield. So he's able to stop some of the headshot damage going into him and is able to back up and let his teammates now fight.
I don't like the gun shield on Gibby for the sole reason that I don't know how many times I've been playing with Wk2 on like public servers, and I'm looking around with like a scout rifle, and I just see something blue light up in the
Oh,
distance,
yeah.
and I was like, "Hey, that's him."
See,
Dap, 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 dap.
that's why the gun shield is iffy in the what is it? In like the
public servers
The
and all
public servers, yes. But in private match,
I
you
know
kind
where
of
he's
know
at, so
where
it
they're
doesn't
gonna be at.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. So now, and you can also trigger if you want it on or off. But here, I mean, looks like Kaliui just beams him with QWERTY.
And honestly, it looks like Kyle Louie's just sitting on that R301 and just burning shields so his teammates can get the kills. Because I think the 301's one of the better stopping points.
Yeah.
Because it's consistent damage. It's a laser. As we see the Gibby ultimate coming out, just to spray down through. Excuse me.
But the thing is now with QWERTY, he's stuck. Oh, they actually. So QWERTY's on the Spitfire, which is actually one of my least favorite guns in the game.
I actually like the Spitfire. It's one of my favorites.
I can't.
I wish we would go back to heavy ammo though.
Yeah. I don't understand how that's a light ammo gun. I don't understand. Like that's like one of the stockiest guns in the game. And it's an LMG. I mean, I think almost every LMG.
Did you just see Callie just like beam that dude down to like 25% without blinking?
Yep. And I think what you said is correct. I think he's beaming him and backing up. And I think he's trying to let his team get the kills. I mean, he looks confident with this R3. But there,
looks like
at that point, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
You gotta
so now
switch.
he's on the rampage, but there's
This is the worst gun, though.
I've minute and a half left in the game. Reaper's showing clear dominance in this.
Yep.
I have a love-hate relationship with the Rampage because I like playing mid to long range.
Yeah.
And the Rampage is just awesome at that mid-range point because it just hammers in damage. But
at the same time, in these game modes, he gets lasered down from. You can't compete versus R3 and stuff, especially in these game modes. You have no thermite grenade to be able to charge it up.
exactly, and that's one of the huge things because those burning bullets and that increased fire rate by grenade charging truly make the Rampage good. Because if you don't have the grenades for it, then you're just wasting your time.
Yeah, and that was two that went down for the Reapers there. Rez and Kaliui dropped.
Oh,
He's able to
okay,
get
just bop, bop.
to get the trade back.
And
They're
now
up
he's on the
3.
R99. Now the question is, does he have the self-control to not just melt somebody with this?
We'll see right here. Oh, he's hip firing on the come down. I don't
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
kind of cooked.
But let's see. Did not look like it. Oh, never mind.
All right.
He has the hip fire down.
And he's on the alternator. With this being said, it looks like he decided to take point.
Yeah, I
He's
think
just
he,
committing war
he
crime
said,
after
you
war
know,
crime.
You know, I'll win us the game. I mean, it's a little close. We're up in the lead, but I think we secured it. Let's just chill out, and I got it.
And then hands off a kill to a teammate there as he runs out of magazine rounds in the Prowler.
And his team's on the massive. 45 seconds ago.
And onto the Peacekeeper.
45 seconds ago, this was a 2-kill game.
And the
They
Kyle
just
was like,
extended it to like 9.
and it's crazy because you can see that Kyle understood his role for the game, and the team agreed on that, and they're like, yo, they're kind of getting close. And then Callie got the. All right.
That's game. Game is over. Oh, I forgot one thing with the game. You noticed the new update where they have the dual-wield Mozambiques and P2020s now?
I get to carry 2 Mozambiques?
You didn't know that?
No,
Yeah,
I thought it was an add-on. Like you had
no.
like a
Well,
hop.
yeah, it is, but in these game modes that it comes with, like on deathmatch, like on team deathmatch in the UEL, it like some of the loadouts it'll come with the dual P2020s or Mozambiques, and it is OP. It is insane.
So does that take the hop up play so you can't get like hammer rounds and the
Yeah, there's no more hammer point on the Mozambique. Now it's dual wield. So literally all you have to do is find another Mozambique and it's dual wield. So you open a box and there's 2 Mozambiques in there, you are automatically at the dual wield. It is crazy.
But like you said, here it is, probably going to be the most competitive shooter of the night. Full reset for the Wolves going to Halo and Cutters, Ricky, Cat, and Bernay available. Do you think the Reaper's full send or do you
So this is like one of the biggest question marks for me in the league, like ever since I've joined. I've always heard that the brothers of Bernay and Alchemist are amazing at Halo. They used to be Onyx. I've been hearing that all the time. I haven't really seen that Onyx gameplay come from either side. But here, I mean, I know Bernay plays Halo. He knows Halo. Like, this is one of his main shooters. If I'm the Reapers and this is a test game for Bernay to see how he can hold, put him in versus Snappy. I mean, it's going to be one of the biggest competitions in Halo you get all season. I'll put Bernay in, and I'm putting Ricky in. Because if you put in Cutters and you leave Ricky and Cat out and 2K rolls, GG's. We seen how that ended in the finals.
And also,
you do not want those 2 anchoring.
And then, like I said, Gurns is a 2K player, so you definitely have to respect him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Reapers duo of Cat and Ricky. It is such a hard anchoring, like a hard anchor duo because of the sports games. Because Cat, not the best at sports for 2K, Madden, and FIFA, but then Ricky, he is just dog. You do not want them in for any sports games unless they've already rolled. You don't want them anchoring.
But speaking of dogs, my dog AV got some more news from the game floor. Let's talk to us, Daddy.
Hey, bro, let's go. I'm out on this floor again. You know me, doing me, baby. The Wolves can't hear each other.
What? Don't they like use like howls or like clicks or something?
Nah, bro, not this time. Snappy can't communicate with his team. I don't know how this Halos game is going to go. I don't think he's in, but his PC does not allowing him to be heard. And Kevin and Kitty are in.
Guardian down.
Kenny
the twins use telepathy, baby.
Oh, God.
They don't need to communicate. They don't need to hear each other is what they said.
If I'm the Reapers, I mean, you don't know Kenny and Kevin are going in. So, obviously, you probably don't need to send in your strongest, like, I would say is Cat and Ricky. You don't need to send them.
Actually, if you look right over here, we got the lineup update, and looks like you were right.
I pray 2K rolls. I pray to God.
And oh no, you weren't right. That was the other option you said.
Yeah,
and
I would like. This is what I said. That's what I would go for. But then I'm like, if FIFA rolls, if 2K rolls, it's over. Like you don't win that. I don't.
But what if Ricky's been cooking in that 2K?
No, he has not. I'm telling you right now, he does not cook in 2K.
You don't know. He maybe hit the gym, man. No. Maybe he's in my career just like.
He's been hitting that team fight tactics too much, and he has not been practicing the 2K.
Hey, Hollywood. I'm playing rockers now, man.
He joins my chat at like midnight, and he has school in the morning, mind you. He joins my chat like around midnight. He's like, "You want to play a game team fight tactics?" Everyone got off. Yeah, I'll play with you, Ricky. Let's run it.
You're not even helping.
Let's run it, Ricky. Hey, whatever to get him off games off the wheel is what helps my team. But Halo, you send in Bernay. I like the choice sending in Bernay. I don't know, man. I don't like keeping Ricky now. I mean, you have what 2v2 fighters are there besides Mortal Kombat? Oh, Skullgirls and Blaze Blue. I know that's their guy, but at the same time, CTR, I'd rather have Cutters in. FIFA.
I don't know. That last performance of CTR was dog water.
I mean, I'd rather have Cutters in than Ricky.
Is Ricky that bad at CTR?
Yeah. But like the sports, like Ricky just doesn't like outside of Roller Champions. He loves that game. He's one of the best in the league, I'd say. But I'm just really hoping because I want to see the Wolves start to come back a little bit. I want to see FIFA or 2K roll next, it would
Yeah,
make
FIFA
my
rolls.
day.
We might see a forfeit from the Reapers.
Yeah, I know Cat's not playing with Ricky again.
But hopefully one of those 2v2s do come up now so they can get out the way and it's attack the next game with another
They'd
with
have
another full reset.
Yeah, it would be good. But I think if 2K rolls, I might have to go out there and just see Cat's face. I need Cat in here to when the next spin rolls.
But speaking of these wheel spins, speaking of the equipment, the games have been running great today. Need for Speed looked great and smooth, and that is thanks to our partner, the official PC of the UEL, SurfThings, baby.
Yeah, I mean, being able to, you know what? If Cat's coming in for an interview, I'll let you have it. I can't stand that guy.
We're gonna keep this charade up.
God dang.
Welcome to another one of these riveting player GM Tier 1 interviews. This is
we
the
got a
one,
slide?
the only. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is this
The
drinkable?
Enjoy, sir.
Oh, thank
The
God.
three-time champion, GM in Tier 1. Cat, how you doing, brother?
I need some slide.
How was that flight, by the way, brother?
It's better because I got slide now.
Hey, Sly, thank you. He needs it. Sly keeping Cat alive right now. But, hey, man, coming
That's a
into this
fact.
Wolves team that was more plucky and scrappy last season to a more developed team, how are you guys feeling right now being up 7-2 with a lot of these games either being close or absolutely in your favor?
I'll tell you one thing, bro. We got no fighters on our team, and we just won MK. Come on now. That's all I hear about ever. The Reapers don't have any fighters. They suck at fighters. They never win fighters. What happened last season? We won with no fighters. Hollywood won Tekken. Ricky lost DBZ. But it's all good. We still won the championship with no fighters, and that's all I ever hear about from anybody. Yo, they need fighters. Nah, bro. We're good. That's what I got to say.
But moving on from there, how are you feeling about your team right now? You were gone for the first game. You almost were late for this one. I know you guys were flying down HOV
bro.
lane. So
That's a fact.
how are you feeling about Bernay? Because Kyle Louis coming back instead of midnight this time because I heard of availability. So how are you feeling about Bernay? How are you feeling about this current composition of the Reapers?
Hey, bro. Bernay is having the time of his life playing his old team. Lance, y'all know by now that's Ricky's cousin, Kyle Louis. I don't know what the heck is
Let's call him Clue at this point.
Hey, call him just the weird one. Call him.
Weird. With your team, he's the weird one? Okay. That's
Nah, I feel great about it. I mean, I can't wait to play with Midnight, especially. But just, I really love this team that we got going on into this season. I'm super confident. I'm not gonna say undefeated, but I will say champions for sure.
All right.
That is
Calling
what
for
I
the
would say.
4P. And then the last question I got for you, what game with this composition are you looking forward to? What games you're like, we got to play this today? Give me three.
I thought we were gonna win Rainbow. I was proven wrong. So I don't know what the heck happened. I'm not good at Rainbow.
Give me 3 games, Cat. What you want?
3 games?
3 games.
I wanted to play MK. Got
All right.
that.
All right. So MK's out the way.
I would like to see
Great performance,
Overwatch.
though.
I would like to see Overwatch.
So Overwatch. All right.
Fortnite. When Fortnite rolls, I'm standing up. I'm going crazy. All right? I'm cheering Cordy on like crazy. I'm putting that dude on a pedestal.
All right.
That's
so
a
you
good
heard
one.
it. MK, Overwatch, and Fortnite. They already got MK out the way with a strong performance.
Yes, sir.
But we get back into Halo. Cat, thank you for your time, sir. And good luck with the rest of the game.
All right. Just make sure I don't have to pass by this.
Don't forget to slide.
Hey, I do need to slide. Oh, my God.
Once again, shout out to our partner, Sly. I'm going to drink another one, so you might want to grab a second one because I'm probably going to drink a Sly myself.
Don't bring this one in here. I'm going to go to bed. I needed my slide back. You know what? Give me this.
Oh, no, that's mine.
Nah, yeah, that's yours.
God.
Nah,
Oh.
if you guys need to go to bed after a long night of gaming, make sure you get this one.
Yeah,
because
that-
I'll tell you right now, it works.
I can tell you right now, go back to last season when Bubbles commentated. He cracked one of those open. I'm going
My
to tell you right
pillow.
now, Bubbles was done.
My pillow.
Oh, yeah. Don't touch that because we got the pillows,
Touch
too.
my pillow, man.
Whew.
Oh yeah, I definitely. That's a match.
The cameras
made
will
in
come
hell.
back and just go see this.
That's a match made in hell for the production. I'll tell you that. I'm going to bed with that.
I'm going to crack this actually right now.
Go ahead, because we got a good game of Halo
There you
coming
go.
up.
There you go. There you go.
I'm still praying to God that 2K rules. I wish he was still here to see this wheel spin. But it looks like we're having a little bit of difficulties. Never a SurfThing issue. Our players, our bots, hold the Majin, hold the Billy. But Kenny and Kevin going in, I mean, they're shooters. I think
And they're
Snappy's
twins.
putting them in. Yeah, I mean, they got the chemistry. I think Snappy's putting them in. Like, yo, these are games where I can't go in. I can't afford to go in. You guys have to be able to carry this game. You guys have to be able to go in without me or Doom and go in and win.
And one of the things that was brought up last week Inside the Wheel, and I think it was brought up to some limited degree in technical timeout. Are we going to start seeing potential trades being posted between the owners and GMs? Like, granted, some of the teams still haven't played their first games yet, but once you actually get this first week out the way, do you see teams start to potentially do a fire sale to try and get things they really need that is apparent in some of these games?
I would like to say that I would like to make a trade. I don't know what I'd like to do or who I'd like to acquire. I don't want to trade any of my players. I want to. Oh, they got damn lucky. I'll tell you that.
Oh, my.
So this was one of the
But
games
no,
where
Snappy's
you
still available, and Doomsday's available, and Pip-Boy's available, where it's just Ricky and Cat on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just not sure when, like, if they can really compete with Cat. I think they'll be able to get 2 and 3 unless they can really work together and use those items to counteract.
But speaking
Cat.
of items, this Halo right now looks like Brene's already got control of the rocket launcher.
Yeah, the
And-
Spanker is my worst nightmare in this game. I'll tell you that.
Ooh, the overshield challenge, though. It looks like
Cutters
Brene
is
might
down.
die.
He pushed 2v.
Man, you got to spin on him. You got to spin on him. You got to
Yeah,
spin.
he had to reload.
He still had one rocket left.
Yeah, he did. Why was he reloading when he was running?
I don't know.
I'm turning around midair. I'm kamikaze
Yeah,
and
jump
right
just-
into y'all, man.
Jumping 180 and pray to God it
Yep.
works. Because at least you only give up 2 rockets if they take it over.
Yeah.
But now that's 3 potential kills. And then there's that BR. Oh. Brene's like,
with
all
a
right,
good-
cool. You
with
kill
a
me with the
good
rockets.
headshot
Kill me
kill.
from my rockets, but I'm going to need that back.
Yeah.
Don't touch that. Don't touch that. At that point, I will let my teammate take the kill and go secure the rockets. The rockets are laying on the ground, and
Yeah.
they could respawn and just walk up and take it.
Yep.
And that's going to do is walk around the corner and look at the loaded rocket launcher.
And Brene with that.
Oh,
Good,
no.
Nice. Brene with the knowledge to go back, grab it. He's going up to try and stay safe. I think that Kenny or Kevin were trying to run and go and get that launcher, but when he seen him there, it was too late. He had to try and turn back, and Brene knew he was going to jump up, shot him with it.
And honestly, that's the point where you actually run at him, because if you actually suicide on a rocket, you might get the points for the kill, and
Yeah.
you've been better off trying to go for that instead of running away.
And even if you don't get the points for it, you're still forcing a 1v1 instead of a 2v1 with
And if he
Cutters.
dies with rockets, that means his teammate has to pick it up, and that's time where your teammate could respawn and potentially push
Yep.
while he's picking up the weapon and readying it. But right now, we're looking at Reapers up 3-2. Like you said, a strong, going to be one of those close games. And the only difference has been the power weapon abilities between the power weapons, the Overshield and the rocket, being the real determining factors right now.
And this is where I see the veteranship of Brene come in and Cutters. This is what we need to see more of in Halo, is the crouching around or not sprinting. I have not seen one team not come in here and just start sprinting off rip. There's a mini-map. If you start sprinting in Halo, there's a big red dot that they see pop up on their mini-map. They know exactly where you are. But if you're still staying stealth and you don't pop up on that mini-map, you can turn around and instantly go up 2-0 in that gunfight and start to play for those power weapons, and now you have map positioning. So I like to see Brene and Cutters doing that, working together on that as well.
And unfortunately, when, as you said that, they stand up and then drop down and get punched in the face.
As soon as they initiated a bad fight. And we have an Overshield versus Spanker, though. It looked like Brene kind of missed his shot on it.
But this time around,
And
Brene
get
is actually
Cutters.
pulling back. Cutters is dead, but
He's got to get one with it.
he did get the one with the rocket, and then he dies. So that's only 2 rockets given up this time.
Great trade from the Wolves there. I love the trade. He uses a Spanker kill, gets the 1-for-1, and now they're up in the lead 6-5. So I see Brene keep going for the energy pistol. Personally, I don't like it. I mean, I understand what it does. I mean, it instantly cracks a shield if it's fully powered up. It's just so inaccurate for me. I'm not a fan of it. But
Well,
if with him being skilled, I mean, and he keeps picking up, he's obviously comfortable with it. So.
And not to mention, too, the energy pistol doesn't always have to be a one-person follow-up. It doesn't have to be Bernay cracking and then getting the kill. Him and Cutter's been playing within like 8 meters of each other the entire game. So if Bernay goes, hey, charge shot off, and then Cutter swings a corner, that's a free kill.
Yeah.
Cutters has the skill to be able to flick in and tap those headshots.
Yep.
So that might be the situation where Bernay's like, hey, I'll be running Spanker energy pistol, and if I empty the Spanker out and then I switch to that pistol, Cutters can easily clean it up. And looks like they're ready to fight over Overshield. Gotten the push coming across from Rockets. So look.
Bernay on the flank with the energy pistol. They get 2 there. And Bernay, he actually picked another one up by the Spanker when Cutters was a little behind. So I guess the thing with the energy pistol, since it automatically cracks you, if you keep the actual pistol on your back, like the sidekick, it's a one tap to the head if there's no shield. So you instantly go from 2 pistols, like you have the energy one charged up instantly, one tap to the head. I mean, you win that fight and instantly make it a 2v1 or a 1v1 now. And you see the trade come out, and they get 2.
Ooh. This is just the absolute clinic being put on by Cutters and Alchemist. Because a lot of teams try to do these flank situations and end up getting turned on. But every time Alchemist is in position to flank, Cutter starts applying pressure and drawing attention. And because it's a 2v1 at range, they're like, hey, we should take this fight. Next thing you know, Alchemist pops up with that charge pistol, cracks a shield, and now they have to turn around and figure out who they want to commit to.
It's Bernay.
What did I say?
Alchemist, because he's on your team.
My bad. I'm sorry.
I get it. No, I just had to get you.
I have been saying Bernay the entire game.
You have,
though,
yeah,
so.
yeah. It was just that one right there. But they come back and get 2 of their own, and they get Spanker. So now it's kind of turned. What are we doing as the Reapers? Are we trying to challenge them and just take it away from them? But now they make it a 1-play game. You have the Spanker.
And he's saving
They're saving it.
saving it.
They tie it up.
And that Spanker now going into this last, I think we still have, how much time left?
It says 4.5 minutes, but it actually didn't stick. It's at 4 minutes the game ends. And you have Spanker.
30 seconds getting called out.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. You have Spanker. I think the Wolves might take this.
And
They have the Spanker is a free kill. He's running. He is trying. I swear. Oh,
but they're split.
But the
they're
flank.
split.
The flank comes up and he gets it. Oh my God.
The
Reapers.
split. No, not like this.
Bernay, clutch. 10 seconds left. They're just gonna sit in the spawn now. Overshield's up, but it's too late.
And there's still Spanker rounds left, so if they push in,
game's over. Bernay, huge play. Came back, picked the DMR up off the wall, gets the headshots. Oh my God, that's insane.
that is
The Wolf Show.
unfortunate. You had the Spanker. Why were you not pushing with that? Because you send a rocket off as they're jumping. Because you know where they're running to. The lanes, it was up and to the right and in that back area. It's all open walkways in those back areas on both sides of the map. So you just send a rocket off there. You get the kill, and if you do get snuck up on and give up 2 kills, you're still up by 1. Kenny and Kevin without the vet. I think that might have been a situation where coaching should have been like, why aren't you using the rocket? Use the rocket. Use the rocket. That would have been one of those times where, like, yeah, you're interrupting your player's thought process, but scream, use the rocket at them.
Yeah, if they would have got that guy that they were chasing down, Bernay, when he comes around with the DMR, if you get the guy with the Spanker before he turns around and picks one of you guys off, you instantly flick over and get the trade out. Like, okay, we'll take one out, but now we're up. We're still up.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 in your favor.
And Bernay's probably cracked, might not be able to get away. We get the kill, and we trade, and we win. All you have to do is pick off the one guy and play for a trade at the end. That's all you have to do.
And that's just one of those things. Even though you have the power weapons, you have to use them.
Yeah.
If you're dying or
I'm
lose,
shooting that Spanker
Yeah,
up there as
like-
soon as I know he jumps up.
and they even turned around because I think when they were chasing, you saw them like back off for a second. I think that second of hesitation when they turned around
Yeah.
is what gave Bernay, the opportunity to get in position. Because Bernay was running back and it was a 2v1.
Yep.
I would force that trade because at least it's tie. And if you see Bernay running, he pings on your radar. You still have at least 1 Spanker shot left.
Yep.
He comes to the top of there. You hit him with the rocket and boom. But hypotheticals don't matter. Reapers secure the point, and we're going into CTR with probably the best options available for both teams.
Yeah, for the Reapers, you would definitely want QWERTY and Cat in, or Cat and Cutters. Either 2 of the 3 you would want in.
And then Snappy and Pip-Boy, like I said.
They're going for it. I think they know that Ricky's not the strongest in the game, and if Snappy and Pip-Boy have been practicing and they have the chemistry with the items, ooh. And I guarantee you this was a Reapers pick. Because I think if the
Checkmate
Reapers chose
Showdown
this
coming
map,
up. And depending on how this, actually CTR will take us to the half, so we'll have Checkmate
Yeah.
Showdown to start the second half of this game.
so with this map, like this cup is very tough for new players. This is the Space Cup. Drive-through burger being one of the most difficult maps in the game, being the last map in the game. Cat likely took it. He said, Ricky, I just have to get first every map. If I get first every map, we win. So I just need you to just sit there and do whatever. Really, it's the Cat clinic, I'd say. And what do we have? All right, so Cat's gonna be at the top left, I think. Yeah, 100% Cat's top left. Ricky is top right, I believe. And then you're going to have Pip-Boy bottom left and Snappy bottom right, I think. I think Snappy's gonna be bottom right. Not 100% sure.
But right now, it's looking like you said, this is looking like a Reaper special because
Yep.
both Cat and Ricky are on track and holding first and second. And since this game holds us in the half, and they're down by 6. There's no point in forfeiting this, so
Yeah.
Snappy and Pip are just going to have to sit here and kind of hold this.
Yeah, right here, this like little U-turn kind of section here, that is the toughest part of this map. Being able to control your cart and not losing your boost and hitting one of those walls. And it looks like I think if Ricky gets second on this race, which is actually very surprising, I think they're gonna just take it instantly. But that's the problem with that I see some people come into the league with. You try and drift so much that you fall off the maps or you run into these walls. Ricky's just keeping it simple and just driving straight, and he's second place.
And that's one of the annoying things about this game because you know how important drifting is, and when you're behind,
Ooh, Cat, I know you did not like to see that,
but it doesn't matter. If you look at the middle of the screen where that track progression marker is at, look how Cat is getting ready to lap somebody.
yeah, Cat's gonna lap them. It's gonna come down to we need to get in front of Ricky right now, or we're gonna lose. Because
And
if you need Ricky to get last every race and try and take one off Cat, that's all it is.
the problem is how do you take a game off? How do you take a track off a Cat?
The items. It comes down to item usage.
But he's so far ahead. What do the items actually do?
Yeah, nah, this map is chalked. But like bottom right, I think bottom right is Snappy. But I may be wrong. It's Snappy or Pip-Boy in the bottom right. They haven't gotten any items.
And not even a single one between
Right here, you
either
missed
of the
the
Wolves
box
players.
again. And you need to be looking for what in Mario Kart would be the blue shell. You need to be looking for that blue orb to be able to go up and hit the first place and maybe knock Cat off.
Or
They're not-
damage Ricky so you can try and get a second.
There's no way. I know Cat is ecstatic. Oh, I forgot. They all got lapped.
So this
Oh, and now here you see the blue shell come out from player 4 down at the bottom right. But you see Ricky has one of his own still. So
that would just hit the completed Cat, wouldn't it?
it won't. Ricky using that blue shell hurts him actually. Because if he falls off the map once or twice and the wolves get in front of him, he doesn't have an ability to slow them down at all now.
True, but let's see. But once again, if you look at the middle of that map and look at that difference, Ricky has about like a 2 to 3 second. There's a blue shell
Cat's
coming in
getting
again,
hit
though.
by another blue shell. Sorry, Ricky. But bottom left, I think is going to be Snappy. Falls off again.
So do you think this is a situation where they're just not used to this track in particular?
Yeah, these maps are for like very experienced players. Even like myself, Jury, and Cat, and QWERTY. Going into these races, like you can never beat a dev time playing multiplayer. That's like a time trial thing that you get very rarely. So this map, you're never going to hit perfect in the league. None of these maps you're ever going to in the Space Cup. So it just comes down to how consistent can I try and keep my blue flame as much as possible. And right there, Ricky gets second place. I'll tell you this already, the game's over.
I think I just heard Pip-Boy proudly and loudly exclaim, "I just learned how to drift."
Oh, yeah.
So,
I don't see why Snappy is putting them to win for this then. Going into halftime, let's not forfeit. Let's just play it. I'm putting my weaker players in.
Yeah,
and
just
saving
get it out of
us.
the way. Just like, hey, man, You get to learn how to play CTR today. Have
because
fun.
now for F1, you have Doomsday, which I don't think is very highly skilled in F1, and you have Punisher left and Gurns. Instead, you would have Snappy or Pip-Boy being able to go in for F1 or something like that.
But the thing is, fortunately, we do know what's next. Checkmate Showdown.
It is Checkmate.
So there's going to be an off-rotation reset because that's going to leave Snappy and Pip-Boy unavailable for after Checkmate Showdown because it is a 7v7.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting on how they approach that because what if one of Snappy's games rolls right after Checkmate?
Yeah.
Now he's really stuck because you lost this, and then you potentially lose Checkmate Showdown, and then you potentially lose whatever's after that.
Yeah.
Especially with one of your games.
I love Checkmate Showdown. I think it's a great – it is literally a UEL game. The only thing that I do not like about it is the format that we play in the 7v7 because it's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for lineups.
Yes and no, because this particular situation where we see only 5 players being available right now for the Wolves, those 5 go in, reset, Snappy and Pip-Boy are out. Only key situations.
Well, Kenny and Kevin as well, too. Kenny and Kevin will also be out because they went in for Halo off a full reset. So they'll still be available on a 4v4 or 5v5 game. But for Checkmate Showdown, basically, here's another game that may take a little longer. And
oh, I get what you're saying, because everybody gets to play.
Yeah, everyone plays. So it's basically prolonging the lineup changes, like the lineup issues that they may have. So.
By the way, while we were talking, Cat, I hope he fought.
I thought
he should have felt for that.
He might have.
I hate him. I hate him.
He gets hit by clock though. I don't.
But
does he make?
Cat's actually currently trying to lap them right now because I looked down at the middle of the map and.
Yeah, he's going to right here. Coming up around this turn, as soon as we go into this portal, he will lap Ricky, and Ricky's actually in second place again.
And this time it's a little bit more contested.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely contested.
Oh,
great clock usage from Snappy. So I think Snappy's going to be at the bottom right. That was a great clock from Snappy, though.
And somebody
look at him. Cat's on his last lap. Everyone else is still on their second. He's right at the finish line. Why is he pulling me? So, okay. So I really hate this guy now. My first season here, I think I was playing Doc, actually. When he still played
on D-Doc, a.k.a. Fortnite Dad?
I was able to play Doc in one of his last games ever. It was.
So you're saying you retired Doc?
I guess possibly, yeah. I think that might have been his last game that he played. But it was a Forza
Doc's
1v1. Okay. It was a Forza 1v1, and I was beating Doc so bad that I turned around in the grass and started going backwards on the last lap, and I beat him still. And he just did what I did. I mean, what is there not to hate about this guy? Cannot stand this guy.
I hate it here.
Goodness.
I hate it here so much. And Ricky's dropped the third now, so technically speaking, with this second place potential finish from Snappy, there's a chance. I mean, but it's not a strong. What is it? Possibility and probabilities.
Yeah, so now for the next 2 races, basically the Wolves are going to have to match that with a first and second and a first and third, which is going to be mostly unlikely from the Wolves, knowing Cat is available on a Space Cup map. But what I would like to see the rules get changed for CTR. I love CTR. It's not a great thing for like top players in the league, but I would like to see where like everybody plays it. It's two races, and it's a 4v4. To where now I have to strategize who goes in for which map, but the maps are random each time. So only the first map you'll know. So it'll roll, and then you'll choose who goes in for it, and then
So like a Lumina Rush approach to it.
Yes.
Okay.
So you know the map. We click random. We know the map, what it is. You two have to sit down and race it. And then the next map is also random, but those 2 players have to play whatever the next map is.
I can get behind that.
And if it's a tie, it just goes down to 1 more you put in.
Speaking of what's going on right now, Cat is currently
third.
trolling right now. Is it trolling, or is he getting?
No, from how he's boosting, I don't think he's trolling. I think he might have just gotten worked with items. And oh my goodness,
It's happening.
He gets hit off the map from Ricky on a blue shell, and Cat is in 4th place. This is exactly what the Wolves need.
Now, this is what keeps their chances alive, so we'll see if they can actually finish. But it's still early in the
He loses his blue flame.
Was that a shortcut?
No. That's
Or is that how the track's
it's actually how the map
That
is
threw me
made.
off completely.
Yeah. The first time I played this map, I was so confused. I had no idea.
Cat just kind of walked back in the second, mind you.
Yeah,
It
he
kind of
did.
annoys me how fast he did it.
Yeah, this end of the map is like very tough to keep your flame on a lot. So you kind of have to be almost perfect going around the turns. We get an achievement unlocked. But I don't know. Snappy's kind of keeping that first place. Pip-Boy at least has to get 3rd. He has to get 3rd
There's
this
blue
race.
shell coming up to hit Snappy, though. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah.
Because that gap was very negligible, but that blue shield. Now, Cat has a shield. So if he's able to really push this spacing,
Yep.
and he's getting closer and closer to the Snappy.
So if the Wolves can keep this lineup, they actually still have a chance in the game being able to. They would have to get a 1st and 2nd finish the next lap, but Ricky takes over Pip-Boy in this last lap, or in the 2nd lap, and Pip-Boy needs to get 3rd.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed the big blue arrows pointing down, and the game actually forces your cart to drop. So yeah, that still messes with me though. But I see now.
Yeah, it's very like brain, like it's like a brain twister kind of thing.
And Cat is now taking back first
Back
place.
up in first. It's always the end of these Space Cup maps. It's very difficult. This was in the original Crash Team Racing. This was actually the last map incorporated in the game until we came out with the nitro fueled, basically the second portion of the game, and they introduced all the DLCs, which from all the maps we've seen before this one, were not available in the first CTR.
Huh.
So technically, this was the final boss map, and it's still one of the harder maps in the game.
I can definitely tell. Because that weird, like you said, that weird tap drifting you had to do in order to get
Yeah,
boosted
you have
over that
to.
last stretch is.
Yeah, you have to U-turn in the air around at the end, so it's very tough. That's why Cat's able to kind of catch up and take advantage of Snappy and Pip-Boy not knowing, or not at least being comfortable with the end of the map yet. So, and right here, I think if Cat finishes first, the game is over.
Yeah, because Snappy needed this.
And Cat only has a couple more turns left, and the next person is Snappy. Snappy is actually gaining.
But he has. I don't think he doesn't have the time.
Cat turns around and pulls the hollow. And
How
that
hilarious would it
ends
be
the
if you just see
game.
Snappy just come flying around the corner
Yeah.
at 200 miles an hour?
Flies over him, takes first. That'd be insane. But unfortunately, that is going to proc the end of the game. It is up to the game master to see if he's going to call it. Maybe I'm incorrect, and maybe there is still a way that the Wolves win, but I think the game is over.
Ricky's getting third.
Yeah, Ricky
Because it was
getting
the first,
third,
second,
Ricky
and then the first, third. And now another first, third.
It's going to be up to the game master to call it, though, if they're going to play it out or. Looks like they're playing it out. I mean, I guess going into halftime, there's no wasting clock. It's maybe.
Yay, we
So-
love CTR.
This is one of the more fun space maps, though, I think. So this one's Electron Avenue. There's a lot of little. There's one shortcut that is like very hidden.
Is that?
Oh, and Ricky's gonna get fallen off.
And off the map, too.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
And I know this is
That's
one
French
of,
for unfortunate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I know this is one of Cat's more comfortable space maps. So this is the shortcut I'm talking about. Big U-turn in the air. And let's see if Snappy knows it. Snappy does not know it, so that's going to be a lot of time that Cat's now cutting off of his time and Snappy's not. And Pitbull
Yeah.
falls off the map.
Take the L out of lover, brother. It's over.
Yeah. Right here, this is where Cat may lose his blue flame, and he does. It's always these at the end of these space maps are very, very tricky. Uh-oh. Cat gets clocked off right before he's about to pass for the second lap.
Almost fell off the map with that clock time.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it worked out where the clock started as he was going towards the speed point.
Yeah, I thought he was going to, but he stays on track. He has his blue flame still going into. Never mind. Going into there.
The disappointment in your voice.
He gets it back though. I mean, this map's very rewarding with his blue flame. Loses it one more time, gets it back, and he starts going backwards. So we're trolling. Hold the lockdown, hold the QWERTY, hold the Bosif.
And the Antonio. But we'll see how this goes.
Ricky staying third without even knowing how to boost is baffling me.
Cat with another bad jump. I guess he's trying to cut a portion of the track off there.
Yeah. It's not how the game works at all. You can't keep your boost going backwards. But Ricky actually hitting his own teammate with a blue shell here, which is going to stop his blue flame.
At this point, I think the Reapers are just trolling.
Yeah,
and this is where
sure.
This is a position you do not want to be in as if you're the Wolves. Because the louder and more annoying the Reapers get, the more comfortable they are. The more comfortable they are,
The better they play.
the better they are.
Yep.
You want to be and it's not like, oh, we just got to talk trash to them. No, you want to beat them with gameplay and you want to keep them quiet. Because if you can keep them quiet, that means they're stressed. If they're stressed, they're more prone to mistakes. But at this point, Reapers going up 9-2 going into the half.
Yeah, that's the thing with Snappy, though. Being a tier 1, I think he definitely has the skill set for it. I think he could have the leadership for it as well. But I know Snappy as, like, being that friendly kind of opponent. Like, never really a trash talker. Always laughing about stuff. Trying to always, like, just have fun. That's kind of Snappy. And he also, like, he wants to have fun and stay competitive at the same time. And so here, with him being comfortable with the Reapers, still just joking around and basically trolling the whole time, Snappy needs to be pissed after this game. Like, he needs to get his team in check if they want to try and make a comeback and win, because it's about to be 9-2 going into halftime.
And that's one of the things you guys talked about inside the wheel. 300, a lot of the time, too, some of these tier 1s have to be leaders. And you don't want a player to be a leader because that's just putting too much on, it's putting a lot of stuff on our plate. But there's certain things you want out of your tier 1, whether it's holding your leading by example or potentially being that leadership position. But if you're too lackadaisical, because that's one of the things that, if you look back to the previous season where Rex was still in charge of the Bandits, that was one of the things that everybody said. Rex is not a bad leader.
Yeah.
Rex is not a bad coach. Rex is not a bad strategist, but he felt lackadaisical.
Yeah, it's the fact that Rex still has that. He can definitely be tough, but I think he chooses to be tough when it comes to game time, but he also has to be tough in practicing.
And that's something that Spicy might need to look into Snappy might need to look into for himself.
Yeah.
Because the Wolves team is not bad, but it might be a discipline issue, and that's why they're sitting at 9-2 going into the half.
Yeah, because if you're not disciplined in practice, when you try and be disciplined in the actual game,
it's not going to show.
Your teammates are just going to shut down.
I played lacrosse and football, and you played football in college, so you already know. You already know what I'm going to say. Practice how you play.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Snappy, he's doing his thing. You know, Pip-Boy, he got last every single race. Somehow Ricky's got second. One of them as well. Pip-Boy finally, I guess, warming up to the game and taking third that race, but that's gonna be game. Game was over before that last race, and Cat takes it by himself.
And with that takes the Reapers to 9-2 going into the half, and we're gonna have a nice little. Actually, so what are your thoughts about the half? About the Reapers performing 9-2 against the Wolves right now, with some of these games being close? It's either been close or blowout. There's been no in between from the Reapers or the Wolves.
I definitely think both of the games that the Reapers did drop in the first half, I think if they had their optimal one, I think they could have won, which was what Rainbow and what was that other game that they lost?
I can't remember off top.
I think both games, if they had their optimal one, they could win. However, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. I think also having Brene in, it's a different change. So I think Reapers they kind of figured it out the first half. They're starting to have fun, feel comfortable. I think they're gonna continue to take off and win this game.
And with that being said, I'm going to have to agree with a lot of the things with the lineups, but we'll be going into the half. Thank you once again for watching. Once again, thank you to SurfThing PCs for taking care of us and providing these amazing equipment. And we'll see you in about 15 minutes, and hopefully we get the analytics team around for the break. See you soon.
You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome. Hey, how's it feel? First of all, this is super comfortable.
I'll tell you what, I'm old, so this is like what I'm talking about. Like, this is like, I can rest my drink on it, you know. I can just be like, oh, all right. Welcome to Halftime Analysts. You're joined by your main man, Lockdown.
And I gotta always slide in just in case it's Strix. Happy to be here. How you feeling, Lockdown, about the game so
Feeling
far?
good, man. Feeling good. I got a nice little golf tan on my face, you know. I'm feeling good, but this match has been exciting, man.
Yeah, but I don't think the Wolves are feeling too good after that first half. I don't know. I thought the game would be a little bit closer than this. How you feeling?
Well, I agree. I get what you're saying in a sense, but I honestly pretty much expected it to be this way. I think Wolves have talent. I think they have certain games that they will excel at, but I think most of the wheel, it's going to be a learning curve for them, I think, as far as some new games, new teammates, a different structure, you know. And I figured it would be a little rough for them at first. I see the potential there, but I just think it's going to be rough at first.
I don't know. I think that maybe I have a lot of faith in, Snappy, Pip-Boy, Doomsday. We've seen a lot of New Moon players, formerly New Moon players, really succeeding these past first couple of weeks. They've been showing out, kind of really showing off why they were on a championship team. And especially in the shooters, I just expected them to, have a little bit more motion, have a little bit more, get a few more wins.
Well, I can tell you I've watched the Wolves members and a lot of the New Moon members. I've watched some of the streams of them playing Rainbow Six. So I knew Snappy was going to be a problem in Rainbow Six. I knew that. So I had a feeling they would win that one. And then obviously you had the game after that. I think it was just a very advantageous situation with Tekken as well against the Reapers. I kind of felt like those two games early, those aren't really their strong suits.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't really worried. I actually told Ryan, I was like, after the first two games, I was like, Reaper's about to win like 7 straight games. And I mean, they won 9.
Yeah, you were undercutting them.
I know. You saw what happened. They had NHL went in there. I believe, was it Cutters or the Cat that got the hat trick? I don't think we ever figured out who it was.
Yeah.
One of them got a hat trick.
Which
putting
is
in work.
insane in and of itself. You don't see it very often. Some of the best players, but I don't think people would have pegged the Reapers as that team. It's like, oh yeah, we can. Just show off a
I
little
would.
bit.
I would have called a Bosi for that first, but I mean, although he has won by scoring all the
Yes.
goals before, but a hat trick is pretty tough.
Yes.
They had that. They also had MK. You got to see the cat.
See, that's
Mortal
the thing.
Kombat. I mean, it's one of the games he's known
Exactly.
for.
He's
Even
out here
though
saying
it's
we're not
even like his
fighters.
best game.
Yeah.
It's like the game he's known for at this point because of the epic matchup against Chicken Tech.
And he's been sitting there. He was like, "Yeah, you said we don't have fights." I'm like, "Bro, everyone knows that this. If there's a fighting game the Reapers have, especially when you're available, you have to always look at the cat." But I have to bring those eyes to that Halo game. That had to be a hard. They had it up into literally the last 30 seconds of the game.
That's because Bernay is a beast at Halo. He's good, man. He's good.
That's the reason.
I know. Now, that being said, I think if the matchups were a little different, if you had like a Snappy in there, I don't know. Because Snappy, we see historically what he's been able to do with his previous teams in that. So that, I mean, and then you had Apex as well. Apex was another thing. You had Cordy and Rez in there. And then you had the rookie in there who knew exactly what his role was. They came in there and dominated. And I think you just have veteran players going against not necessarily newer players, but I think it's just a chemistry thing, man. I think they had the right 3 in Apex, the right 2 in Halo, and I just think it's one of those things that the Reapers do is they're very good at playing efficiently and having their rotations be very efficient.
And it's hard to beat them when they're on like that. Again, we see these new pieces, Bernay, Chloe, both new pieces to the team, kind of fit in immediately. Cordy, obviously, as well, has been around the league. And it makes me so surprised. It's a scary sight to see how quickly they've clicked together in their first 2 games. Such an overwhelming victory. And you spoke of Snappy, and I kind of want to look at that Tier 1 versus Tier 1 matchup because I think that's been the tale of the entire weekend for every single team. Those Tier 1s, the ones that are able to perform, the ones that, in some cases, the ones that have the support necessary are tending to, like, outshine every single body else.
Yes, and I think that's kind of a common theme because I think right now at the stage that UEL is at with this new venture we have in Season 9, you have a very different system now. All the players, you had open free agency. Basically, if you just took the NFL and everybody got free agent. That's basically what we're you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like a reset. It's a fantasy draft. And literally the owners and GMs got to fantasy draft their team, essentially. And so you see those Tier 1s and Tier 2s and Tier 3s in some cases getting stacked. But then when it gets past that point, you have such a variety and so many players and a different wheel as well, so you don't really know how to build that team necessarily. Not everybody is good at building a team like that. So you see a lot of teams that they got great players, but if you're not able to build a whole team from scratch, here's the problem. Like, you're not building a team with the pieces already there, just adding 1 or 2 pieces. You're starting from scratch. It's a hard thing to do. It's not easy. And so a team like the Reapers, who stayed mostly the same, has an edge over everybody in the league this season. That's why you can almost pick them to be in the finals right off the bat because of that simple fact right there. They have very few changes. They lost Hollywood, added Cordy. They had some rookies and stuff they picked up. But their essential core is basically the same. You just basically put Cordy in Hollywood's route, in Hollywood's spot, and really, you don't have any drop-off there. They have some games that they specialize in different from each other, but if you're talking total skill and total games on the wheel, you're not really getting any drop-off.
And I think they've showed it in these first 2 games. Even today, we had that first question with those first 2 games, like you mentioned, of when the Wolves, maybe the Wolves, because I had them pegged as a pretty top-tier team, but again, the Reapers are on that different level because of the synergy, because of all the points that you brought up. And this is, again, Cat just fresh back in the lineup, jumping in, and is able to somehow contend with
What is he, fresh
everybody.
off the flight too?
I'm pretty sure. I'm just at this point, I'm looking at that team and I'm like, what is it going to take for somebody to stop the Reapers in their tracks? Somebody's absolutely just going to have to be better because we don't have, the theoretical new moon in the same way.
Yeah.
Now, taking a look closer at the Wolves, what do you think they're needing right now? More than anything else.
I think they need a sports player. I don't see a sports player in that 7-man lineup. I talked to Punisher, the rookie. Sports is not one of his specialties. They need a sports player. I see that heavy. They could really use a sports player. I think they need some fighters to roll. I think Pip-Boy is the clear fighting player out of both of these teams, but I know that he's going to have a hard time with this. But if I say what they need to add to me would be probably a sports player.
That makes a lot of sense. I think across the board that it's becoming surprisingly a weaker category in the UEL. I feel like there are some players that have added it on, but those sports specialists are ending up being incredibly strong. And for the Wolves, I need to just see somebody kind of start to stand out.
Yep.
I think they're tier 1 and tier 2. They've been doing their jobs, but once again, I need them to elevate beyond and just clean up their play. It doesn't feel like they've played together that much. It doesn't feel like they're a cohesive team, and I think that's what's ultimately.
Well, thank you for joining us here at halftime. Should we have a real exciting second half? Let's see if the Wolves can have a chance to close the gap. And I'm going to sit here and relax with this pillow, and we will see you guys later.
So for anybody out there, the big thing that I have to highlight is like that CTR at the end of the half. When I tell you the most banter and them just having, it was them in the living room sitting with your cousin having.
It was the Thanksgiving Day, like kids are playing video games, chilling out while the adults.
Cat
are doing
intensely trying to go backwards occasionally, just be like, "Can I do this? Oh yeah, look, I hit a 360. It's amazing." It was.
I'm tired of them. I'm tired of them.
I think it was. We were talking, before we jumped on, and it was like, why do they make it look so easy? They're at a point where they are playing for $1 million and just goofing off.
That is a privilege of the strong, unfortunately. I don't want to say unfortunately, but that is a privilege of the strong. At the end of the day, you're up 7 points. And I made this comment when I was playing, when Hollywood was still on, that, oh, yeah, by the way, this is Strix.
Oh, yeah, hey, how's it going? Y'all probably see me. If not, I'm just his brother. Don't worry about it.
Stop. But if the Reapers are quiet, they're stressing. Yeah. If they're goofing off, they're the most locked in they'll ever be, and they're having a good time, which is weird because a lot of teams, it's the opposite. They're locked in when they're quiet. But when the Reapers are having fun, they're locked in, and you're no longer a threat. And you never want the Reapers to be talking constantly because that's when you've pretty much lost control of the game. But 2 hours left, down by 7. We have seen teams come back, but can this Wolves lineup make that comeback, especially going to the Checkmate Showdown where 3 players are going to go in and another 4 go in. So you're going to see Doomsday, Gurrens, and Punisher being available after this reset. And then what roles afterwards that you feel comfortable going against this Reaper lineup?
So during halftime, I think we heard a little bit about Punisher specifically. Couple of shooters specifically he wants to show up, but more than anything, apparently he's a fighter, which we have to see at the end of the day perform because there's a lot of fighters and a lot of people's eyes on the Wolves are on Pip-Boy as the only fighter on that team. So if they manage to find a rookie talent to kind of bolster that, maybe that's that shining star for this Wolves team to start finding some more wins.
And then on counterpoint to that, Kat said, we don't have a fighter we're winning games, but this is a conversation I would like to have with you as you being one of the more prominent, knowledgeable fighter game players in the league. It's not the Reapers having a dedicated fighter, but having 7 people that play different fighting games. They don't have a dedicated fighter, but they do play fighters. So it's essentially not the Reapers not having a dedicated fighting game player, but having the entire fighting game wheel being broken across the roster that gives them their edge.
It's a lot of number 2, but even more than that, I would identify it as the Reapers have now won 3 consecutive seasons as good UEL players, and in that UEL players, looking at their entire team, they play UEL fighting games better than any other team. They find that, and I think that's most identified in this Tier 1 matchup between these 2 top players. You look at it, and I'm sitting there.
We got that. Snappy, I hate you. I hate you so much, Snappy. Why are we continuing the weird Jack Harlow stance?
You got to be a little bit quiet here. And the funny thing enough is the fighters have gone the way of the Wolves with that 1-0 going over to Snappy, and Cutter's looking 0-1. But if you look at Cutter's across the board, every fighter, he knows his job, he knows exactly where he places, and he knows how to find those wins even in those clutch moments. And this opportunity.
But then, like you said, an opportunity, sorry to interrupt, but you look at the rest of these roles right now, Cutter's being 2-2 and then Snappy being 1-3. Those shooters, something Snappy I think is probably comparable to Cutter's, but Cutter's is that shooter MVP multiple seasons in a row. I think he only lost it last season. I think that was
he won it last season.
Or was last season? So yeah, Cutter's with a 3-time shooting MVP, 1-1 against Snappy. I think that's more of a mark on Cutter's than it is on Snappy. And then 1-0 in sports and 0-1. Snappy not being stronger in sports. So, but then that 0-1 in racers at the bottom with that CTR finish.
That CTR was tough watch, but I think the players were having fun. And I do have to echo Hollywood sentiments from the first half. For some of these players, especially Snappy himself, where do you slot in? Does Snappy start saying, I can carry these shooters, put me in for every single one? Or is he more or less trying to cover his team's weaknesses, which may be weaknesses of his own?
And that's a hard spot to be in a leader because as a leader, you understand you need to know where you're weak at, and you cannot put yourself in a situation to try and cover for others where you're weak at. Because if the entire team is weak in this, then there needs to be the consensus that it shouldn't be played.
And Checkmate Showdown, to me, is the perfect game to cover this because there's the strategy and fighting game elements. Traditionally, the best fighting game player is going to be on that king spot. So I'm interested to see where everybody, once again, ends up landing. We see an early night jump out. Finals coming up next.
Finals coming up next. And once again, like I said, with the 7-man lineup for Checkmate Showdown, the 3 people available for finals are some potentially their weaker shooters in Punisher, one of the X-Rays. I believe it was Kenny, and then I can't remember who the third was available, but we'll get back to that. But Checkmate Showdown, Strix, please talk to
So
the
the
people.
big thing here, we've already started to see a few changes back and forth. One of the biggest things that have absolutely changed for the UEL is that instead of teams opening up their king more often, which we saw early in that first week, teams are opting to open up the sideboard, develop some of these other pieces like the knights and the bishops, and to push them and use them to create space before ever opening your rook. We saw it in the very first game of the season. Opening your king up can be absolutely devastating and end the game before you even get a chance to play it.
Yeah, shout outs to Silver because he's like, hey, I'm good at Checkmate Showdown. I'm like, cool, I don't need to coach this. It's a fighting game, and you play chess. I'm going to leave you alone. I look down, look back up, and Silver was going for the win already. So to your testament, that is a very high risk, high reward. And there's even some situations where teams want to do that, where they want to get their king out. But in this game of Checkmate Showdown, each round, your health does not regenerate. So if your king is stomping people after 3 or 4 fights.
One hit is the difference between a win and a loss. It becomes insane to deal with. As I say all of that, both teams have now completely opened up the diagonals, at least leading to their king. I like Purple's position a little bit better, though, because they've staggered their pawns in such a way to not make it just an easy and a free shot. But if this light-squared bishop on Orange's side can start to move across the board, we might be able to see a fight possibly for a win early on.
Yeah, chess.
It's really, Checkmate Showdown's really interesting because initially everybody in the league went, there's no chess a part of this game at all. And what people are starting to realize is just it's such a different chess. I love the idea here to castle, put him safely away in the corner, put him behind some pawns, something to give him a little bit more space, and now you are fully okay to open up the entire middle portion of the board.
Yeah, chess strategies, cool. Yeah, move that pawn.
I
Fight.
need to see somebody fight. That's to your point. You just mentioned it. When you said fight, that is what's going to decide Checkmate Showdown quicker than anything. Who is willing to take this first fight? Again, just pieces developing. Legitimately, I would think we're playing a chess game and not a chess fighting game, a strategy game. But that's what the UEL is.
I'm trying to see some violence. Like, can we see some fights, please?
No, he's going to. Ooh, he doesn't end up moving.
All right, so we see the knight here debating on whether he's going to take a pawn or not. Fortunately, that pawn is in a position to immediately take back that knight. And pawns do not fight. They just straight up take a piece. So you notice they move that knight back instead of dealing with Kachow losing that piece. But the bishop slides into a point where the bishop is going to challenge the rook, and that is a check on the king. So the rook can either... So looks like the Reapers are purple and the Wolves are orange. So we're going to either see a rook versus bishop fight happening right now. And it looks like we have Pip-Boy stepping down.
And QWERTY sitting down as well. So QWERTY playing on this bishop. The bishop as a rushdown character has to get close to the grappler that is the rook, and it's so hard. If Pip-Boy just lands a couple of hits, he could end this fight before QWERTY can do any damage. But QWERTY's not giving him the chance, just keeping him locked down this entire time.
And that queen assist to back him up too is a huge boom because she's able to set up some counter hit from QWERTY. Let's see what you got. Pip-Boy's kind of jumping in, gets caught trying to do the ground slam. Perfect blocks. Queen assist coming to make space again. Super armor, SPD. Hold half your health, boy. Oh, clap. And then he props the breaker. And then looks like Pip-Boy's starting to have a resurgence, but he goes for the anti-air grab and gets blown up. How are you going to let the little guy grab you, brother? And then see Pip-Boy going ahead. Let's see, dive kick. Perfect blocks out, backs up.
This is really worrying because Checkmate, a lot of the fighting game players took it for granted. It's not a complicated game, but I need Pip-Boy to hit just one more command grab in this game. Bait out, be willing to just punish QWERTY, just now completely playing the patient game. He has the life lead. He can wait for a few more seconds and just end the game. One more touch. This could be the end of it. And QWERTY took out Pip-Boy to start off Checkmate Showdown.
And if Pip-Boy's playing both the rooks, losing one of your rooks early is a big mental blow and kind of messes up your lane pressure because now, oh no,
Already into
QWERTY's going straight for it.
And let him go in now that he's feeling it.
But
it
breaks early
here. The
Goes
king
for
is
ultimate.
Doomsday. Doomsday maybe having learned something on the king to hold his team down, having to survive this onslaught by QWERTY.
QWERTY with the dive kick mix-up.
Each and every single one of these, I'm saying.
The thing is, even if QWERTY loses, he wins because now that king is so low on health. And if he's able
the super, but avoids and immediately confirms it into another combo, getting more damage. Below half health now. Even if you win this, your king can only take one more fight like this before you just lose the game.
And the worst part is you don't.
All
Triple
the
pawn
pawns are
rush.
coming in. And the super.
Oh, no.
QWERTY has done more than his job here, looking for an opportunity. Now he's on the offense. I can hear and
there's
the
the counter.
Finally to stop QWERTY's onslaught.
And
Doomsday
the problem
doing
is
a
the
great job.
damage has been done.
30% life. Imagine for the rest of this game, you have to be perfect because 2 hits, maybe. If somebody has optimized damage, that's 1 hit.
And that's one EX grab from the rook, by the way. That is just straight up punching the grab. And the queen is now in position for check, so now you have to move that king. And now the Reapers just get to run in the gambit now because as long as they continue to push that check, they have to respond. And then now they also, that right side of the map being pushed up, was that too much of a mistake from the side of the Wolves?
I think we saw the difference. Both sides opened up their king. And if I tell you right now to look, where is the orange king? The middle of the board. The purple king tucked away in the corner, safe, not worried about anybody coming to fight him at all. And you're now in a position where you have exposed your most important piece.
And the problem is, I think the king's safe right now from the knight pressure, but this is
terrifying. We're gonna see a fight here.
Is that knight v knight action?
Maybe, just maybe. You got to be careful when you confirm a fight. You don't have a lot of time to pick assists, to swap out players. You got to make sure to call that button check.
You got to make that
decision. See both teams with their coaches and captains here talking about like what we want to do, how we want to move.
So the knight moves in and takes the pawn and forces another check. And with them being so low of health because of what QWERTY did, they have to respect it.
The one good thing is with QWERTY off the board, these dark squares are a lot safer to play on. You can see that
QWERTY still has one bishop left.
But fortunately, bishops can only move on diagonals, and he has to stay on the light squares. He at least can avoid fighting QWERTY for the rest of the game if he really wanted to. But I have to ask the question here. Neither one of us would have said QWERTY is the fighting game player to be scared of on the.
Now, here's the question.
Reapers.
Is it QWERTY being the fighting game player you need to fear, or just a testament to how good Bishop is? Because a lot of the fighting game players, when they first touched this game, all realized the power of the Bishop. Almost everybody in the league has realized how broken the Bishop is. So is the Bishop like the training wheels character that if you put enough time in, you just become a problem?
Absolutely. The Bishop is the rush down archetype. It wants to be in your face, pressing buttons, putting you under pressure. Defense is a lot harder to deal with, and now we're back to playing chess. This is the beauty of a strategy game like Checkmate Showdown. You go from throwing hands to both sides, evaluating their position, figuring out where they can slip in another opportunity to maybe end the game like QWERTY or set yourself up to do the same.
And something to actually keep an eye on is, like you said, the Reapers are purple, right? And the Wolves are orange. Look at their turn timers. This game does end if you run out of time to make your turn. And if the Wolves adjust their strategy just to delay and survive, we could see the Wolves potentially get a win off that timer with 3:20 left on the Reaper side.
It's all good.
And active, too.
This is the funny part. I wonder if that is their strategy because they seem a lot more comfortable. They don't seem really worried about. And all the Reapers I think have now locked in on is we just need to tap the king like 1 or 2 more times. 1 or 2 more fights and we can absolutely take this. Doomsday doesn't seem super comfortable. But the Wolves seem to be clued in on this. Are you going to take another fight? Are we going to get one of the knights to jump in here?
And the question is do you risk losing that piece that's probably pivotal to a lot of your defense going forward just to do some damage to the queen so the queen gets in, you can worry about it?
And so here we go. We are.
You got to hurry up. You got to hurry up. You got to hurry up. You got to hurry up.
Check. Gurns is already in. Luckily, they pass off the controller, but he's already taking damage. This queen player is immediately looking to punish him.
Oh, side to side, coast to coast, back to back. How do you know?
Rock him on the queen.
You're a former fighting game champion of mine. Nope. Get that knight knots out of here.
Nice job using the super to get at least some damage back and make sure it's not a clean sweep of the character. But again, the queen is another pressure character that fits Ricky perfectly. A nice burst there to keep himself alive.
But the life lead is already very deep. I would like to see Gurns use a little bit more of these specials and try and get some damage in.
He's good job using the auto combo, getting a little bit of damage. Playing a
that is
zoner, though,
it.
is so hard into some of these matchups. You don't know exactly what you want to do.
And it doesn't help that Ricky immediately took him coast to coast from mid-screen off rip for a good, 60%?
I got to ask the question, did they learn from the Paladin's blunder? Did they not call a button check when they sat down just to...
I mean, as vocal as the entire league was in the chat, and even in the Discord, by the way, you should join it, you think y'all would learn. Like,
Just
don't be
call
in the
that
back
button.
seat.
Don't call it. Yeah, just call it for the sake of calling it. If you need a second to just breathe, yeah, you have 30 seconds to do a button check, but that 30 seconds is you sitting down and collecting yourself for a
All right,
moment.
cool. I need to play this because if you call that button check and they start attacking you, that's a forfeited piece. Take advantage of that. Take your time. Take your ability to get into the game because if you don't, you die.
So let's see. We have another knight coming in here for a fight, and this should be the rookie
No
sitting
button
down
check.
to go ahead
No
and
button
take over.
check.
But
No
Brene is
button
already
check.
sitting down.
You ain't called button check. You ain't called button check. And I had this conversation, and Cat and Cutter's already talked about it on inside the wheel. If you don't call it, I'm pushing buttons.
Absolutely. But here we go. We finally see the rookie able to sit down with Punisher, getting an opportunity to just play the game. And he seems to be moving like he's comfortable with the game. But it doesn't matter. Brene hitting the super going to bring him down extremely low. He's one touch. He's got to find his opportunity to make a play. And is using this aerial mobility. Wasn't able to confirm, and that's it. He's down and gone. And this isn't something that I'm putting on the rookie. I'm putting this on the veteran talent on the team. You saw this happen. You have to call that.
And this is the second time in a row that they've let a player just take damage for free. Because if you notice, Cat, Cutters, and the rest of the Reapers lean to the side, looking dead at the Wolves, waiting for an answer. And they don't get an answer, so they go.
And a nice job here. Really something small here. They lost a bishop for free. Orange's bishop straight up for free ended up dying. So look, now on their turn, they're still starting to fight. Who are they getting to sit down? One of the twins. And it looks like Kevin is the queen and is now just being attacked in onslaught. This feels like a repeat of that first game. But why are you making mistakes that have happened before at this point?
And then gets the super off. Ooh, burns a special bar. Let's see if he can actually get anything going because you're already down half health in the matchup where Queen should be very dominant just because of her entire kit. But it's just, I think experience of the game is also starting to show now too because that veteran craftiness from the Reapers is what's gotten a lot of their early damage. But now when it comes to a straight up fight, they're just showing that they're better at the game.
This is the thing, Checkmate Showdown and a lot of the newer games on the wheel are where those early game points come from more than anything else. Some teams like to focus on, like, you know, the classics, the more well-known games, the games that have stuck around a while, even something returning like Siege. But if you can learn what your strategy is for Checkmate Showdown, you can get an incredibly early win. Great job, though, there by Kenny finding a win and keeping himself alive.
But the problem is that Queen is beat. And
I think Ricky Rockham got a queen-on-queen fight in his eyes.
no.
He's ready to take this fight. Or does he just decide that, hey, I care more about ending the game, and it is exactly that. He's moving in on this low-health king saying, my eye is on the prize. I know exactly how I want to win.
And if you look at that Queen's positioning, if they try and castle swap the king, it goes right into a check position.
They can't. Like, you're stuck now, and you're trying to find a way to get your king into a defensible position. I think the best thing you can do is move either your rook or your bishop into a spot to be able to try to take a fight. But this queen can kind of just avoid the entire situation, not interacting with any other piece. You want to be the person initiating. One of the big things in this game is the person that starts the fight
gets the most
ultimate.
bonuses. I think now this is where you have to see what looks like. Ricky's going to move back to start taking care of some of the pawns, but because if he moves up into that position next to the king, there's a situation where the Wolves can move their queen in and have access to king assist and rook assist, and I believe. No, just king and rook because the bishop's not in a position to actually attack. So even though that queen might lose because of the health advantages, getting that damage and being able to utilize assist and then doing a castle swap and having to have to fight through that rook because the queen moves there, I don't know how I feel about moving the queen in that position. I would probably move the queen to that dark square right next to it. Yep. And then wait for them to either move their queen up or another piece up.
At some point, though, you're going to have to start making aggressive moves because if you let them have the ability to start these fights, you're giving up so much power. Notice more and more of the pawns are dying. They're leaving the board. and just look at the position of power. This is something that I can tell to anybody, whether you know chess or not, immediately. Look at where all the orange pieces are in comparison to the purple pieces. Complete dominance right now by the Reapers. They have control of most three-quarters of the board.
Three-quarters of the board, but look at that timer. 159 to 212.
And here we go. We might be seeing a fight. Oh, my God.
Please do not.
And looking for a quick
I
swap
don't know
here.
why they're doing this. I would prefer them continue to be.
It looks like it's going to be Rez going up against Kenny again. Let's see, is he able to survive? He's doing his best. Boom, a nice combo. He just got to find these hits. You can continue after that.
I would like to see him doing more of the spin instead of the up that up DP the queen has, because that spin allows him to continue combos off of it, whereas the up is mostly being extender. So just raw jab into that when they're not already in the air is just not doing enough for him.
I think he kind of – this feels like they're unfamiliar with the game, and a nice job using the teleport on the knight. Even as a zoner, he has the ability to throw out these ghosts and teleport to them on hit or on block, which gives him a lot of opportunity. And now just zoning him out, doing his job, making sure he can't get him. I like the jump in, and with a quick
And it's just a smack to the face.
And that's the queen being gone off the board. Doomsday is quickly running out of teammates to come to his aid to help defend him. And that was a fight initiated by the Wolves.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
This is the hard part about Checkmate Showdown is I think as things go wrong, people want to play chess. And I think you have to be willing to give that up. When things start to go wrong, you need to start swinging hands.
And the thing is, too, you can swing defensively. Like, I think that queen sliding and staying in that position, because I would have just been moving the queen back and forth. Y'all need to aggress. Y'all need to aggress. Because if they, once again, that timer's out minute 50. If I'm moving my queen back and forth, you have to figure out how to get in and take advantage of that queen's movement. And if we burn y'all for it.
But
there we go.
And now it's opened up. Here we go. It's going to come down in this moment. Can young Ricky Rockham take out Doomsday? Ricky find a hit. Ricky just using the dash to cut across. Does he have the damage
from
to
here
do it?
because, like
he
I
can
said,
just ultimate at any point, and that is checkmate to the Reapers.
And if you kind of compare the usage of queens between Kenny and Ricky, that spinning drill is huge in continuing a lot of your strings and your combos. And if you're able to go to the other side and you see them getting ready to drop, then you do that uppercut, that DP motion or DP ability she has in order to continue juggling them across the screen. And Ricky did it masterfully. Across, hit. Oh, he's about to drop. Back up, across again, and then I can continue my strings. I think if Kenny was utilizing that during his fight against the king, we might have seen a different situation where that queen might be still alive or be a point of contention for the Reapers to go after it, which burns more time, which potentially allows the Wolves to win off a run-out clock.
I think you hit everything on the head. And the unfortunate thing is in a strategy game like Checkmate Showdown, it looked like the Wolves were unfamiliar with the strategy in and outside of the game.
Yeah, like
they didn't have a spot where I was like, okay, they know exactly what's going on here, and just felt like they were caught off guard a few too many times, especially with those two non-button check calls. You lost half of two characters for free, essentially.
And we got a minute on setup in the finals. But speaking of the finals, we'll talk about the finals GOAT. Not talk about players. Talk about our director, my love of my life, AV Pimp. Talk to him.
That's a wild thing for you to say.
I love making you feel awkward, brother. But talk to us.
I will let you know that game of Checkmate. First off, I love that game. Secondly, I can't tell you how many times they called Reg, who was the right knight, and he did not show up.
Oh my.
Not being able to push button check or say button check, it hurts.
I mean, like we've been saying the entire time, as vocal as the league was during the Paladins game, you cannot show up. How many games of Checkmate's been played since your game?
Almost every single match Paladins has been played. So that's what, 7 now?
So
6?
Almost 7 games of Checkmate has been played in the UEL. The Paladins don't know what they're doing. Yeah, y'all got caught off guard. Y'all got caught off guard. And I'm not saying the Wolves are some of the people who might have been saying that in chat, but with so many people being vocal about it, you had to heard about it, and you have to know.
It's one of those things now that it's just a caution, because as many people are saying it, it was brought to my attention that this happened seasons ago. So some of these people that have been here longer than any of us, longer than some of those Paladin players, have seen it happen before. It happened to New Moon in the finals last season. And you're telling me you're not walking in here just going button check, button check, button check, button check. It could be a racing game, and I'm going to call button check just because to be sure. I'd rather be told, no, you're not allowed to do that, than to have myself lose 2 characters. But the finals, that's the best I can say here.
Well, speaking of finals, don't forget our final end-all be-all option, our PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs. Yeah, really. Want to give them a quick shout out once again for giving us these great machines as you see these games getting played. And honestly, if you've been a fan of the UEL for a long time, you notice a lot of us be like, hey, why don't we get our fighting games on the PC? Let's get off console. You've seen Checkmate Showdown being played. You've seen Tekken being played. All this great gameplay and consistent, smooth, buttery, optimized frame data is brought to you by these guys right here. So check them out, check out their website, and get some in-gamer equipment, because if you want to be an in-gamer, you got to play on what the in-gamers are playing. But like you said, the finals, a game I personally love because shout out to Hogeki for getting me on this game back during the early alphas and betas. The way this game is played is not so much as like some of your traditional shooters. It takes elements from your Halos and your Call of Duties, but also kind of gets a little bit of that Siege and that Valorant style of each group in each class, your small, medium, heavy, having different abilities. I personally play medium because that turret and the grenade launcher and some of the equipment you can use just turns you into a one-man army in either holding locations or aggressing locations, and there's no wrong way to play the finals, honestly. There's optimal builds, there's optimal choices, but if I see triple medium and triple heavies, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Okay. Now I have to ask then, what game modes are you looking for? Or for UEL purposes, I obviously don't give anything away, but for UEL purposes, what do you like in terms of the game modes?
I personally like the search and destroy mode. I can't remember exactly what it's called because it really. I personally don't like search and destroy in a lot of the games because it's stressful, and then people don't play by the quote unquote rules. Some people treat it like team deathmatch where they're just running around running and gunning. They don't play the objective, but I like it, and I like it in the finals because your class choices and your loadout choices are so instrumental in how the game goes. Yeah, I'm gonna run a sword, and you run around a corner, and the enemy team's running 3 mediums and like 3 turrets. So there's 6 guns aiming at you. Just off rip.
I'm going to block a few bullets and then switch cheese.
Yeah, like.
Absolutely. So here we go. Let me know right now what idea do you see here? We're playing Power Shift, so this is the mode with the platform that moves back and forth, the tug of war. Both sides are going to be competing for one spot, and Fortnite
is next. And mind you, the finals is a 5v5. And if you're looking right now, you're seeing 4 mediums on the side. Sorry, I'm trying to be professional. I just have to just Fortnite! But it looks like we have a 4 medium concept going from both teams. So that means there's a lot of potential for a lot of turrets. And if you're looking at Rez's setup right now, he's using that AKM and the turret with looks like a goo grenade and a jump pad with defib. So it looks like Rez is playing the traditional medium with a lot of support and a lot of mid-range engaging, and then being able to separate with that, I believe, goo grenade or gas grenade. Can't tell exactly by the icon.
I feel like this is a huge departure. We've normally seen Rez in his rookie season taking that rookie shooter of the year and traditionally being a very big aggressor in these different game modes. Now, they're going to be fighting over the church to get control of that platform as the game starts. People at home, if you're looking for teams, if you're a Wolves fan, you're hoping that Red can find a way to push it through here. The Mighty. On the other side, the Blue Vogue, that is your Reaper squad. They're trying their best to continue this domination we've seen.
And as you see just now, one of the Reapers was able to get a kill and get Rez back up, and you see the defibs coming up. And the cool thing about this game is everybody can revive, but only the mediums have defibrillators, which immediately cuts that revive timer down to like 2 seconds, which is huge in a lot of these engages. And then Rez just lasering with that AKM. Once again, a go-to known staple, and then there's that turret. I would like to see it pushed up a little bit forward so it can actually apply pressure on the point, but where it's at right now has a good view of that side of the map. So if they're able to hold that angle and continue fighting, that platform is just easily going to go to the Reaper side.
I briefly talked about him being a shooter and maybe wondering why he seemed to have a lot of supportive items. Maybe because his gun is all he needs to be that damage threat, to be able to take advantage here. Now, they're losing early progress. If you're talking to your team, if you're working your way through this, how are you telling them to approach getting control of this point once again?
From here, it's going to be a loadout, because if you notice the enemy team is running a bunch of mediums, that means there's a lot of turrets on their side. So things like goo grenades, your flame grenades, or goo grenade, flame grenade combos, because the flaming walls work as well. Grenade launchers, things that you can just throw at the turrets to get them off that point, because this is an objective-based game mode. killing the enemy and getting off the point is the biggest thing. And if everybody's dropping turrets on the point and then playing adjacent to it with 1 or 2 people staying there, you know what you need to do. You need to pick up some heavies, pick up some RPGs, and start just laying down fire on these points.
And something looks like it might not have been bound correctly here for our tier 1, trying to get something reset up, and that's one of those small things it's first game jitters. I can absolutely understand that, but from a veteran, I'm looking for a little bit more.
And then as you switch over to Punisher, you see he has the AKM and he's running the heal gun. I don't know how I feel about this in the UEL because if your team's behind and you're not even – looks like they are grouped together, so I'll give them that. But I don't know how I feel about using the heal gun because it takes you out the fight and it's a lot more time dedicated to keeping somebody alive instead of just flat out reviving with the defib. I would like to see a turret there or potentially another – more.
And now my biggest thing as well when using this point is you need to approach this from a fish in the barrel scenario. For them to hold control of this platform, they have to be on it.
Correct.
Why are we at eye level with it and not using this verticality, using the extra rooftops to shoot down? Ultimately, either force them off the point or look right now, right here in this moment, even they as a team are staying on this one level. They're not trying to control the rooftops, or maybe Rez just has it completely locked down.
And here's the thing. Remember I was telling you about the goo walls and lighting them on fire? This is one of these things where these teams have been playing this. I've been playing this game since beta on and off. Hogeki, a lot of the Paladins have been playing this game. So when you look at this, if you have knowledge of the game, just throw a firebomb onto that point. Just throw a firebomb. Clear all those walls out. And there it goes.
And just as you asked for it, it came quickly. Now this entire point is on fire, and I hear players calling for help, calling for some assistance, using some of these elemental combinations. But it looks like Louis just ends up going down, and maybe the Wolves are starting to find their footing. They have to start making a push back here soon. You don't want to let it get too far into your territory before you start trying to push that line back to your opponents.
And the problem is, though, we're seeing the Wolves just getting bullied because you notice the Wolves had a bit of a presence on that platform, but then the melee afterwards, one Reaper killed 2 people via melee attacks. And those not the heavy melees. That wasn't light melees. Those are medium and heavy melee weapons. So it wasn't like there was a stealth kill. They were actively on that point. Now we got, oh, no.
Jumping onto the point, I think just trying to find a fight, trying to find an opportunity.
Contest it so they can't get
But manages to get an assist on Snappy, so taking out one of the players and looking like they're opening up the entire point, trying to get out with a teammate to maybe get a revive, but unable to do so. And this is what I was talking about. Take this high ground. Use that to your advantage. Force them to either come contest you, get them off the point, or get off the point and survive. Ultimately, by using the high ground and using the verticality, you end up creating free kills. I don't know what else to call it other than literally shooting fish in a barrel. There's no better way to describe it.
And at the risk of sounding like I work for DICE developing another Battlefield game, Levolution. If you have an issue with the verticality, level the buildings.
And that's that rock, paper, scissors that you were talking about, and why this game isn't just the run and gun. It's so much more about how you're thinking, how you're approaching these scenarios. You mentioned the turrets before. You mentioned the grenade launcher. Just drop them into a building, and now all of a sudden they don't have line of sight. You can do any of this, but it looks like every team is approaching this from the, like, cool, I'm just going to, like, outshoot you all the time, and that's how I'm going to win.
And it's looking like Rez it sounds like I'm biased, but I can't help but call it. Rez has been doing a good job with his positioning, and you see who is this right now. Kenny? Yeah, this is Kenny. Kenny right now doing a great job with his FAMAS, and he's actually – once again, running that turret FAMAS setup, and it looks like he has an incendiary grenade and a jump pad. I would like to see him running incendiary grenade, glue grenade, because that flaming wall just does such a good job of just deterring people from pushing you.
Now I have to ask, I've seen multiple teams now constantly doing this, like, jump pad on the point. How do you feel about having a jump pad? Like, obviously to get off point in situations like this, it's very useful, but I think it creates really dangerous areas for your team as well.
If you look, Kenny jumped off the point and died immediately. I understand when to have the high ground to fight, and look, RPG onto the point. Using explosives.
Half health, and now just raining fire, you're forcing them off of the point. Yes, you're taking some damage from the fire, but it doesn't matter. You have control of the point once again. And like I said before, this Reapers team, as soon as it got across that halfway point, this church is acting as our line. Whichever side of the church it swings out of is who is in control. And now the Reapers are slowly pushing it back. And which side is – it feels like it's just ping-ponging back and forth. Neither side is committing to just, hey, we're going to keep doing the same thing. Meteor showers, though, incoming, which is going to create a little bit of chaos for both of these teams.
This is another reason why I love this game, is because you can just be absolutely dog walking somebody, and then the game will be like, hey, meteor showers. And once again, this is a game mode. You have to be on the point. A meteor can just drop and kill your entire team, and you have to hold that. There's nothing you can do about it.
But here we go, Bernay with this LMG doing an amazing job to pick up his every kill around him. He bought his team some space, and maybe the Wolves have found their footing once again. The point is completely neutral and pushing back. It's not pushing like we saw one more time where it was halfway to their goal. So they have control of it at the 2.5 minute mark left in the game.
And if you notice, there's a Reaper turret sitting there on its side that didn't actually trigger because since it was on the side, it had a weird view angle, and somebody just took free damage. And in this game mode, like, maybe that's why we saw that health gun from Punisher for these moments where they're on defending. And I can actually go ahead and retract my statement. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, because if you get your entire team on the point and you're actually getting proper defense, and mind you, this meteor shower destroyed the church. So that's church rubble falling down completely.
Well, look at all the chaos. Like, they're just trying to figure out exactly what is going on. And now, to your point, one of those combinations that I think is really is being utilized here to great effect is that heal gun paired with a heavy on the point. You can create some incredibly difficult scenarios where the opponents have to fight you from the rooftops. If they step on the point, they have to find, first of all, a kill while you have a heavy, whether with a melee weapon or just large LMGs, a lot of raw damage you're trying to avoid. And the Wolves have control right now with 1.5 minutes left. They just need to continue to push this pressure, to continue to find that win and take this game home.
And we see a revive coming out for Bernay right now, and looks like the Reapers finally do have that, and we're finally going to see it push back that midpoint again. But once again, they're going for the armor setup on the edges, or they're actually going to partition.
I don't like you're making a barrel inside of a barrel. If you're trying to hide in these areas, guess where my first fire grenade is going?
And once again, this is where that goo grenade combo is, because since it's a small point, if you aim your goo grenade right, it lands across the entirety of that platform, and you drop a flame grenade in, and everybody's getting hit. Or they get forced in awkward positions, and that's where you just take advantage.
But it looks like it doesn't matter. He set up this defensible position, and that gives him cover to quickly duck back down and play. We still have turrets in play. We still have these walls, and that's creating what was a fish in a barrel. Maybe this is a little bit more defensive than I gave them an opportunity credit for.
And that's one of the situations, as these builds get destroyed for the mini shower and all these fighting, they can only approach from the high ground from certain angles. And some guns, some people don't feel comfortable firing at long ranges. So then now he's at an awkward angle on the back of the point. They have to wait for a building the platform to shift to a certain point. But the platform shifting at a certain point and only 20 seconds being left, do you really want to wait and risk Bernay just being able to sit there for free and take over the point?
Bernay had to rotate off because of damage and is now going to look to jump back on and contest. We see that right now in control of the point is the Reapers. But all of the Wolves stream in, trying their best to get onto the point, to deal some damage, to do something. And I think in that moment, the synergy.
But this is a game that Punisher said he was looking forward to, Fortnite. And Cordy is not available, but I do believe, no, Fortnite's 5v5.
It's 5v5 now.
So Cordy and Ricky get to go back in on the reset. And is that a commitment you want to make? Because yeah, why not?
What? This is the thing, is the Reapers have been playing it safe, I think, with a lot of their lineups. And this could be a situation where you're up 10 points. You want to test to see just how far Cordy can go, to know if you really need these two players. Because we already know that they can contend with Snappy, funnily enough. Ricky versus Snappy in the finals was one of those final pivotal moments where the Reapers ended up sealing the game for themselves. Do you say, hey, we got what is believed to be one of, if not the best Fortnite player in the league? Let's send him in and see how he fares right now in the regular season.
Speaking of fair and speaking of Fortnite, speaking of building walls around my heart, AV, what do you got for the people?
Bro, Cordy got 1 kill.
Oh, no, he need to go on Fortnite. He got to do something. He got to do something.
I think he about to get benched.
I mean, Gardo got benched for less, so.
That's crazy. I mean, look, the Blades are already on the ground. Leave him alone.
No, this is back when he's on the Reapers. So.
He is going in for this Fortnite.
Fortnite.
And Kat is extremely happy about it. So we're going to stay on Cordy.
Are we staying on Cordy?
No,
okay,
I
cool.
want to see Punisher. He said this is his game. He said that this is what he wanted to do, and this is what he's looking forward to. So, young rookie, welcome to the proving ground. Perform or die.
You setting people up. You
Shine.
setting people up. I don't know if I can
I
deal with this.
want to see this
Let
man
me see
do it.
Cordy.
Nah. We already know what Cordy's going to do. We already know what Ricky's going to do.
That's
I
crazy.
want to see the no-name get this chance. Because if Punisher falls on his face, we are all going to point and laugh at him.
You remember last time a person went against a rookie?
Say again?
You remember what happened last time a rookie went up against Cutters specifically in the Reapers?
And?
Rad is Mad was born. Man, put that man on a Dougie clip. It was done so quickly, immediately.
I think this is something the Wolves need. That's why I want to track out Punisher for at least a round. Because if Punisher is able to show that dominance against two of the best Fortnite players in the league.
Oh, you set a name for yourself immediately. It becomes a game that no one wants to play with you.
Exactly. So I want to see Punisher in play. I want to see that because, like I said, we already know what Ricky and Cord is going to do.
Side note, by the way, this also includes Rez and Kalui, another rookie. We don't know what Kalui. Maybe Kalui. He's been doing well in these shooters.
And I don't know if you were able to catch this earlier, but Hollywood did say Ricky only succeeds shooters to one other person, and this is cousin Kalui.
Oh, cousin. Oh, no. You ain't going to slip cousin in there silently.
You don't know?
That
Also, did you know Rez, X-Ray Kitty, and Kevin are actually all related? I did not know that. I thought that was a running joke.
No, it was
I
absolutely
thought it was Hollywood
true.
and them being just like
No.
Yeah.
It's family ties. It's family ties out here.
I don't know. The last time I heard something named Family Ties, somebody
But beyond that, I want to looking at some of these
RIP
teams,
Champagne
right?
Poppy.
I'm asking you right now.
Rest in piss.
That's crazy. All right, so you and I kind of had this brief conversation talking about like performance and who you think are where. Right now, who needs to perform in this Fortnite game? Obviously, Punisher. We already covered him.
Yeah.
But for the Wolves to win this, who are you looking to perform?
Kenny and Kevin need to do something. And I don't mean this as a slight to them, but if you even talk to some of the previous Guerrillas/Click players, Kenny and Kevin just had these moments of like these flashes of brilliance, but it feels like they would burn out afterwards. What I'm looking for out of the other players going into Fortnite is some consistency, especially from Extra Kenny. Like Gurns has shown his way back from when he was on the Bucks to the Guerrillas, and he's always been just like he will never give you less than a 5 when it comes to performance.
Yeah, I agree.
Kenny and Kevin, on the other hand, and the Punisher's a rookie. So you have 4 dependable people, and I'll give Doomsday the benefit of the doubt because he's been an active practice member for Karma, Eclipse, New Moon, DC Blaze, or whatever the heck they are.
Come on now.
But he's always been a consistent member. Like I said, Gurns has proven himself, and then you have Snappy and Pitbull. Those 4, I have no doubts about being the core of the Wolves going forward. Punisher's a rookie. Enough said there. It's just Kenny and Kevin need to give us more consistency.
And then that brings me to the thing is, are the Reapers here then setting the stage to claim best Fortnite team in the league if they manage to win here? Is that what they get to set up, what they get to present, what they get to the title they claim if they manage to continue to win in this dominating fashion? At what point do we start asking what in-gamers exist outside of the Reapers? Because so far I don't know what the weakness of this team other than the obvious lack of a traditional fighter.
I'm glad you said it like that because once again we did talk.
Yeah,
about
we talked. That's why I'm giving them credit. In UEL, they are a force to be reckoned with, but some of these rules allows them to thrive in the volatility. But again, that's Cat. That's the Reapers. You will give them something, and they find the gold. They optimize and find exactly how I win UEL better than any other team in the league.
I definitely agree with that statement. But yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out the way to quiet the Reapers, the way to beat them isn't so much in finding weaknesses on the wheel. It's making them feel as uncomfortable as possible. Keep the Reapers quiet, not by trash talk, but by gameplay. Because they can win games and still be dead quiet.
See, now you done got this man caught up. Punisher on the screen. We watching the young
this is his words. This is his words. I wanted to see this gameplay because, brother, you got to do something for your team. This is your moment.
You gonna be mad too. All of a sudden he turns and just changes. Runs into 3 here. Looks like he's running in with Pip-Boy. I want to see weapon pickups. This ends up telling me a little bit about. Looks like he's kind of considering his option. Maybe wasn't ready for all the different availability of weapons. You got to find something quickly because I'm letting you know right now, Ricky and
Cordy
are probably on their way to fight you. They're already looking to take a fight and go from there. He's running over trying to make adjustments. You got to be a little bit quicker than this, but maybe I don't want to judge him too soon. But this makes me nervous that someone's going to pull up behind him and immediately start shooting as the mortars start dropping.
Okay.
And he jumps out. He's trying to create some space, but now he's in the middle of the map just dying, unfortunately. Again, this is one of those scenarios. Ricky with the sword, he's decided to go full-on anime. He's ready to take a fight from anybody and everybody. He'll get his copyright.
He got his E knife just flying across the screen.
And QWERTY in the middle of the map, just building, jumping around, not worrying. The Reaper's having too much fun. There's too much track talk coming from the floor.
Don't shoot.
Oh my!
I'm going.
Look! I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. I'm
done.
letting you know right now. I just heard QWERTY say, "Don't shoot the girl from Dead by Daylight."
I hate it
I'm
here.
crashing out. When has
I hate
Laura
it
Croft
here.
become the girl from
I
Dead
hate
by
it here.
Daylight? This is where you know they're having entirely too much fun on the board. QWERTY just peeks that corner, immediately gets a down, and picks somebody up, and it's looked like they this is gonna be a little bit too much fun. QWERTY just doing
QWERTY
laps.
is not taking game actions because you gonna kill him or you,
But it looks like some of the Wolves are still up, taking these shots, trying to get some kills, forcing him to put the player down and ultimately take another fight. Is he able to do it? And nope, we got another pick up. Oh, my God. They're having way too much fun. That's one round. This is a best of 3. And my only hope here is that maybe Punisher learned something in that first round and realized, like, hey, maybe I need to be a little bit more serious. Than the other thing that I have to always say to players is, if you come in here and maybe got used to no build, you have to remember that's not what we do here in the UEL.
And not to mention, a lot of people who played Fortnite on the outside coming to the league are not used to this map and this gameplay style. So
what are you? Hello, man. I hear Cat louder than anybody currently on the floor. Why is Cat the loudest person in the room? As Cat falls.
Cat selling.
I think Cat might be a little jet lag. I'm gonna be honest with you. He fresh off the flight. What is QWERTY doing? What is QWERTY is in the middle of the map just single shot. I am the hunter. No one called the Nitro face is what I'm hearing. Yeah, the Reapers are in prime form tonight.
It's 11-2 with an hour and 16 minutes left. The Reapers are now gone to scrimmage.
Ooh!
Ain't no way.
See, this is what I told you. I was trying to help you. I was trying. You got this man caught up. You asked for him to be put on screen, and you got him put on a clip in a box.
Hey, he said it was a game he was looking forward to. And I wanted to believe. Don't look at me. Don't look at me crazy. I wanted to believe.
You were looking forward to a lot of games.
I was trying to give the Wolves something.
You were looking forward to KOF. Where's that now? In the box too.
Yeah, because people don't know how to play.
Nah, that's no one else. What are they doing? Oh my goodness. Who got the Nitro Fist? I need to see it right now. QWERTY, I need you to use them right now.
QWERTY, use Nitro Fist to build fix a generator.
I'm taking
I'm
damage.
out.
I'm taking damage. I'm taking damage.
Emotional damage.
Cutters is down. And QWERTY is up in the air looking for the opportunity.
What is?
He's having fun. This is QWERTY is absolutely chilling. We've seen him in Fortnite. He's completely unfazed. He's taking some damage. You're going to probably heal up again a little bit more, get some more shields back, and then make another play.
If you get too comfortable and and you troll too hard, you end up losing. Cat will cuss you out. So.
But can he do that when he's also out here like the comms are insane. I need y'all to understand, if you're not here, please come on down to the arena. Because
L-Dance, QWERTY shooting in the box.
For those at home wondering, what does coaching look like from the Reapers? I heard Kat say, don't stop missing shots. So if you're ever wondering what to tell your players, how to become a championship team, don't miss.
Don't miss your shots.
Just don't miss. And just the seriousness of some of these of the Wolves right now has me a little bit worried. Because it's the first game, and I think everybody expects kind of like this closer fight, this balance. But you have to find that team synergy. You have to find where your strengths are. And I think, unfortunately, for players like Snappy and Doomsday, coming from a team like New Moon, even Pip, like shooters were their forte. Shooters were their stronghold. And today, I mean, Siege, yeah, but otherwise.
And another thing I want to point out is if you go back and watch those cameras for Punisher and then Kenny and all the other players who cycle through, no talking, no communication.
It's the hardest thing. I think the mental game is also something the Reapers have found out. Having someone, and I brought this up yesterday in Blaze's game, whereas who was the voice on the Blaze? Because we know the voice is Cat. As much as Cat is joking and having fun right now, before we've had that conversation, Hollywood was always a focus up in game, lock in type of a player. Cat is that hyper vocal player. He's going to keep you talking. He's going to keep situations going. And who is that on the Wolves right now? Who is that? Is Snappy the person that's going to be like, yo, what's going on? What are we doing? Where are we going? Is it going to be Pip-Boy? Is it going to be Doomsday? Who is the voice that points the team in the direction, the light in the darkness?
Because one thing I will say about Gurns is he will always respond. He will always tell you what he's doing, but he is not a lead voice. He is the quintessential support player. He has his games he does his thing in, and he has his games that he supports in. But like you said, you got to look to your 3 veteran players, these 4-time champions, and be like.
I want to highlight that because you mentioned veteran, and people are like, well, like they have 6 veterans on their team. Ultimately, Kenny and Kevin have been bounced around the league pretty heavily since they jumped in. A few different teams have tried to play them. And again, Gurns has been on a different team every season. He's found ways to perform. He's found ways to show off. But the known quantities are the ones that aren't performing. Doomsday, there was argument 2 seasons ago that Doomsday should have been a starter. Pip-Boy's been a starter. Snappy's been a starter. These are quantities that in any other day we would be talking about how they are winning this game, let alone here where it seems to just be getting run over. And we're going to be seeing Snappy versus Rez here in F1. We don't know what the race is. Now, this brings up a great point. Hollywood's gone. Your top, Hollywood would look at me and tell me I'm crazy. Top 2 in the league, top 2 or 3 in the league, Racer. Hollywood would say he's the best in the league. Racer has now moved on to a different team. Who is going to fill those shoes? Yes, Cat is never a bad option, but for you to win some of these racers the way you have historically won them, you need a player that strong. And if you're saying Rez is going to be that option, I'm going to be looking hard at the top part of the screen when we get in the game to find out, hey, can you keep up? Where do you exactly sit?
And just for that hint Strix just gave us, Rez is going to be on the top, Snappy's going to be on the bottom screen, and we're going to see how things go from there. But honestly, I don't have much I can really say and contest that. It looks like we're dropping right in. I believe this is Monaco?
It looks like it. And Snappy out to an early lead, being in that 3rd place, a slightly wide turn. And you see these red arrows. The computers are merciless. Overwatch 2 coming up next.
All right, Punisher, this is another one of your games that you asked for.
And so now in this moment, I'm going in and I'm saying it honest and straightforward. This is what I want to say out of Snappy. A Tier 1, 4th place in F1, one of the more difficult games in the league. He's played on a team with other top racers like Jury. He's had to have learned something. He's had to find a way to perform, and he's showing right now why he gets that top 1 spot. This is a game where purely you have to match skill.
Yeah, there is no, and he gets a warning for collision with Ricardo, but yeah, there's no faking the funk in F1. You either play the game or you don't.
And here we go, Monaco being one of those harder maps as well. A lot of tight turns, a lot of tight opportunities, and we've seen too many games end so quickly just from slightly accelerating too much around a turn, as we see right there. And now Rez having drifted back, did they maybe tell Rez, hey, just drive your race, be safe? Snappy will probably crash out.
Actually, Rez just jumped ahead. He's went from 20th to 7th. Because Snappy's on the bottom, right?
Yeah. I looked up and I was like, oh,
he was in 20th for a strong part of this. Now he's in 9th. The problem is when he starts taking these, Rez is in a very dangerous because he's in the middle of the pack. Whereas Snappy can take a little bit of risk some of these turns because there's only 1 or 2 racers immediately near him. Rez is in the middle of the pack, so anytime Rez takes a hard break on a turn, he cuts that line off to other racers, and he can be penalized for causing collisions. But as it stands right now, only 1 warning, and that was issued to Snappy. And as you see, Snappy was that Rez letting the racer by. But Snappy's holding a strong commanding lead on 4th by about a fraction of a second. He's hitting these turns very, very strong.
I think this is once again, Snappy showing his chops and showing why he deserves the Tier 1. I always have questions about the Tier 1. That's what I've been looking for these first 2 weeks. Every team's Tier 1 is on the chopping block. You have to show why you are earning $2,500 a game. And moments like these are what we've been looking for from the Wolves the entire game.
Definitely
And
agree
Snappy
with that.
especially.
And the thing is, too, is once again, this has been a point of contention brought up. I even talked about the to our CTO, our chief technology officer, Fatherboard. He brought this up yesterday, I believe. Is like, are we treating the Tier 1s as standalone players and how much they can impact the game, or are we looking at the Tier 1 players and how they impact the games they're in for? Because at the end of the day, the UEL is designed to be a team game. So if you're Tier 1, there's only 2 1v1s left on the wheel in F1 and Blaze Blue. So is your Tier 1 somebody who affects games and acts as a leader, or is he somebody that just wins these couple of 1v1s? Because there's a lot of Tier 1s in the league that are great team players and shine in their games, but do you really weigh them against carrying for the people or doing their job?
Well, that's the scary part, because I think then the ranking of Tier 1s becomes pretty clear in terms of who are the best 2 Tier 1s in the league currently. While not a Tier 1 in this game, Cat has to be up there. And then the other one is the Tier 1 that has been performing, I think, head and shoulders above everybody. His team's been looking really good, and that's AJ Little Blue. They provide both that leadership in and out of game.
Exactly.
And again, right now, Snappy is doing great in game. I will never question Snappy's skill at a game. But if his team needs leadership outside of a game, I think you have to start now looking to your Tier 1 as maybe that player that can facilitate it. We might be moving away finally from the UEL purely defining the top players based on skill.
And that's going to be a huge thing, because that's been a point of contention going into this season. Is it the play? All right, we're going to be ending on lap 4 right now. Snappy just...
I think maybe trying to wreck out there in the game a little bit sooner, but Snappy realizing he can kind of chill and relax a little bit more. And did he get taken out of the race here? No. 2-second penalty for a collision. Driving the wrong way should end this race pretty quickly. Is maybe hoping to find Snappy before the race ends. And the Wolves have found a win, that win being F1 off the back of their Tier 1.
And breaking a very long win streak on the side of the Reapers finally. But
only 12 in a 33-game wheel.
An hour and 6 minutes left. Remember, kids, there's a difference between possibility and probability. But we now go into Overwatch 2 with Punisher being available. And once again, this is one of the harsh lessons I'm going to teach all you rookies right here, right now. I have no animosity towards you. I have no hatred towards you. But when you say these are your games, I'm going to be looking for you. And speaking of things I'm looking out for, it's the Eye in the Sky AV with some more info from the stage. Talk to us, big dog.
Yo, they told Bernay, welcome to the Shoguns.
Oh, that was Bernay racing?
Was that? Wait.
Yes.
We saw Red.
That poor Bernay. That poor guy, Bernay. Cutter's already cut this man off. He getting traded to the Shoguns.
Oh, no. I got to see what that trade looked like. Wait, okay. Now we just taking shots at people. I'm going to go ahead and let you get back to the floor, because very clearly Bernay needs a little bit of help. I just got to say, Bernay needs a little bit of help here. I think the bigger thing that I want to now dial in on is the help that the Wolves are going to need, because of all the people I would want available for Overwatch is Snappy. His Ana play and his support play have been some of the best, bar none, in the league. He was one of the few players I could look at when people were like, oh, well, why is Ana getting nerfed? People in the UL might not have understood it. The way Snappy was playing showed you. The ability to basically keep an entire team up constantly is huge, but we're still looking at those strong players. I'm looking now for Pip-Boy and Doomsday to step up. What roles do Gurns is also an amazing healer. That's a whole side note, having worked with him. I know that his play on support, he absolutely has reached those top ranks. He understands how to play the game exceptionally well. He can play almost any role, but where is everybody going to slop in, and how are they going to ultimately play? And it looks like we won't see Punisher because they're not putting him in.
Now the question is, are they not putting Punisher in because they feel like he's going to be better used somewhere else? Or the performance of Fortnite has put a little bit of doubt into the leader Snappy's head.
I'm going to come out as a person that's led one of the teams in the UEL. If you let one game, whether that's one full match or one individual game in a game, start making you question your player's ability, you shouldn't have them on your team to begin with. There is no single situation where any teammate nor player I've had have I ever allowed one singular instance of a match or a game within a match to tell me, like, oh, well, this person's not that good. And the Wolves are calling a timeout.
Burn a timeout to get into Overwatch. And this is one of those weird situations because it is a switch from console to PC, technically speaking, because F1 is ran in our head-to-head gauntlet area. So that does allow them, that does cut down the setup timer switching from gauntlet to stadium or stage. But the comment is, we did have a situation last season on the Cobras where we did have one game decide a player's availability for the next one. We'll leave that there, but that was an instance that was so egregious. But that player's still one of my homeboys, love him to death. But that was one situation where a lot of people felt a certain way. But I do agree with that sentiment. If a player makes a mistake, especially early in their career, this is Punisher's first game, and then maybe that's one of the things that they're just kind of like, hey. We've all played Overwatch before. Maybe we haven't played with you enough where we feel comfortable putting you in, or you fill a role that we don't want you necessarily use you for.
And this is the other thing that I'm about to put out there. All of the rookies that have played in these first 2 weeks against the Reapers, against the Bots, against some of the top teams in the league, yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a, cut you some slack. Even the Blaze yesterday. You played the LAX gods, and it looked rough. But I think everybody kind of knew it should look rough. There's a reason why I was asking, like, any team here, the Reapers should be doing this. We saw a few seasons ago where the Reapers were like, we shouldn't have lost 4. Yeah, I'm looking at you right now being like, so who is your F1 player, Reapers? Because whatever was going on there clearly is not the answer. That's not what is the truth. All right, so looking at these lineups, we have Rez, Cat, Cutters, Ricky, and who is B-Dog?
I think B-Dog is Callie Yui's account or Brene Dog. But then again,
There's no way this was set up wrong.
there ain't no way.
I see 2 tanks, so we should be good.
Okay.
I see 2 tanks. We should be fine. As long as I see 2 tanks, I can generally relax. On the other side of the fence, we have Kenny, Kevin, Gurns, Doomsday, and Pip-Boy going in for the Wolves. And this is where I want to see. So this is something that I know some of our mutual friends wouldn't agree with. Gurns really enjoys Life Weaver.
Becky and TK are crashing out right now as we speak.
And he has been able to perform, been able to do well. Looking like maybe considering a swap here. But as long as he's able to perform, maybe able to show people like, hey, even on the left represented.
And the thing is, remember, we speak with TK and Hogeki on a regular basis about games, them being your teammates, them being good personal friends of mine. There's no actual fundamental issue with Lifeweaver. There's an agreement that the character is decent. I'm trying to build an argument here, all right?
No, you're fine with
Hogeki
it. Look,
TK, don't kill me in the chat, all right?
No, feel free to kill him. He knows what he's doing. But
Lifeweaver's not bad.
Yes.
That's the point I'm trying to get at. He's less desired, but in the hands of a player who's competent, he can be absolutely menacing.
So right now, what I see is the Wolves pinned up in a cage as the Reapers shoot from the outside in, completely having the entire team trapped. And it looks like they don't care that the supports are still up. Finally getting an opportunity to get out and to start pushing.
Like, hey, guys, there's a door we could walk through. We don't have to go through the stairs with like 6 guns pointing at us. I know there's 5 people, but 6 guns is the point. And it looks like the Wolves are finally starting to take control of this robot as the Reaper's starting to push back. No E-limbs yet.
This is a different map. This must be a newer map that we haven't seen yet in the UEL. Nobody's really used it yet. We usually see Coliseum when it comes to push or the road map. Between the two of them, those are what we usually see. And maybe trying to test some knowledge here, depending on which team had set up. And now the Wolves are surging forward. They seem to have a pretty good control. And I have to ask, is this the Reapers being serious? As you and I both know, the Reapers have a tendency to play with their food in Overwatch.
Yeah. And granted, I'm sorry, I just got distracted. But as somebody who was the former leader of a team that no longer exists, they're probably top 3, if not top 2, if not one of the best Overwatch leagues, teams in the league. I mean, when they play properly, formerly the Cobras. But we, in practice scrims and during a lot of the games against the Reapers, have pushed them to a point where they had to change their lineups and things. Do the Reapers really want to make themselves seem weak in Overwatch in order to goof off and have fun? Or are we going to see Cat give a call to arms going, hey, stop playing around. Why are we doing this?
Absolutely at a certain point, but I think right now they're clearly in a position. I'm looking at Rez's camera, and Rez seems locked in. Rez ain't letting nothing slip by. He's ready to go, but Gurn just seems incredibly comfortable here. He hasn't ever really been threatened this entire game. Finally, we see him on low health. He might end up going down.
He slides
Never
into
mind.
the tree, and that tree just prolonged that fight for the Wolves in order to, that ultimate. Excuse me, the tree is the ultimate. But Caliui said earlier, I don't care that he's a top 100 or whatever. That don't matter. Bro, it looks like it matters.
This is why I've told people before. It was a hilarious thing that people didn't understand that playing with Gurns before, and like, he was one of those players that a single practice with him and was enough to raise our overall level. Him and Rygardt together are especially a force, but Gurns by himself.
Where is Rygardt, by the way?
He can play, he's a free agent, but we're not going to, people don't notice where people might be. People should look at free agency charts. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all should really take a look at that. There's some really good players out there. Hollywood.
I don't even just think that. I think every team in the league right now, after this first week, nobody has looked flawless. Maybe the LA Scots. LA Scots, they've been looking.
I'm just saying, there's too many good players sitting around not doing anything that you should probably get on your practice squad because there's no reason to let an enemy get better.
Yes, absolutely. But again, Gurn's playing amazing here, and now we're on to Kalui. We're able to actually see him on the Reinhardt.
And it looks like they finally took over the robot, but with minimal loss on the side of the Wolves by the look of it, because I'm not – well, no, it might have – because I didn't see the call for the ace.
Yeah. I think it has to be at least a kill or two, and this is going to be a big march. It's all going to come down to how big is this push. We do have like 6 or so minutes left, and we see the Reinhardt-Maui combination. It looks like just going in and defaulting towards tank, and these multiple tanks, these multiple big bodies.
Ooh, stomping a shoulder charge.
And here we go. We're now on.
And is that Kenny on the Ana?
It's Kevin on the Ana.
Kevin, excuse me.
Yeah, you are fine. Luckily, our beautiful production team is keeping those graphics updated, which is helping.
I'm gonna need Kenny and Kevin to pull something like the Usos did and get completely different haircuts. Like change.
Nah.
Yeah, I need
them to actually make themselves appear more the same. Imagine the mess that you can get into with lineups where you're like, "You're Kenny, right?" And he's like, "Yes." "You're Kenny, right?" "Yes." And both of them just say yes, and you have no clue what is going on here. Here we go, though, finally finding their footing. I need the Wolves to once again show us. I love to see you playing offense, but how you play defense will decide to me how your teamwork is and where you're able to find a fight to maybe take a win. These last couple of fights have gone completely in favor of the Reapers, and we've seen way too many of these shooters be in a spot where
being reminded by our Eye in the Sky AV that if I can tell or not if Kenny and Kevin are brothers, or the fact that Rez and Kenny look like brothers, and honestly, no.
And here we go.
I can see the height difference on camera.
That's an insane statement. That is such an insane statement.
But Amalga ult coming down, but
right after the Arisa ult.
Keep eating. Oh, wow. They had was that enemy tree or is that their tree? That's red.
That
enemy
looks
tree.
enemy tree.
But with the Malga ult up, the Malga dies, and the Wolves just showing a really strong. Ain't no way. They push back through Amalga and Lively ult.
And an ult. That's 3 ultimates that were burned here in lieu of just trying to survive. Rez on his last legs, just trying to run away from his brothers, hoping that they don't find him and spot him out and drop him.
Hey, little bro. Hey, little bro. Hey, little bro.
Nah, big bro time is this. I'm about to show you exactly what we doing right now. And again, I see the focus. They're doing a great job of continually getting this damage out. And this is a synergy that I think is really underrepresented that maybe some people didn't think about. Having 3 X-Ray players, X-Ray Gurns, X-Ray Kenny, and X-Ray Kevin on the team has some of that built-in synergy. So you're kind of building 2 teams, bringing 2 teams together along with a rookie, with the New Moon players, and then that X-Ray trio. And I'm hoping that they can continue to perform, because if they're able to perform, you have this ability to have like incredibly dynamic lineups.
But as you saw just now, Kenny getting put down by a shoulder charge combo, unfortunately. And the thing is like the Reapers are getting kills and picks. But the positioning of the Wolves, well, no, never mind, speaking too soon. But I say the positioning of the Wolves have been so strong in a lot of these fights. As they start to lose, they're falling back as the fights start to turn.
Cat's face. Cat's getting close to that point. I've seen that look before.
Oh, Cat's about to crash out.
Cat's like, yo, what's happening? All right. We was having fun there a second ago.
Yeah, and y'all can't hear this, but the arena has gone from laughing and giggling to absolute silence, and this is what I've been speaking about the entire game. The louder the Reapers are, the more comfortable they are. They start getting quiet. Now they start hearing call-outs more. The jokes have stopped, and they're starting to realize, we're
Overwatch is a game that will do that to the Reapers because they feel so confident. It's kind of like your wheelhouse being invaded. The moment you're like, oh, haha, we don't have to worry too much about Overwatch. They're like, whoa.
Wait.
Are we losing? What is happening here?
I mean, I know Cat took a deep breath, and, a sigh of excitement when the Cobras disappeared, but now.
But a big ult there on to Kalui, ending up clearing out the healers, and it looks like the Reapers have found their footing as Rez is just in the spawn, trying to push them back, getting as much of this walk as possible. They have to find a stop here. There's 2 minutes left, but if they cross this line, now it is on the Wolves to make the play. It's on the Wolves to find the win.
Wolves are actually still up by 8 meters. So if they get a colossal stop here with 2 minutes left and that robot travel time back and forth, we could see the Wolves taking Overwatch. And no matter how the rest of this game goes, Cat will be livid with his team about losing Overwatch.
Absolutely. And I'm seeing all red names pop here. That means Kenny, Kevin, Snappy, all of them are picking up kill after kill after kill. They're being able to step forward, and they have control of this robot.
Full control of the robot. And you see the Sojourn orb holding space right there. And now they have to take this fight right here, right now, and turn it. Because if they do not win this fight,
Rez is looking for the opportunity. Rez is looking for the
line.
moment. He found a kill on
the Snappy down. That's
he's pushing Gurns all the way out. Gurns isn't able to be in the fight and help his team. In fact, Gurns is down, completely dead. All of the Wolves are fading away. Another tank falling, and these staggered respawns might be the end of the game.
And unfortunately, if you notice, that was the full 5 of the Wolves pushing with that robot. But nobody kept an eye on that point. And when that point happened, everybody came around the other way, and then you see how Rez was able to get in the back line. They got too hung up on that first initial fight instead of pulling together, and then they got flanked. So now the Reapers are on that robot right now, getting it back in a position with 45 seconds left. The Wolves can still win this based on what ultimates they have left, but it's going to be and then you see the Reinhardt skate around the corner. They know charge is down, so how are they going to react to this pressure?
I think they're just kind of backing up. They're willing to hold where they are, and I keep now having to look back at their cameras. I need someone on the Wolves talking. That's what I'm looking for in this moment. I need someone being the voice that's going to lead us, because all I'm hearing is Reaper voices from the arena.
Let's see. We see 2 Reapers go down, 1 Wolf go down, and Kevin, I believe. And now 10 seconds left.
And they're just running away. They just realize they just need to survive. As long as they don't get wiped, as long as they can get back with their team, they can find the stop.
Actually, no, I am wrong. The Reapers are up 128 because their score is on the left, right?
Ooh, and one of the Wolves is incredibly known now. And Rez is starting to step forward, positioning. He has his ultimate. He's probably waiting for his team to show up to have this one play. All they need to do is get them off of the point just for a split second. Every fight has to happen here, but for a player like Orisa wants to happen this up, and this is it. I don't think that they can do it. They've been pushed back. The space is gone, and that you see the bar is ticking down, and he pulls them away, trying to just keep them away long enough, and I hear claps, and we look as Rez still stands, and the victory.
The Reapers take the victory, and it looks like I had the points mixed up because when it switches sides, the color does still switch sides. So Rez with the final ultimate with that, Kalui.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be the Ana boost play. The combination between family members here coming in. He managed to get in the back line. You mentioned it. These opportunities where their back line kind of got evaporated. There was a lot of early strong play where they were able to take these early fights as the Wolves because their healers were standing up. We saw Burns, we saw Kevin, both standing there being able to feel more and more healing and make sure that their front line was always there. The moment that all it took was one player being able to find that side, get around, and start to put some threat down, and the Reapers started to look like the Reapers we know from Overwatch.
So the question I have for the Wolves is that game looked super winnable, but why did you get so quiet so fast? Because the gameplay was there, the teamwork was there, you had a great positioning from Gurins, you had a lot of back to front support. But the second the communication broke down, I feel like, is when they lost the game. because they were up 120 meters to like 60. And then things started to go wrong. Then things started to go even more wrong. And then things started to go horrible. And like if you could, the thing that's going to stick out to me right now about this game, about this match in general, is when the camera was on Pip-Boy and it looked like he was in an argument with a sassy person. And he was losing. Because it was just
You want me to
just pursed lips and just eyes rolling.
I have not. I feel like I've had conversations with plenty of people in the league about this, and I don't know if I've ever said it on broadcast. The league has a great ability mechanically in the league, but people, when it comes to playing these games and having the conversations necessary to continue to be good, they don't exist. And I say that because of this. When you're winning, we saw it from the Reapers. When they were winning and they were having fun, they were really loud and really boisterous and talking to each other and joking. They weren't even talking about the game. What was there was just, haha, we're having fun, we're friends.
And then what happened when they lose? They started to lose.
They got quiet.
They got quiet, and then the communications went straight to nothing but game.
And this is why I think if I have to put this on any one player on both of these teams, I'm looking at Cat and I'm looking at Rez. In this case, it's Cutters because Cutters is that tier 1. We have to look at both of these players. Cutters sitting at 6-2, 1-5, and this is what I'm talking about. In that moment, someone has to be the voice, and you have to be willing to, and this is the reality of it. Being a tier 1 means being a leader. And you know what being a leader is? The scariest part of actually being a leader is? You have to be willing to make the call that will lose your team the entire game because someone has to do it. The person has to be willing to put that responsibility on their shoulders to hold it and recognize, yeah, I lost it, but I'm willing to do it again.
What's that one word I used to talk about every practice, every game last season? What's that one word that starts with an A? Go ahead and say it for the people.
Accountability.
Exactly. You have to be accountable. And every player on the Cobras, every tier 1, every player in this league, if you play a game you are a specialist at or you are at home at, you have to take accountability for your team and make decisions. If it gets quiet and nobody's talking, you're better off being the person that makes the call and you lose and be the one communicating. Man, your call was bad. What were you doing? I took accountability for it. We lost, but I need you. If you think what I did was wrong, I need you to be saying things.
Exactly. That is what is now frustrating me here because we saw in F1 clearly, Snappy was head and shoulders winning that race. In a situation that just came down to his show, I just realized the head and shoulders.
Head and shoulders. Snappy, get that sponsorship, man. Make that money.
But he was showing, like, the skill. The skill is not the question. What I need, though, is people – because none of these Wolves players are bad. I've worked with them. I've played with them. I've watched all of them as we get in ejected rivals. And, oh, no, we picked this map. This map is the most stressful map in the world. Final Stand Ragnarok coming up next. We'll get back to that after this Final Stand Ragnarok. After this Ejector Rivals. This game specifically, in this mode, has a lot of shifting of gravity and where you're driving on the ceilings and on the walls. And if you lose traction and lose speed, you will slip into water and be forced to reset. It requires you as a player to he jumped out and realized he was on the ceiling facing the ground there. This is why the insanity of this game. If you're only worried about...
Hey, my man in the crowd. Hey, Qwerty.
Let's go.
Hey, Qwerty.
He's a man of the people. He's a man of the people here.
Qwerty up there signing keyboards for the fans.
And right now, you notice he's on the walls. He's having to do these quick transitions at high speeds. If you jump out of your vehicle, you can very easily just have to be forced to restart. This section is incredibly difficult because there's water below him that will also force him to restart. It's legitimately below him. Please don't do. It's already difficult enough playing this game.
What?
I need you to understand. This is a map that is incredibly trippy, and I know teams are going to try to use it more and more as a skill check. There are 33 maps in this game, 33 different possible UEL maps eligible. And if you haven't played it, very clearly the Reapers have, you're putting yourself in a very difficult situation to even play and keep up. And QWERTY is in third, it looks like right now, but holding his own. He had a rough start, but is now overtaking these other players and looking to move into a strong, commanding lead
Still
position.
in third, though. Did he miss a checkpoint or something?
It is almost impossible to miss checkpoints on this. Ooh, a nice jump, realizing exactly where he could.
Hey, then he lands in second place.
Exactly. Finished in first. This map is incredibly confusing. Imagine a giant pretzel folded on each other, and you're driving over and
pretzel?
under. Yes.
I love those. They're delicious.
QWERTY finished first. You thought
And just like that, Reapers take ejected rivals.
Oh, wait, no, because Courtney's another name on there. That has to be Bernay then.
That's Renee and Cordy.
Bro, whoever.
It is what it is.
Bernay.
Long
Bernay,
story
Bernay.
short.
And Punisher and Doomsday having to go in here. This is a rough game, I think, for a rookie to have to play. One of the newer games on the wheel. And, again, with 33 – that's kind of hilarious. I just realized 33 different maps in this game.
Yeah.
I
looked over. I thought you could pick it up. I gave you the look.
No, I just – it becomes incredibly difficult to know all of these. And so just understanding the mechanics really is going to lead here. I like the quick turnoff. And they're looking to move into the next game, which we just had.
Final Stand Ragnarok. Another
How do you
game
feel?
you're very
I just like strategy games because, like,
I'm still on the fence about this game. The game's not bad. I'm still on the fence on how to approach it because it's weird. Because people will make weird choices in positioning compared to what I've seen other teams do and have great success. And then I'll see teams do what other teams have done and just have garbage success or results. And I'm just like,
so
it's so swingy on way people position. I just don't know, bro.
there's so much going on in this game because I think what nobody in the league has cracked yet is how points are fully tallied. Because that is, people just assume that damage is the biggest factor because it seems like whoever has the most damage tends to be on the top of the leaderboard. And with our incredibly tight time of 8 minutes, it means that the objective score that's available to you is a lot less. Beyond that, your revives play into your score. Beyond that, how your teams approach objectives and what you're doing all ends up mattering. Combinations, I don't think we've seen too much experimentation with the different characters people are picking. We're seeing a lot of Ayala, the Fire Sniper. We're seeing plenty of Yukis and Ice Ninja. The new character's been played a couple of times. Jalib, this sword and shield player. We've seen like these bits and pieces, but no one seems to have a concrete idea of how they want to play it. And I don't know if that's teams' lack of experience or if teams just haven't fully decided what they want to do.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm wondering now if maybe one of these two teams, and if any team out there possibly has done it, I have to look at the Reapers. A perfect comparison last season of this was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And the fact that, like, with, funnily enough, Hollywood and Kat and I having back and forth conversations about, oh, well, like, I think this map is Survivor favorite, and I think this is Killer favorite and going back.
Doing our streams against the Reapers, and they're going, hey, Strix, hey, third, what map you guys like? Have you heard about the new map yet? It's like, bro, stop it. Are we gonna play, or are we just gonna play cat and mouse with each other?
I don't mind having the conversation. Yes, I'll be the very first person on stream right now to tell you, I'm working on figuring that stuff out. That none of that is out there, but I think nobody's cracked just yet the optimal UEL way to play. I think the other factor is that we have been very fortunate in UEL to see the same map every single time. There are multiple scenarios that you can end up in, and those scenarios can wildly change how you have to approach this game mode. Some of them, like we've seen, the one we've seen in particular, there's the potential to get incredibly high kill streaks consistently because you ultimately have these giant waves of enemies. On some of the other maps, you're transitioning between areas a lot more often, so your long and high kill streaks won't be as prevalent. There. We'll see as we go ahead and load in here, Final Stand Ragnarok being something incredibly different.
But another thing is, too, with Final Stand Ragnarok being one of those newer games, the UEL has a nasty habit of doing this in certain games, is just getting on, finding a game, oh, this character's dope, and that's how as far as they go.
Yeah.
It's like, I like this is the thing I'm doing. And when you're in the lead and the game rolls late enough, sure, pick what you want, do the fun thing. But is there going to be a point in time where teams will actually sit down and, like you said, calculate these points, calculate these optimal strategies? What's the thing to do? Or is Ragnarok just going to be like, hey, let's have fun game in the middle of the match?
Goes back to what I was saying. I think mechanically the UEL has the skill to compete with anybody. I think from the mental part of people figuring out how the game works and then applying that to UEL, there are a handful of players in the UEL. Cat's one of them. Billy the Goat is another one of them. Some of these top-tier brains of the UEL that are able to, like, combine those two. Because, like, I'm telling you right now, Final Stand is an active game. To give you the perfect example of it, there was a major patch that came out 2 hours before the first game of this season. It added a whole new character. It redefined how the progression tree in the game works, even how some of the perks on the tree activate. I'll give that really small one because they said it on the stream. Previously, you used to have to collect the power-ups to activate the abilities on your skill bar. Now they're automatically activated from the beginning of the game. So immediately you have access to some more powerful items earlier on. How does that change how you approach the game? How does that change how you build? I need players thinking about this, and I'm hoping that the Wolves have some of those minds. People that play games like Overwatch, these live service games like League of Legends, which historically has existed as well, these games where the game is changing. Ragnarok is actively being worked on. Maelstrom is actively being worked on.
Great game.
Rejected Rivals, actively being worked on. These are all games that can dynamically change week to week, and you as a player have to be willing to sit down and feel like, all right, what changed, and how am I going to change? The Wolves are getting down to their last
No, that was their last time out. They just burned their last time out.
So that brings me back. I was going to say this earlier because I noticed that Super Roland. Didn't they burn 2 timeouts on, like, the first game?
Within the first 3. I think it was within the first 3 or 4 they burned 2 timeouts. And then the Reapers had a penalty, burned a timeout for 1 game, and then threw another 2 out there.
I think teams have gotten worse at setups. I'm just going to be the person to say it. Teams have collectively gotten worse at setups. Yes, a new venue can do that, but you've gotten worse at setups.
I believe that. I believe that sentiment completely. The teams got worse. But the problem is when you look at some of these leads, some of these positions, like the teams that got worse, a lot of the teams that got worse at setups, but a lot of the teams who were suffering from it are the teams that are performing the worst. Because the Reapers, at this point, it does not matter. If they have 2 timeouts to use and 5 forfeits, if they go through 7 setup issues, the Wolves will still only be down by 4. And I think we're at that weird point right now where setups still getting caught up. But a lot of these teams are winning, so they don't care, and it's the weaker teams that are getting punished even harder for it.
All right, here we go, final stand, and we have hit the same map that we usually see. So those at home, Valorant being the next game is going to be exceptionally
With Snappy
fun
going in, I don't know
see.
if he's available. And that's a problem.
It should be. This should be a 4v4 into a 5v5. You should get a reset either way. So unless they did Snappy, he should be available. I say should be available.
And we see Punisher on the Flame Archer, which is somebody I haven't seen since the Paladins game, if my memory is correct.
A few people have tried to run it. She has a lot of AoE clear and has the ability to do a lot of damage. But it more comes down to what's your overall team composition and what you're going to play with. So looking at some of the options we have, I see a Gwendolyn, which we actually haven't seen Gwendolyn since the Paladins game. She has the ability to spawn Ghost. I believe it was Boar playing Gwendolyn in that matchup here. And early on in this map, it's kind of like this little intro. They're setting up the story of the level. This is a PvE game traditionally. And you're able to pick up a few power-ups, get a few items that are going to help you ultimately perform better, whether that's bombs, that's traps, that's lures. There's so big of a variety to help you deal with the upcoming horns that you're going to have to see. So here you go. We're on Chapter 1, Stand Guard. In this moment, I'm looking at Rez, Cat, Cutters, Brene, Kenny, Punisher, Kevin, and Snappy to absolutely find a way to score as many points while protecting their middle tower. We have not had a team lose the game yet. Dear Lord. The teams are getting into it.
So Cat screaming right now to his team, talking about getting points and figuring things out and giving calls to his team.
No, I'm telling you right now, this is Cat trolling. I hate this. I'm so done with Cat. Cat knows exactly what he's doing.
I'm just trying to build a storyline off of this right now because it's Cat. Whether Cat's trolling or not, the Reapers are up 14-3, and they're having their fun now. And
yeah, but this is the issue here: is that is this going to exacerbate the problem? Because at a certain point, if you start having too much fun, does your opponent be like, "Oh, they're not taking this seriously"? All right, cool. Then we can kind of relax and have a little bit of fun too, and possibly start to get their mental back into the game.
And the problem is with that, there's 35 minutes left, and once again, down to my 2 favorite words: possibility and probability. Check the merch here soon. I'm going to be putting that out in the UEL shop. Third says possibility and probability are 2 separate things.
I mean, like P words.
You're not catching me like like Speedy got. All right, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that one alone. But
But here we go. Like players right now, so in this first area, you're just defending this tower. You're doing your best. Ultimately, where most of the points are going to be scored is on this second tower, where you head to the north tower, and this is where the giant hordes of enemies are going to start spawning.
and that's when the portals out in this open space are where the potential for points are there. But here's the question: as somebody I personally know who's played a lot, has done a lot of this game, and then your team has done some deep diving into it, is it better? I'll see if he's going to answer this, chat. Is it better to destroy the portals early or to farm for the ads that come out?
I think it is down to personal preference. Without actually knowing the exact numbers of how much you get per objective, again, still working on that. It's really hard for me to say that you gain a lot from killing the portals. Ultimately, I think there is a reason to leave the portals up, to rotate around, to maybe try to kill some of these bigger enemies, some of these tankier enemies for more damage. But ultimately, like, well, I'm looking at Cat right now, and I'm like, he's fighting small groups of enemies out in the forest. Even though it's starting to get more and more and higher numbers, he's still not able to build this kill streak up. Again, the highest score we've seen is 22,000. That came off of a 900 kill streak. You have to find a way to manage to continue to get this streak. And I highlight X-Ray Aspect. He actually, when I talked with him about when they played the game shortly after us, the LAX guys, he described it as kind of like how you learn how to train zombies in Call of Duty Zombies. And that's how you start to find these big groups of enemies. But a lot of players are so quick to just kill things on sight.
Cat is getting on my nerves.
If I hear him say, remember how I was telling you how to get points earlier.
I hope the Reapers lose this so I could just look at Cat and be like, what you mean by getting points? But also another thing I brought up that me and Fatherboard were talking about in chat about Ragnarok in particular was Magna, with that large point gap he had, was that something symptomatic of the game lasting 15 minutes on the original rule set? Or was that something that he figured out and cracking the code in the game and had a large point total at that point in time when we would have ended as the season progressed?
There are things that I have not seen many teams do that I know exist in the game.
Okay.
There are ways to dramatically push forward. Like right now, I love what Cat's doing. He's got this huge group of enemies. He's using more of your strategy of keeping that portal up and then using it to try to get this larger group of enemies to be able to fight. But my bigger question here is how does it go from here? At 18, he's now choosing to kill this portal. Some of these stronger enemies as well, if you don't deal with these liches, the bigger guys floating around, they do a ton of damage, can absolutely kill you if you're not careful. But he's just by himself here working on this portal. Yes, he'll get a lot of points for his team, hopefully, if he's able to kill it, but he also can go down. And when you go down, I think that downtime more than anything ends up being the scariest moment. He has the potential to continue to build this kill up higher and higher. He's now reached that 500 kill mark and is going to be absolutely bringing in tons and tons of points for his team. And ultimately, finishing off this tower by himself, now I have to wonder where the Wolves are. What are the Wolves playing for? Because to have him completely uninhibited to just fight that tower by himself means, regardless of what I'm saying, he got those objective points. He got the damage on all the kills that were around there by himself. I didn't see a single another player in range to try to help him.
And another thing I want to talk about here is, since this is a PvP game where it's a point race, the Wolves do have the Archer on their team. What's to say that Archer doesn't come around after Cat's looped up a bunch of enemies and smacking them to get them low? You just don't see that Archer drop a couple of AoEs in there, steal all those points, and then continue on.
It's something that I would tell a lot of players in the league. Like, and the North Tower fell. The game is over. The game is going to end now. Because the tower fell, the game is going to prematurely end. The timer won't even be allowed to finish. There should be a failure state that should be popping up any moment now. And this is the issue where you completely abandon the tower and everyone's out in the field and no one's thinking about like how this game is going to continue. And I just hear somebody say, we got to restart. That's insane. Cat, I'm going.
Cat angle shooting to the very end. So we'll see.
Absolutely. 30 seconds apparently, so apparently they managed to make it happen.
About 30 seconds left in the game now.
And this should be finishing up any time. Now, this is the issue. This is going to extend it because of the way the time is done. They're going to have to wait for themselves to die before they move on. It's going to be hands up, but they're not going to be enemies in the immediate area. My early answer is going to be that I assume the Reapers won that. I liked what I was seeing from Cat. He looked like he had a decent enough strategy from how he wanted to play. But we see the laughs, we see the talking from him.
And yeah, now he's got to wait for. The issue is their hands are up, but Cat ran all the way back to the heal pool after the hands up call was made. So will the ads actually be able to end the game for them, or are we going to see this clock keep ticking with no recourse from the Wolves in order to stop it?
We saw yesterday. Now, if he gets a multiple ads on him, he will die. One of the things is these pools do not sustain you enough to actually keep you up amidst like 5 ads hitting you. You can see him taking damage
but there's
to his
multiple
shields.
players on it, and that's the issue. And I think they're both Reapers.
Oh, my God.
So,
All right, go ahead and make a rule that you can't do this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. This is absolutely going to prolong the game a little bit, but it's not by a serious margin. If you watch his health there in the bottom of the screen, now that he has like multiple things sitting on top of him, he's going to drop relatively quickly. The healing pools are not actually going to keep you up under any serious fire if you are not actively killing everything around you enough to buy yourself that space. So now he had to move out of the pool just to make it a little bit quicker. And the Reaper here is going to go ahead and, funnily enough, end the Reapers and end the game. He goes down, and now we're going to have to see what these point totals go ahead and look like.
So that silver count is on the Reaper side of the screen with 10,000. Yep.
I think that's going to be a Reapers win pretty considerably.
I
want to get a chance to play this
300
game.
is back on his feet and moving around with us because Buddy was tuckered out in the corner a few minutes ago.
I want to play this game. I will be open enough to tell the league that you've seen me play the game. My main character is the Archer. I have not played the character yet in the league, and I am excited to get the opportunity to do because, again, the league has a tendency to, I like to think of myself sometimes as a chef. The league don't know how to cook. They use a microwave. Most of y'all out here with the hungry man meals.
Honestly,
not
looking
even
at a majority of the league, I'm pretty sure a majority of them do eat microwavable meals.
Don't do that. Don't do that to them. I'm making an analogy, and you telling me that they eat cardboard pork chops with gravy that was 3 weeks old. Anyway, the Reapers are actually looking like they are in the same form from a few weeks ago of that championship at a 15-3 lead. Valorant, we're going to be having all the operators open. Both these teams want to go ahead and play. And now the question is going to be who benefits from this? The Reapers play this game a lot. There's no secret to that. They like to play Valorant. They apparently like to play Riot games because they also like to play League at one point.
Playing League is a strong word.
But Snappy,
I think they actually know how to play TFT. They don't know how to play League.
Titus, because he said that, I just have one request. Titus, put TFT on the wheel. If they know how to play TFT, put TFT and let me go 1v7 against all of the Reaper players right now. Nah, don't ever. No.
Hey. I know you know how to play. I know you've been ranked in TFT. I know you've gone to Challenger in TFT. The Reapers just play it a bunch, and if I've actually seen them play TFT, I don't know what's going on, but it looks a lot more convincing than the conventional League gameplay, so I'll give them the TFT.
So I'm saying all of that, and I'm a step back. I lost myself. Commentator disappeared for a second. We're going to be getting into Valorant, but more than anything else, I'm going to have to ask for a word from the floor because I think I hear some chatter going on. Let me know, AV. What do we got going on down there?
Yes,
Corey
Daddy.
just got an AFK penalty. I don't know if he's going to be able to play anymore.
Hey,
Look,
sign him into
back,
the
bro.
UEL
He's
account.
not happy about it
Nah,
at all.
sign him into the UEL account.
At
Sign him
all.
into the UEL account. Do it right now. Nah. Why you AFKing in your games, brother?
He ain't playing no games today.
My man started the game and left to come here to play. And it was surprised when he got here and got the AFK penalty. That's crazy.
To quote Tier 1 Bosie, what the Sigma?
That hurt. That physically hurt. That physically hurt. With all operatives open, I have to once again look at one of the Tier 1s in this game, Snappy. I think we're able to see a similar performance to what we saw in Siege, in Valorant, because it is a game that he has that much knowledge and familiarity with, especially in a game where all the ops are open. If he really wants to, I think he can find these opportunities to enable his team to take a win. I don't want to see him on a duelist. I don't want to see him on that entry fragger going in and trying to get kills. I want him to be one
Smokes
of
or
those.
Sentinel, probably. Something where he can control the pacing of the game and be able to sit back and make call-outs. Hey, smoking here, get ready for push. Honestly, I would like to see him on a Sage, potentially. The ability to control the game, revive teammates, and get refrags in order to get those ult orbs up. I like to see Snappy potentially on a Sage. But other than that, like, yeah, maybe Smokes or a Sentinel, but I think Snappy on a Sage will probably be the most beneficial thing for his team going into this. But I could be wrong because Sage's kit doesn't allow a lot for
So you mentioned a Sentinel and actually a new character, Vise, dropped a week ago now?
About a week ago.
A week ago. But I can't do this here because it feels very weird to have my arms on this incredibly comfy pillow and just be like, ha, 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 ha. This feels like a floaty as well. I need you to understand.
Bro,
so
like when
it's
I
so
tell you I've been so comfortable this entire match is like, I've been set up right this entire game because of this pillow, and it's just been great.
I need you to understand that 'cause I came in
taking
and
it
I
home.
saw these and
I'm
I was
taking
like, okay, like a gaming pillow, cool. And then I sat down and I was like, wait, this could be too good at home because I'm not even a controller player, and I'm like, nah, I might have to just hit the controller.
And here's the thing too, like, look,
with the
got
arms.
your keyboard and mouse right here, got your chair,
Oh, that's
elbows tucked in on the pillow instead of those.
okay. I like how it feels. We would get here into Valorant with all
Valari
the
Guild.
ops.
Once again, thank you for these pillows.
My man is too happy.
And my elbows have been in the same spot the entire game, and I've had no sync through.
I'm more scared now. The Reapers have almost optimal lineup. Replace Cat with Cutters, and I think that is optimal Valorant lineup.
Yeah.
You have Rez, Ricky, QWERTY, Kalui, and Cat going in. And like I said, Cutters might be that only shift that I would actually make there. But on the other side, there are a ton and ton of talent. Snappy, Pip-Boy, Doomsday.
Gurns and Kenny.
Thank you. I was trying to see which one of the
Yeah,
teams it was.
I saw you.
Now, the big thing with Gurns, he just started playing Valorant. I know that because he was on my team at one point, so I know that he's still kind of fresh. But it's been a couple of seasons. He's been on the Ravens, a team that could absolutely have helped him improve the Reaper, not the Reapers. Woo! If he was on the Reapers, that'd be a crazy scenario. Because the Reapers are very picky. But he was on the Gorillas, now the Click, and have worked with some players that also know the game. So I know he has some more experience on the game as a whole, and so it's going to really come down to how well the team synergy. But that Reapers lineup is terrifying.
Speaking of terrifying and optimals, thank you to our lost my train of thought. But thank you to our sponsors giving us the most optimal machines for us to play here at UEL. SurfThing PCs, baby. Thank you for equipping us to be the best in gamers we can be. And if you want a game on quality equipment, be like us, check out surfthings.com. Get yourself some good gaming equipment. Get you one of them gaming PCs. Or maybe actually, don't forget what SurfThing also does. Golf simulators.
Yes. Amazing sponsor. Go ahead and head over to surfthing.com. 33 games, any of the genres you could think of. 5 genres, completely different. We play them. This is where we master them. SurfThing PCs. Go and check them out.
Yeah, I mean, they already did load bearing tests for all these games that we have on our wheel, and crushed them with benchmarks. All the information is there, so you don't have to worry about, how does it run at this or this? How does it run at this? Nope, it's
turn it.
Homework's already done.
Play and go. 30 seconds left on this timer, and with the Wolves not having any more timeouts, I hope that we get into this game because you never know.
Snappy would be crushed to get to this point to get a game where he can actually once again try.
The Reapers might call it time. Well, no, the Reapers wouldn't call a timeout. It depends how much
how bad they want to play. Yeah.
Because like there's occasionally they will do that. They will absolutely do that. So going into Valorant, for those that don't know at home, it is very much a search and destroy type of game mode. One team is looking to plant what is called the spike. Another team is trying to defuse or stop them from doing so. You can do that by eliminating all of the members of one of the two teams,
or defusing the spike once the attacking team plants.
Yes. And we're looking at it right now. Kalui looking at this new character, Vise, having a set of interesting abilities where Vise is also not just a sentinel, but has a lot of abilities that could also line up with like an initiator.
Is that a robot girl?
No, I don't believe so. I haven't delved that deep into the lore yet. We see QWERTY wanting damage with a few explosives here coming out. Oh, maybe shipping over to the Viper. Love to see me some smokes. See a controller be on the table. Okay, this is a lot of duelists. I got to see QWERTY on a duelist. QWERTY likes to go in and frag out. We're playing on Haven. This is one of the original maps from the game. The first map ever shown off, but most importantly, a 3-site map. So
and this, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a very defense-favored map, right, with the way some of the rotations are from
it has changed pretty dramatically, but if you know how to correctly hold these sites, especially playing somebody like Vise, having a Sentinel be able to hopefully single-handedly hold a site, it gives you a lot more flexibility in how you play.
By the way, since Vise is brand new, and I watched some gameplay of Vise, and by watch gameplay is watch friends play against it and get confused, explain to the people what Vise does.
So very simply, Vise is very much setting up traps. Think of her as having all of these tools to set up traps and ensnare her enemies, the thorns being the biggest example. She's able to set up a wall that will pull up immediately behind you as you walk by it, eliminating and separating you from your team. She can set flashes through walls to blind you as she swings, as she re-triggers them around the corner, and she has slowing traps that damage you as well. Think of it like barbed wire from Rainbow Six. Her ultimate, though, is where she's probably the most scary. Once you enter the area of the ultimate and she pops it, you lose access to your primary weapon and are left with only your sidearm to fight with while she's fully able to
By the way, how large is that area?
Too big in some cases.
I have heard
big.
2 answers. I don't know, and map wide. That is all I've heard.
Yeah, it's big enough that you should be worried. Here we go. We're going ahead and seeing Kenny here on the Omen, another controller going to be looking across the map. And I like a much more standard composition here coming out of the Wolves, but immediately 2 kills going down, trading one back. And now I have to wonder, a nice job setting up some smoke, trying to get himself in. He sees the Vise there. That line tells him that the trap is there set. Nervous to step across it, ends up getting caught. The Gecko's gone down now as well. All that's left is Pip-Boy on this fade here in heaven, looking for an opportunity to make a play. Not worried about the flash. The Reapers are up 3-2. Hits escape. Is something going on here? Oh, we went back over to Kitty, trying to maybe get some settings right. Is looking here to get a ghost and then now take a fight. He doesn't realize, took a couple shots. The spike is down. He's going to have to start making some fights. A nice kill. He swings. He's checking his corner. I love to see it. The flash doesn't go off. He manages to kill it ahead of time, but isn't able to find the kill there. Kalui on the Vise. Once again, you mentioned that the only person he respects in shooter is Ricky.
No, vice versa. The only person Ricky respects in shooters is
yes.
Kalui. And I think Pip-Boy had a bad situation there because if he had ignored the flash, he might have had an opportunity to swing him and take the fight and try and win. But like you said, with that delay flash getting ready to go off, what was the optimal thing to do? Was it to step back and then move your mouse over to where that trap was and then back over? Because
it's a hard situation to be in because you're 3v1 already and you kind of just – I think he was just playing to as many of his shots as he possibly could. But even worse, even if this game map is – and more defensive flavor, the Reapers are in your face. They're going to be looking to find a fight. We see a quick kill there coming out from Ricky.
On Neon, who just pushes the Omen. There goes the Gecko on the 2-man push between him and QWERTY.
3-man, and he's looking for an ace. I think Ricky is looking to find every kill. Ends up getting dropped as he swings the corner. And with 2 kills left, one Wolf left. No Wolves left.
With a plant on site, and he takes the oh, no, he doesn't keep the Outlaw.
We play Swift Play, so Econ doesn't matter as much as it normally would here in UEL. And I got to hope that we see some type of a switch. This game only goes to 5, and we're almost halfway there for the Reapers. They all see super confident. And maybe Snappy, someone that's played more traditional Valorant, just not used to the Reapers ball-to-the-wall style of, haha, I'm just running at you full speed. Now, Neon is absolutely fits that.
Have a special place in my heart.
It fits Ricky. It's a character that can move at Mach 10 all the time. She doesn't, funnily enough, one of the more recent changes, she doesn't have any inaccuracy when she's sliding now.
Because that was a good idea.
She's able to move incredibly quickly, slide in as you see there, and just start taking names.
I just want to talk about the coordination between QWERTY and Omen, which is is Cat. QWERTY came on site, and the instant he stopped, Cat dropped smoke sign in the plant. That is a level of coordination that you can't really get out of a lot of teams right now, and that might be an issue that Snappy's in because he looks kind of.
And it looks like
Snappy dead right now.
Kenny ended up dropping. Snappy's on this Reyna, and this is my worry about players especially playing these duelist roles. I think duelist is a hard role to play because you need to go in and create space for your team. But it also forces you to be the first one on site. In that scenario, if you have 3 guns pointed at you, or in this case with the Reapers, 3 guns pointed at you from offense because they're trying to push you, they're trying to fight you, you are in a position where you're at this disadvantage. Reyna is a great character to take over a game. If you get a kill, you can instantly vanish, reposition, look to take another fight, heal yourself, and take damage. But in the scenario where the Reapers are almost always playing together, you're going to find some difficulty. You see, QWERTY is comfortable. QWERTY's not even bothered by this. He's like, yeah, this is just another game to me. This is what we do, and the talent on this team.
QWERTY highlighting his /FF input.
Oof, that spray has to hurt. Nobody here, a shot coming off of long, but immediately scaling up and taking the entire spot. Now they're going to know that they're here now. They've smoked off, and they now know somebody's under heaven, and here we go. Ricky Rockham pushing in, looking to take a fight, but 2 quick kills. Is this what we need? Unfortunately, Snappy not able to get away there. But
and there goes that Faisal you're talking about. By the way, map wide.
And you see here, this gun is locked, maybe not recognizing that he doesn't have access to it. Finally getting access to this gun again, looking to maybe take a teleport. Is he going to find a kill? It doesn't matter. Kluich finds another one, and his performance on Valorant is looking amazing. Gurns stepping around as...
And the spike's been planted. So Gurns has to play at his pacing.
And manages to catch him looking the wrong way. That's the Wolves' first win. Does he know how to defuse?
Yeah, Gurns definitely knows how to play this game.
Okay, I was there where they even you can see Kenny laughing to himself there, like whoa.
Hey. Funny joke, man. Funny joke.
Please defuse, please. Let's not do this. Let's not do this.
All right, and with that, the swap happens, and now the Wolves get a chance to go on attack. And is this one of these situations where the Wolves felt more comfortable on attack, and then the Reapers doing their thing just made them feel weird? Because if the Reapers continue to play that level of aggression on the defensive side, they could see themselves getting punished with the way the Wolves had to be pacing for a lot of these lanes.
So this is really interesting because compared to if you're watching normal competitive Valorant, double duelist has been pretty popular, especially playing somebody like Neon is constantly seen. They have a very strong comp, and the Reaper's normal playstyle is to be in your face, and they use that pressure to win. With this double initiator comp, as long as Snappy is working with his team and the other players, he should be able to find these kills. As long as double initiator, you have smokes, you have Sage for heals, you just have to be able to find an opportunity. So smoking off here, Garage, as they scale up towards the middle, and I immediately see Gurns dropping to QWERTY.
QWERTY immediately calling out, I got mine.
And that's what all of these Reaper players, a good kill here, nice job catching them, sneaking up behind. And the 2 players I think you might want very clearly, Kenny knows how to play this, Snappy up as well, and Pip-Boy. You have a 3v3 scenario, but they still have to get on to a site here. Knowing that QWERTY is still up, we know Kalui's still up, and we know Cat's still up. The hope here is that you can maybe find Cat and catch him unaware and give yourself an advantageous spot. Something to remember, the spike will always act as an extra man. There's always the advantage here. So smoking this off, trying to give your team a little bit of space, maybe letting them rotate, maybe trying to misdirect. The Reapers now don't know exactly where they are. And the moment they hear noise, they're going to have to rotate quickly to make a play here. And what I'm noticing is Snappy is not currently with his team, maybe trying to catch somebody moving around, sneaking around. But there he does. Snappy finds the kill and is able to take another fight. But, oh, no, the Wolves players have been separated. This plant seems to be going down. A flash comes out. Does any kill? And, yes, the plant's gone down, but here's the big thing. He has to keep an eye on this. A good job taking him out. That leaves just QWERTY. Can QWERTY find this kill? And it looks like the swing is happening.
Playoff spike. Don't.
Yes,
there you go.
He has to defuse. I like the reposition here. You don't need to peek. He has to make a play on you. Ooh, you gave your position away with a few fire. Just keep running away. You don't have to take a fight from him at all. He is going to be looking from you. And he finds him just in time, I believe, to go ahead and defuse the spike with little concern. I almost wanted him to just literally, if he could have found an opportunity to teleport away and just once again force him to deal with it. But QWERTY is in form today. We saw it in the Reapers' first game, and we're seeing it again here. QWERTY just feeling comfortable with his teammates, feeling confident, kind of feeling like he has maybe that support he sometimes was looking for in some of his previous teams.
Yeah, and that's one of those weird conversations. Not want to say weird, uncomfortable conversations you probably will. It's one of the uncomfortable conversations you probably have to have as QWERTY when it comes to some of your previous teammates when you get to another team such as the Reapers at the caliber they're at. And your gameplay has never really been bad, but it seems like it's gone up because I think the level of responsibility and things he had to worry about has gone down. The level of comfort he has on the wheel with his teammates has gone up, and it's just like, all right, cool, I don't have to worry about as much anymore.
And there we go. Immediately Snappy getting a kill. Snappy not letting this game go down. And what I'm noticing from Snappy's cam is he's giving some more comms here. He's having this conversation. He's trying his best, but Kalui, the rookie, finding 3 kills and putting his team into an advantageous state. And here we see QWERTY lurking around looking. Another kill there from Snappy, having immediately found it. And a good job by the 2 young guns of Ricky Rockham and QWERTY to close out that round and take the win for the Reapers.
And then now, with that being done, Reapers up 16-3 against the Wolves going into the next game, which is 2K24.
2K.
Cutters is available into a reset into allowing QWERTY to go in. Do we see the Wolves finally use their first forfeit, or do we see Punisher try and team up with Gurrens to play this? I mean, they can forfeit it and look for something else, but what are you looking for on the wheel for the Wolves to try and play?
Snappy. I'm sitting in Snappy.
Snappy and Punisher?
Oh, you trying to see some magic, some new magic.
I'm trying to see something.
Chemical reaction, something explosive.
Trying to see that dopamine, maybe the serotonin.
Look, I don't think you played it. I don't like, this is my, they played CTR though, which I don't think they normally would have played, especially with somebody like Cat available. Maybe they thought that they could, or maybe they're just choosing not to forfeit any of these games. But I think that not using your forfeits is an insane decision in UEO. You have 5 of them, and even though I know most of us here, like, I can play all 33 games on the wheel. You can play all 33 games on the wheel, but depending on who you're sitting against, it doesn't matter that you can play the game.
And another thing is, too, though, week 1, for a lot of the mid-level teams, maybe not using those forfeits to see what your team performs in good or bad, see how they feel. Because, yeah, it sucks you lost. But how'd you feel in the game? Well, I felt this way. How'd you feel? Oh, I felt our communication was this. Using that as a bench test to play as many games as possible kind of does make sense. It is frustrating at the end of the day, but if they went into this Reapers matchup going, hey, we're just going to try and learn as much as we can about ourselves and the Reapers going forward, there's a chance they might have done that.
And with 30 seconds left on the clock, the Reapers do not have setup, so it's going to come down to can the Wolves finish this up in time. If they can, great. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to forfeit anyway. And it looks like you might have been right on that call of Snappy Punisher going up against QWERTY and Cutters. QWERTY and Cutters, I want to see how this dynamic works because both of these players were the star player on their team in terms of playing the shooter and the playmaker.
Oh, no, it worked great last week. Spoiler. I don't know if you caught that.
I did not catch it.
Yeah. At one point during the game, QWERTY was missing 2-pointers. And Cutters would just get the board and pass it back to QWERTY, and QWERTY just kept shooting over and over and over and over.
I see we've gone there.
Yep.
But one of the newest changes that we might be seeing here is the release of 2K25.
And that should be happening in about 3 days.
And so I want to see how these teams kind of get together and what they figure out.
And
yeah, I think the forfeit ends up going the way of the Wolves or goes the way of the Reapers due to the Wolves forfeiting and not having a setup. I think that's one of the things is just the Reapers have proved it, and I know the Reapers and Cat's going to keep telling me and keep telling all of us that they have fighting game players, but they abandoned fighting games for the regular season last season. We're not going to pretend like they did.
Yeah, they 100% did. But on the flip side of that, like I said, whereas like they don't have a traditional fighter, they have players that play multiple fighting games or plays a couple of games. So I think it's more so the Reapers didn't, well, we don't need a fighter. No, you have fighting game players. You don't have a fighting game player. You don't have a rock in the storm to train and lean on. You just have everybody being consistent at 1 or 2 games, and that's how y'all play it.
Looking at the Wolves and looking at a lot of teams this season, I would first and foremost tell you to start with a category you know you can win and ensure that you can do that. And then by the end of season, by playoffs, have 4 categories you feel confident you can either challenge the top teams in or you win hands down those games.
Or approach we took last season, have 2 categories and then pick games out of each category that you feel comfortable with. Now,
my worry with that is that too many of a lot of the games are team-based, and getting 5 people that like a game is way harder because even if you like Siege, you might not like Valorant.
well, here's the thing, though. You like money, right? I like money. The UEL players like money. So what are we talking about?
Tell that to the Minecraft server that consistently pops up every single season when people decide.
Thug Sacred Central? Is that the Minecraft server you're talking about?
No. No, not specifically that Minecraft.
Okay.
BlazBlue CF coming up next. I'm super happy to see BlazBlue, and hopefully we get to see more of that incredibly good-looking, stylish gameplay. I'm absolutely having fun here. I'm going to go ahead. So I've talked about it briefly on stream before because it's become the topic of conversation. The topic of conversation. But that conversation is going to have to wait because I think
look at your keyboards. Look at them top left letters. Guess who we got coming in?
You should have a conversation with the young gun that's proven himself once again. I think we should bring Qwerty on in.
I actually interviewed him last time, so you get to have fun with this one, good sir.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, I get to talk to the young GOAT. Let's go. And here we go. We can see the arena players getting set up, players sitting down. We're going and we're moving, we're slipping and we're sliding. Oh, and it looks like we may have lost the feed from the floor. These players worried, scared, fearful, but I'm joined here with Qwerty. All right, I'm going to start with the Valorant. What was going on there? You seem like you were having fun.
I was just trying to entry. That's really it.
We heard you back here when you were like, yo, I got my one. You told everybody, like, yo, I got the one.
Yeah.
But I have to chat, like, you look comfortable on the Reapers. That's the big thing that I'm seeing from you. You look very comfortable. You look confident. How is the season going? How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. It's off to a great start, obviously. I think like 15 or 19 to 6 or something like that, and then 17 to 3. So, great start. But I've, started off seasons like this before, and just because you start off 2-0 doesn't mean.
I understand a little bit of apprehension that obviously is sitting there. Earlier in the game, though, I think you've become even a more well-rounded player. People, might joke about, but I saw you in Checkmate Showdown. You were showing off with the Bishop. You almost single-handedly won that game in the first few sets. How has being on a team with the Reapers helped you grow as a player?
I think one good thing is, we're all, the communication is great. We all, can support each other in every game. And then, that's, mainly it. But, the practices also make it way easier.
Okay. No, I feel you. I understand. Different environment, you never know what you might gel with. And I'm going to ask you one question. I'm going to keep it simple. They FF 2K. Are you and Cutters the best 2K duo in the league? Hands down.
Best duo?
Yes. And if somebody can challenge you, I need a name. 2 names. Who is challenging y'all in 2K?
2 names? Probably Vape and KIC, because they beat me and Bosie last season.
Ooh, so, okay, the Ravens might have that sports. Okay, I like to hear that, because that tells me that you're aware of what's going on in the league, and I like to see you locked in. It's always a lot of fun. I'm going to let you get back out there to the team. I know you're just about finished. Enjoy yourself, and have some fun with your team. The communication is great. I just want y'all to keep on having a great time. Always great to talk to you, Qwerty.
Yep.
All right. We getting that blaze blue. That blaze blue. That blaze blue. And we are back. So as I was getting into that conversation, Qwerty's doing great, by the way. I told this to him, he just looks comfortable. And this is something that I aspire for all the players in the league, is to find a comfortable spot. So here we have Ricky versus Kevin.
Stylish.
Player 2 is Ricky. player 1 is Kevin, playing a charge character, which is really interesting here.
But stylish, it doesn't matter, right?
All right, because people can't do a simple Google search, I'm gonna start just putting some stuff out there. First and foremost, stylish forces you to barrier block. Yes, people will say it automatically blocks for you. It doesn't block high and low. So hey, if you don't have mix-ups, just say you don't have mix-ups. I'm taking shots now. As you can see there, wow, look at that. Kevin won, even though Ricky was playing on stylish. It's amazing.
Aren't they both playing on stylish? Because both their names are green. Does that mean they're both playing on stylish?
It doesn't matter.
No, I'm legitimately asking questions.
But the idea here is that, like, it's not like stylish is that free win. Yes, there's incredible strength, but it's the same as neutral guard and Tekken. It has the same thing as auto combos like DBZ, and it is no more egregious than modern Street Fighter. Like, all of the things are there. Yes, there's a damage reduction. There's plenty of reasons why I wouldn't tell people to use that mode, just in general. And are we seeing a forfeit? Because they play one more game, and then they go from here. I mean, if a button check wasn't called, I'm swinging. And there you can see an opportunity where, like, all you have to do right now is go hit them with a low. They don't have to, like, if someone's standing there and they have this. Beyond that, barrier block has its own disadvantages. This is an older game. Everything has a weakness. You just have to do a little bit of effort. Some characters might be able to exploit that better than others. But, again, I'm looking at Kevin here, and Kevin putting on a show, getting plenty of damage out. Wait, yeah, Kevin, I was like, I saw the player 2, and then they switched sides, and that messed with my brain there for a second. But just able to use the stylish. And, again, he's looking to hit these auto combos more and more and just dish this damage out. And once again, Ricky trying to catch him, but unfortunately, there we go. I think that should be game. That's 2 rounds, 1 player, and we finish off Blaze Blue CF. More than anything, I think we don't see a lot of variety in Blaze Blue for one major reason. It's best of 1 round. There isn't, like, players having to play without their burst. There aren't players having to really make some decisions. I kind of would rather see a 2-round game, but, again, UEL requires that adaptability. Some players found ways to utilize that burst pretty successfully, and maybe, just maybe.
No, Ricky won.
Call it a GOAT difference then. Hey, call it a GOAT difference. He had me confused. I was mixed up. Maybe I need to play on stylish.
One's in the chat if you got mixed.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just straight up wrong there with the Reapers taking another win considerably. I think that might be game as well.
I do believe
because we didn't have that much time left on the clock. Another dominating performance coming out of the Reapers, once again showing why they should be favorite for the championship until someone else can come out and put a performance.
I'm tired of it.
Build a dynasty, brother. That's all I can say to you. Build a dynasty. You have to find these. They found the players. They found the pieces. They've continued to add on and build into a position now where another rookie that just looks promising. Kaluuya has impressed me now 2 games. Midnight impressed us in their last game. Seems time and time again, maybe, just maybe, Cat has figured it out.
All right, so it turns out there was 10 seconds left on the clock, and just like the heroes of our hearts they are, the Reapers burn a timeout for the next game.
What was the next game, by the way?
That I do not know. We'll get to that in a second because I'm pretty sure everybody here thought the match was over, but Ricky making quick work of his opponent, Kevin. Oh, so it's Lethal League Blaze.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Wolves I just want to go home.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This isn't a. This isn't.
You know what? I'm just a mess right now. So AV, talk to the people. What you got for us?
Kat said the only reason they playing this because they need to patent their stats.
Jesse, don't count it. Jesse, don't count it. I'm done.
Never mind. Forfeit from the Wolves.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you
Reapers
to
have
the
a timeout,
Wolves.
though.
There's 10 seconds left.
The Reapers have a timeout still. So we're probably going to see another timeout from Cat because when they're ahead, they're happy and jovial. So you might see him call another timeout and see the next wheel spin.
I want teams to keep this energy, bro. Like, when things get going and stuff gets hard, as long as you keep the energy, I'm never going to worry about it. But every team will do this, and then if the Reapers have, like, a 1-point game, they're absolutely not going to, like, call a timeout of a game unless it's like, oh, we guaranteed win this. There's no reason for me to be worried. I'm just at the position where I'm like, we patent stats, really? Y'all the championship team. Get your roses, but hey.
It's Friday night. I'm at the UEL. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, boys. But looks like the game's going ahead to go ahead and finalize with that. 18-3 in favor of the Reapers. Reapers improved to 2-0. Wolves first showing 0-1. A lot of growing pains, a lot of things that need to be worked on. But we're going to get to these post-game interviews, so we'll see you guys here with some of our GMs and Tier 1s here in just a second.
Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So, Snappy Pitboy, welcome to the post-game interview. Snappy, at your request and me trying to improve my personal character and standing with the league, I will not be too mean to you, but I do have to ask some hard-hitting questions. So, 18-3, once again, one of the things I said throughout the game, you, Pitboy, Doomsday, and X-Ray Gurns looking like a strong core, Punisher being a brand-new rookie. Guys, was today more of an issue of it being a new team with a lot of new faces trying to get things together, or is this a showing of like, hey, some of our players might not have been some of our optimal choices for the slots they're in right now? And that leads to my next question. With you, Doom, and Pip-Boy being veterans of the league and coming from these teams where you guys all depended on each other and had kind of all the roles filled out, what's it like being the people that have to lead and make a lot of these decisions with your lineup rotations? Who's there to help you on a decision on you going in or not going in, or Pip-Boy going in or not going in, and how are you guys going to develop that level of planning going forward? How do you make that better?
Yeah, practicing together more.
It's a bit of a shock with just us and then with a bunch of new people, but I think a few games we'll just get it down back to a well-oiled machine. Just get going.
It's like, especially trying to get like just getting everyone to mesh together and work together well.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I mean with our old team, everyone played every day together, so we just got to get back to that type of routine. And then also trying to get your rookie to play games that they've never played, or trying to get them the equipment to play games that they've never played. So.
All right, now time for the jerk question, if you will. So the question I have for you guys today, and I'll give you an option to opt out, but if you had the option to, would you immediately trade any of your players on your team right now for anybody else? Just yes or no, or opt out.
We're trading him.
Good option, good option, good option. Well, Snappy Pip-Boy, it is what it is. It is the first game of the season. Unlike everybody else, especially the Reapers coming in the second game, you guys got a lot of building that needs to be done, a lot of planning going forward. I hope to see more from y'all, and thank you for your time, and see you next week, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout.
And I get the pleasure of interviewing the victorious Reapers. Y'all looking good? Okay, first and foremost, let's get. How y'all feel today? How's the game going? How'd it go? You know.
Easy as crap.
Easy?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened on those 3 games, Ricky? I gotta ask you. You the young goat. What happened with the 3 games?
Look,
Siege, Tekken,
Rainbow Six Siege.
and F1.
Mm-hmm.
My teammate got shot in the head.
I got shot in the head
by
my
another
teammate.
one of my teammates.
By my teammate, bro. I was sick.
And they didn't put me in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Not playing Ricky enough.
Yeah.
That's the first strike against the Reapers. All right, cool. All right, Tekken, what happened What happened next?
Cutter sold us.
You don't play fighters, bro.
You don't.
I got
okay.
mine.
I forgot. I heard Kat yelling y'all was a fighter team, so I got a little bit confused.
Look,
That's fine. Y'all are looking incredibly strong this season. I need to know, Cutters, you stepping into the tier 1 spot again today. How you feeling as a tier 1? How's it feel to have that weight on your shoulders? Your team looking to you for wins, for in the clutch moments to come through.
It's a blessing for real. Trying to get that bag, but for real, it was only because Cat was out of town, but he's back. But it's crazy that he came down. He literally just got off the flight and came straight here. And like, bro, you just got off of a 30-hour flight and you want to play video games. Hey, I respect that dedication, bro.
Okay, y'all are different. I'm gonna give y'all. They tried to third through a hard ass question. Said, hey, who you gonna trade? How are y'all feeling with the league? Are y'all winning? Is there anybody that is competition for y'all this season?
No.
Yeah,
We're gonna win.
No one.
No, because everybody's thinking like Hollywood's gone, like we just suck now. Like we still have 4 returning champions. Like we're still stacked, bro. Yeah, Hollywood's good. That's my boy. Love him to death. But we ain't stopping nothing over there.
Well, with performances like this, I can't really argue with y'all too much. Thank y'all again. And who's y'all's next opponent? Any words for them as we close out?
Click.
Oh, the click.
You suck.
Who's that? Who's that before?
They got Chicken Tech.
Who were they before?
The Gorillas.
Oh, yeah, we won.
Oh, and I gotta say one more thing. One of my teammates wanted me to say this. Villain, the GM for the Wolves, he said you built a stupid team. So that's your fault.
Oh, who told you to say that?
I can't tell you.
Oh.
But he knows. If you know, you know.
And that's straight from the champion's mouth. Thank y'all for the interview and have a great night.
Get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
And with that being said, Reapers win 18-3. A lot of growth needed to be done on one of these sides. Another team feeling so confident, they're telling the GM, you built a stupid team. So, Villain, probably look out for that to pop up at Wednesday at 9 from
Logan.
Technical timeout, because Logan's he's coming for your shins, dog. But that'll do it here for another
game
of
the UEL here in Season 9, Week 2. Join us again tomorrow at 2 p.m. for the Ravens' first debut in Season 9. KIC has landed. They're Tier 1, ready to show up against none other than the Bots. I can't wait to see that game. It should be amazing. 2 p.m. again tomorrow. Join us here on UEL Esports. My name has been Strix.
And I'm Third Anarchist, wrapping up here at the SurfThing PC Arena. Name incoming. Hopefully. But once again, thank you to SurfThings for giving us these amazing PCs. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 for Bots versus Raisin while KIC tries to deal with the Skittles hangover. We'll see you then. Bye.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.